Chapter 680. Wan Chijuan's people were taken away to be beaten with sticks. The people from the Four Seas Academy were so scared that they didn't dare to move. "Sell quickly, don't waste time," Wan shouted. Sell. The commoners also shouted. They were proud of being a member of the county. The emperor had indeed sent the most powerful people to Buixin County. Other counties didn't have them. Only this county had them. No one dared to show off in the county, not even Wan Chijuan's people. The people from the Four Seas Academy were afraid, but they didn't dare to disobey. In the end, Tang from Tang Dynasty stood up and said, "Sell. There are a total of 10 piles today. All of them must be sold. The third pile, the starting price is 260 strings of coins. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? I'll take 260 strings of coins." Zhang Xiaobao knew that the pile was only 270 or so taels of silver. The other party knew that they couldn't wait for others to add the money bit by bit, so they directly offered a high price and bought it. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao spoke, the others stopped moving. The third pile was sold, followed by the fourth, fifth, and so on. As long as the price estimated by the craftsman was above the asking price, Zhang Xiaobao would buy them all. There were a total of 10 piles, some more and some less. Adding them together, it was estimated that they could be refined into 3,000 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaobao paid 2,700 taels of silver, and the Yamen also collected 270 taels of silver as tax. A lot of silk was also transferred out. The people from the Four Seas Academy didn't make much money. The transportation fee and tax paid offset the normal price. Although Japanese silver wasn't expensive and they had lost a lot in the beginning, they didn't even make back their capital. Just as they were preparing to leave dejectedly, Zhang Xiaobao said to them, "My family still wants to buy more ores. As long as you send them over, we can give you 800 strings of coins or goods at the price of Tang Dynasty's 1,000 taels of silver. We'll take as much as you have." "What about the technology?" Yamamoto asked boldly. "This is not under this official's control. You can think of a way yourself. The wine and dishes at the Fengwu Pavilion are pretty good. Why don't this official treat you to a meal to celebrate the deal?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't accept the matter of selling the technology and invited everyone to the Fengwu Pavilion to eat. The people from the Four Seas Academy still had matters to discuss, so they tactfully declined and hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaobao did not urge them to stay. Seeing the people from the Four Seas Academy leave, he waved his hand at the surrounding people. The surrounding people immediately responded with happy shouts. "Registrar Zhang, should we find a place to store these silver ores?" He Wei came over and asked. He was also very happy. The Yamen had received another 270 strings of cash, which he could use to realize his plan. "Yes, isn't there a place in the county where there is no one around? Get someone to bring them over there and prepare to refine silver," Zhang Xiaobao replied. At this time, Old Man Pai was also talking to Wan. "Cuckoo, why don't I give all my subordinates to you? They will listen to you. Once you give the order, they won't even look at me and will rush to the front. I can't do anything about it." Does Grandpa Bai think that they are disloyal? Then kill them all, so that they won't listen to other people and not listen to the master. I will kill some people later. Grandpa Bai Yu, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Zhang can always command my people. They can't be left alive." Wan immediately gave an idea with an indignant look. Don't kill them. Your people listen to us because you and Xiaobao are good to us. Sigh. You brat. You made a whole set for me to drill. Forget it. We are good to you. I won't deal with them. They are so cunning. They don't want to suffer any losses. I am praising you for your ability to lead the army. You beat up the people of the 10,000 cavalry army. Aren't you afraid that their leader will find trouble with you? He is a close official. You have to be careful not to let others find your weakness. Old Man Pai didn't care whether his subordinates listened to Wan or not. He mainly wanted to remind Wan. Wan didn't care at all. She said to Old Man Pai, "Gu Fushun is a close official, but he is an adult and I am a child." The people of the 10,000 cavalry army didn't stay in their own territory and came to my place to conspire with others to harm the interests of the county. Does it mean that I have to be bullied by the people who have been in charge of the army for many years? If that's the case, I shouldn't have handed over the military powers so quickly. Only with soldiers can the imperial court value them. If they bully people without soldiers, the imperial court won't dare to interfere and will have to side with them. Otherwise, it will easily cause a mutiny. It's good to have soldiers. Even the imperial court is afraid of them. The Xuanwu Gate is a good place, isn't it, Grandpa Bai? Old Man Pai was scared when he heard Wang Wan's words. It sounded like Wang Wan regretted handing over the military power, but in fact, she was slandering Gu Fushun. He was really worried for Gu Fushun. If he wanted to find trouble with Cuckoo, and Cuckoo directly went to the palace and said this, the emperor would listen to the grievance of the child on one hand and hear the persecution of the adult on the other hand. Who would he believe more? At that time, the first one to be dealt with would be Gu Fushun. The child complained that you have too much respect for the army. Do you want the 10,000 cavalry army to cause trouble again? Isn't the Xuanwu Gate just right? Old Man Pai thought about the result and quickly advised, Cuckoo, you can't do that. If you attack like this, the imperial court will be in chaos. Don't worry, no one will dare to do anything to you. The emperor didn't let anyone test the poison first when he ate the food that you and Xiaobao made. You can't use this kind of trust to harm others. Wang Wan replied with a smile. This was the advantage of age and the way to advance and retreat. Why did she hand over the military power? It would be easy to deal with if she handed it over. The longer the person who held the military power, the greater the crisis. Gossip was a fearful thing, and 3 people could make a tiger. She nodded, Grandpa Bai, don't worry. As long as no one comes looking for trouble, I won't care about them. However, if they really come looking for trouble, they should think about the consequences. I'm not the kind of person who won't fight back after being beaten. My family is going to raise horses in Feng Province. With the new technology, horses can run on the grassland, and there's also a desert nearby. The place to train the horses' endurance is actually the desert that Xiao Bao and I occupy in Tubo. There's enough water and sand there. The horses can run on it and train better. I gave Grandpa Bai a few horses to pull the carriage. There's no better place to raise horses than Feng Province, especially after I occupy the desert. You mean to say that you and Xiao Bao originally planned to go to Feng Province, and not Hebei Province or Jiannan Province? You specifically look for people to resist the cold in Yi Province just to deal with the heavy snow in Feng Province? Old Man Pai analyzed this matter from Wang Wan's words. No, I didn't say anything. I only know how to fight. What do I know? Isn't that right, Grandpa Bai? Wang Wan wasn't afraid that others would guess her and Zhang Xiaobao's initial plan. She had already given them the land, so how could she go back on her words? Besides, it was indeed difficult for others to manage there. Old Man Pai sighed. I'm old. I'm really old. How can you not know anything else when you're fighting? At least you know that there's no such thing as too much deception in war. You're indeed the person who made the entire Tubo country tremble in fear. You use a diversion well. Good. When you have horses, you must remember to give Grandpa Bai a few. You have horses, but no soldiers. I don't want soldiers. That's a disaster. I'm not going to rebel. Raising horses is enough. In the future, when we really need cavalry, just give me a unit. As long as they aren't old, weak, or disabled soldiers, it's not too late for me to equip them with horses. After 2 months of training, I'll be able to bring people to charge and break through enemy lines. Other than raising horses, I'll also raise cows and sheep. I won't add anything else. When the time comes, I'll make milk powder for the children of Great Tang to drink. 5 years. Within 5 years, Xiao Bao and I will be able to provide 100,000 horses for Great Tang. How about this, Grandpa Bai? You could discuss with your friends and have their families raise more cavalry. If there's really a need to fight, you can call up the cavalry from their families and form a large unit. Then you can give me command. I'll lead them to London in one breath. Yes, we'll have to cross the sea. Wang Wan spoke of her thoughts. The most important thing was to raise cows and sheep and then make milk powder for the children. Where's London? Old Man Pai approved of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao from the bottom of his heart. Although the 2 children were young, they knew how to act appropriately. Furthermore, they were wholeheartedly devoted to the people. Perhaps they were a little less respectful to the emperor, but they were very loyal to the people of Great Tang. After sighing inwardly, he asked about London. It means a place that's very far away. I randomly gave a name. It's the farthest place. Grandpa Bai, you didn't sleep yesterday. Why don't you rest early and eat the toad that Xiao Bao made when you wake up? Wang Wan casually found an excuse to brush him off. Old Man Pai and the others all went to sleep. Xiang also found a place to sleep. Yi Wei began to think about how to use the tax that had just been collected. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their room to discuss matters. Xiaobao, you're buying coal to smelt silver, or? Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao back to the room and asked as soon as they returned. No, I'm just acting. Who uses the soot-blowing method to smelt silver, or? I've also learned a bit of smelting theory. Do you think it's so easy to be a liar in order to deceive people? The coal is used to deal with the Four Seas Academy. They took away the straw, occupied the land with trees, and transported silver, ore. What do you think they want to do? Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to smelt silver now. His family didn't lack money. He would keep it and use it when time came. When the technology developed to a certain extent, the consumption during the smelting process would be reduced. When the smelting process was taken out for others to smelt, the consumption would be reduced. Japan had a lot of silver, but it was also a non-renewable resource. If he bought more, it could be considered as a reserve. Wang Wan suddenly understood. So this is what you're talking about. They want to buy all the things that can be used to smelt silver and then release the silver, or they can make a profit from other aspects. The idea is not bad, but they are too unlucky. Why did they have to come to Buixin County and hit the muzzle of the gun? What other plans do you have? Tell me again. Let me hear it and make me happy. They're full of evil ideas all day long, but they're still secretly happy. Are they really going to draw a big river here? Draw? Otherwise, the river will also flow into the sea. The sea doesn't need our little water. Sometimes the river exists for transportation, and sometimes it exists for irrigation. However, the river's function is not only that, it can also be used to decorate the place. There aren't many rivers here, so if we draw a big river, we can guarantee the needs of transportation and decorations. Zhang Xiaobao was determined to draw a river through the whole county. He said to Wang Wan, when they bought the land, they didn't buy barren hills, but real land. They need to pay taxes. They originally hoped to use the wood to make a lot of money and sell it to the local people who bought the silver, or at the same time, they also wanted to monopolize the local firewood market. If they transported firewood from other places, the transportation cost is too high. Ordinary people can't afford it. We will transport the coal first, put it there, and not sell it. When the county needs firewood, we will take it out and sell it at a fair price. The water must be drawn quickly, and it needs to be transported by water. So that's how it is. In the end, they can't afford to pay the rent and taxes every year, so they can only sell the wood at a low price. Then you can buy the good wood at the price of firewood. Otherwise, they will lose money every year. Because no one will buy their land after transporting the coal, they have to find a way to sell it. You want to burn charcoal? But we can't buy good coal. Good coal is too expensive, and it's all used to smelt metals. The smelting technology now is not as good as back then. It'll cause a lot of wastage. It's impossible for the people to buy expensive coal. We can't give them subsidies, right? Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought and found the problem. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in surprise and asked, could it be that you've been here for too long and have forgotten that there's something called honeycomb briquettes? That thing is simple to make, low to cost, and relatively high burning efficiency. Just make some honeycomb coal. The stove is also simple. It is just a piece of iron with mud inside. Rich people can buy a full iron stove. It can be used to cook, heat, and barbecue when you have nothing to do. As long as you tell them how to make it, let alone adults, even children can make it. We can teach others how to make it. When the time comes, we can transport the coal and let them do it themselves. We don't earn money, and the technology is too low. Others can learn it quickly. Oh yes, there's also honeycomb coal. This is more economical than the coal that is mined. Huaiyuan County is too far away. Otherwise, it would be more cost-effective to transport the coal from there. It was true that Wang Wan had never used honeycomb briquettes before, but she had seen them before. A stove with a few honeycomb briquettes would not have a bad smell if they did not add too many things to save money. They were very good for heating and cooking. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing what to do next, He Wei started his new plan again. This time, he wanted to make something that didn't exist in other places. That was to raise tortoises. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan specifically mentioned that tortoises were good things. The dishes they made were very nutritious, but many times they were difficult to catch. There were some in the river. Except for the small ones, it was very dangerous for children to catch the big ones. It was easy to be bitten. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a big fish tank in the yard. In addition to raising fish, there were also a few tortoises in the separated area. The water was not deep, and the tortoises could be seen looking around all day. This made him think. He wanted to learn from Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family to develop the local industry. Therefore, he took out 20 strings of money and asked people to catch the tortoises. There was a small piece of land in the county. He asked people to dig holes and wait for water to be filled so that he could raise the tortoises. He Wei personally took care of this matter. The place he chose was not far from the county. It could be reached in an hour. It took less than 4 hours to go and come back, including observation. He spent the money and collected the tortoises. He asked people what the tortoises usually ate and asked people to send them to the place outside the county. He was going to take a look today. He heard that 2 tortoises crawled over by themselves, which made him happy and worried. He was happy because this place could attract tortoises. Of course, he didn't know that it was very coincidental and thought that it should be so. He was worried that the tortoises wouldn't want to stay and would crawl out by themselves. Sitting in the car, he asked the housekeeper, "What do you think can make the tortoises outside come in by themselves, and the tortoises here can't run away?" "Master, it doesn't matter how many tortoises come in from outside, right? You want to raise tortoises, not seduce them. You just need to put something outside, dig a ditch, set up a net, and bury the bottom." The housekeeper felt that the master had thought wrongly and didn't grasp the key point, so he reminded him. He Wei also realized that he had thought wrongly. He smiled and said, Yes, it's raising, not seducing. Pay attention to what you say next time. What do you mean by seducing? It sounds bad. What else do you need?" The housekeeper didn't know this time. He had never raised a tortoise, but he had eaten it before. Someone caught it and sent it to the restaurant. At that time, he ate it well. He drank a little bit of the tortoise's blood and ate the meat. Even the tortoise's shell was roasted with tiles and eaten with water. Hearing the master's question, he could not answer, so he said, "Master, shouldn't we take out another reward for people who know how to raise tortoises?" There are people who specialize in raising tortoises. Why haven't I heard of it? He Wei thought about it and found that usually no one mentioned who raised tortoises well, but people who raised chickens and ducks knew. Just as the 2 of them were talking, the sound of a horse's hooves came from outside. After a while, the sound followed beside the car, and a woman's voice was heard. "Stop, let me in. You don't know how to spend the money you have. It's fine if you torment yourself, but you even implicate others. Hurry up, let me in the car." He Wei and the housekeeper were stunned. It seemed that she wanted to get in the car they were in. A woman? She wanted to get in the car? Who was it? The car stopped, and the door opened. The 2 of them saw a woman get in the car and sit directly opposite them. As soon as the woman came in, her eyes stared at He Wei. She seemed to be very dissatisfied, but also seemed to have a strong complaint. Her eyes were not good. He Wei's eyes were blinded by the light when the car door opened. When he recovered, he was shocked and leaned back with all his might, afraid that he would be too close to the other party. He said in a trembling voice, "Miss Cherry, what are you doing? I haven't done anything to you. Don't you want to get out of the car first? What else do you want to do to me? Haven't you done enough? I have never seen someone like you. You have to be responsible. You have a good life. Why do you want to do this?" Cherry's asked angrily. Her overbearing look made people feel that this matter was not going to be easy to deal with. After hearing Cherry's words, He Wei was dumbfounded. He said with a crying face, "Miss Cherries, don't talk nonsense. Yes, I am a womanizer. I don't have many concubines at home. You are also beautiful, but I have never dared to have any ideas about you. I even want to kill you. You are the person around Registrar Zhang and Deputy Wang. How dare I do anything to you? If you really admire me, why don't we go to Registrar Zhang and Deputy Wang first? If they agree, I will give you a good position. Bah, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. I admire you. Do you know how many subordinates I have? Xiao Hong and I are together. Even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, we dare to fight. Who do you think you are? Cherries was furious. She did not know why He Wei thought of her admiring him. What a joke. With her family background, he could not afford to marry her. It seemed that he wanted her to be his concubine. She really should have brought Xiao Hong and her army here and let Rong Rong bite him to death. After being scolded, He Wei was relieved. As long as Cherries did not find him, it was fine. They were indeed not a good match. This Cherries was not only capable, but also had a good literary talent. It was not easy for ordinary people to find her as a concubine. So he asked carefully, since that is not the case, what do you want to do here, Miss Cherries? What else can I do? Of course, I want to accompany you to raise the tortoise. Why did you think of this? After the young master and young lady heard about it, they said that you can't raise it well. It is fine to spend money for nothing, but they are afraid that you will make a mistake and disappoint the people. Now is a special time. What you do must be successful to cultivate the people's confidence. Let me ask you, do you know how the tortoise came out? Where did it come out? How much temperature does it need? Do you think that if you catch a group of tortoises and put them there will be a lot of tortoises in the future? Look at the place you chose. It is all mud. Why don't you get some sand? And the surroundings, even the grass and whatnot were cleaned up by you. You still want to raise the tortoise like this? It is useless even if you become a tortoise. I was sent out by the young master and young lady. They said that I will cooperate with you. Don't you think that I blame you? I was still writing the next book, but I was delayed by you. Cherries pouted and asked one question after another. He Wei was confused. After a while, He Wei happily asked Ying Tao, so you know all about it? Can you raise the tortoise well? That's great. Don't worry, Miss Cherries. As long as you help me, I will definitely repay you. Do I need you to repay me? I have saved a few thousand strings of coins. Now, I am asking Exine Air to help me do business. In a few years, I will have tens of thousands of strings of coins. How much money do you have? Let me tell you, tortoises have eggs. If you want the eggs to become little tortoises, the temperature must be high enough. I will come over and find a way to raise the temperature so that you can give birth to more little tortoises. Go to the place and take a look. Bring more sand and dead leaves. If the temperature is not high enough, add some lime or feces. Cherries was unwilling to come over. She followed the young master and young lady all day. This time, because of He Wei's idea, she was arranged to come here. It would be strange if she was not angry. He Wei felt uncomfortable. What did she mean by giving birth to more little tortoises? But he did not dare to refute. After all, Cherries' identity was there. She was in charge of breeding. She was very good. Her books were bought by others. She was better than many scholars. Thinking that she came over and did not want to have anything to do with him, he felt relieved and said, in that case, I will listen to Miss Cherries. I just want to give birth to more tortoises. The more the better. Chapter 681. The boat glowed as the 6 strings were plucked. Sitting by the shore, the boat gazed into the distance. Because Ernyo was working beside Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Su Si was arranged to transport the food stones, take a steam bath, cultivate new seeds, feed the livestock used for planting, and the swimming pool for Xiao Bei and the other little guys. All of these required this thing. Su Si did not forget to practice his guitar. It was not because he liked music, but because he liked a girl from the inner courtyard who played the hujiao well. He felt that he was not good enough for her. What should he do? After discussing with Zhang Xiaobao gave him a guitar and said that if he played it well, he would be able to match the sound of the hujia. As for whether it was true or not, Zhang Xiaobao was not sure. Anyway, Zhang Xiaobao's out of tune, thousands of rivers and mountains will always love was probably not good enough. Every time Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao play, she would praise him. This song could be used as a killing weapon on the battlefield. At this time, Su Si was sitting on a boat passing by Jizhou. When he saw the fish mountain, he missed it and stopped. Actually, it had nothing to do with the fish mountain. Even though many famous people had written here before, the main reason was that he was hungry. He rummaged through his bag and found the canned food that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had just developed. It was only used in the inner courtyard and was not sold outside. Even the palace did not give it to Li Longji. They were afraid that Li Longji would be addicted to it and ask for it every day. The canned food in his hand was the canned food of Yangtze River swordfish. The fine scales were removed, the internal organs were removed, and even the bitter taste was removed. Su Si was about to eat it and the remaining half of the jar of black bean sauce that he did not finish yesterday. He took out the guacamole and was about to eat it when he smacked his lips. He wanted to drink wine, but he realized that he had finished the bottle the day before yesterday. After eating such good food, he would feel sorry for the Yangtze River swordfish if he did not drink some wine. Su Si started to look at the shore. There was a wine shop on the north shore that also sold tea. Okay, that's it. Boatman, come to the north shore. I will go up and eat something. If you're hungry, you can eat too. After you eat, I will pay for you. Sir, you can't go over like this. People are still sailing on the north shore. If you head overhead, you'll be looking for a quarrel. The boatman said worriedly. You are stupid. You just go forward and turn your head. This was a simple problem for Su Si and the boatman. When the boatman heard this, he continued to move forward. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no other boats passing by, he swerved his oar and slowly moved to the shore. There really were other boats docked here. On the shore, there were already stakes for the boats to anchor. The boatman first set up a gangplank and let Su Si go up. Only then did he anchor the boat. He also called his wife and children on the boat to eat together. Today's meal was being treated, so at least half a chicken would be eaten. The wife and children were very happy. Half a chicken. That's more than 10 to 20 copper coins. They had met a good person. Only the men were prepared to drink a bowl of rice wine. They would be embarrassed if they drank too much. They couldn't find a good person to cheat. Otherwise, they would rather travel by land next time. Su Si didn't care about this small amount of money. How much can a meal in a small wine shop cost? He was anxious to find a wine that could go with the Yangtze River swordfish. He asked the manager and the waiter, but they didn't have any wine that Su Si could think of. In the end, he had to order a wine that was half a year old. The manager had promised that it was definitely not the kind of wine that was only half a month old. Su Si didn't care if the manager couldn't sell it or if the wine was really buried. As long as it was drinkable, it was fine. He didn't have anything else. He would just let the Yangtze River swordfish out of the can later. He didn't forget to shout to the manager and the waiter, "Don't put ginger in it, and don't put anything else. It must be the best. I will give you as much as you want." Ever since Su Si followed the new owner, he didn't like to drink anything else. He didn't even put sugar in his soy milk. The waiter immediately replied, "Okay, a bowl of half-a-year-old wine. Don't put wine in the water. Just serve the wine directly." The second half of the sentence was shouted to the kitchen behind. It was estimated that there were people in the kitchen who were busy cooking and mixing wine. It sounded scary. Soon, the wine was served. Su Si smelled it. Not bad. There was no water. No, there was no wine in the water. It was very pure. He looked at the 6 empty wine bowls on the table next to him. He was looking for a place to relieve himself. He finally understood why his alcohol tolerance was so high. Su Si tasted the wine and frowned. He was satisfied. At least it was real wine. Although the taste was not as good as the ones he drank at home, no one at home ate canned food. There was a good chef who cooked for them, who would eat canned food when they were out. They were afraid that people like him who lived in the inner courtyard wouldn't be able to get used to the food outside between the clouds and the water. It was all his fault for being greedy. He drank all the wine he brought in advance. He had to make do with it. How could this wine be paired with the Yangtze River swordfish? When he was about to take the can, he saw the manager and waiter looking at him. He ordered, "What side dishes do you have? Give me a few." The manager and waiter nodded and happily went to take the dishes. Su Si was embarrassed when he ordered the dishes. It was not good to only order a bowl of wine. He took out more than half of the jar of black bean sauce. After thinking for a while, he also took out the small bamboo tube of spicy cabbage. Finally, he took out the can of Yangtze River swordfish. Under the watchful eyes of the people eating under the shed, he opened the can. Immediately, a few people were surprised. Susie knew that these were people who had never seen canned food before. They were used to it. As a servant, he could only eat, wear, and live in the Wang and Zhang family. He could also make do with Commandery Prince Li's house. This was also the reason why some people didn't leave, even though they had saved enough money to leave. Susie didn't care about the curiosity of others. He used his chopsticks to pick the can. There was a layer of jelly on the top of the can. Inside, there was yellow and white meat. The yellow meat was smoked first, and the white meat was steamed directly. One was chewy, and the other was tender. There were also about 10 pieces of ginger. He picked up a piece of ginger and put it in his mouth. There was the spiciness of wei wei and the fragrance of the fish. He sighed in his heart. This was the kindness of the young master and his wife. He had to repay them well. The manager and waiter also brought over 4 side dishes. The amount was not small. The 5-inch plates were filled to the brim. After placing the food on the table, he took the opportunity to look at the can. He sniffed and smiled. "Brother, where did you buy the fish? It looks good. It's not sold anywhere. It's always in the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi. It's called canned food. Of course it's good. This is a kind gesture." The master is afraid that the servants who go out will not be used to the food from other places. Susie's emotions were fluctuating too much today. He thought about the girl in the inner courtyard and thought about how good the master was, so he casually replied, "Oh." The manager and waiter responded. In fact, he didn't understand what was going on. Which Zhuangzi was so considerate of his servants. He actually made canned food. He didn't believe it and turned around to add more tea for others. There was an 8.5-year-old boy in the boat that brought Susie here. When they were on the boat, Susie gave him a sweet piece of ginger called Little Bird. The family hoped that one day the child could spread his wings and fly. However, life was tough. Usually, Little Bird would help steer the boat when it was smooth sailing. After a few days of contact, he was no stranger to Susie. When he heard the manager say that Uncle Su ate fish, he put down the chicken head in his hand and said, "Uncle Su likes to eat fish. When we get on the boat, Little Bird will fish for Uncle Su. Little Bird knows how to catch big fish." When Susie heard Little Bird's words, he immediately smiled. He liked children because the young master and his wife were children. He waved his hand. "Then Little Bird will treat Uncle Su to fish later. Uncle Su will treat Little Bird to fish now. Uncle Su can't finish it alone." The child didn't know the preciousness of the food in the iron sheet. He put the chicken head in his mother's plate and happily jumped over. "Then Little Bird will help Uncle eat." When Little Bird ate, he finally realized that something was wrong. His family had a boat, and he usually ate fish. He was tired of it, but why was the fish in the box so delicious? The bones were soft, and the cold was delicious. When he put it in his mouth, it slipped into his stomach. It was cool and refreshing. "Uncle Su, which Zhuangzi are you from? Are you really a servant?" The child was straightforward and said whatever was on his mind. "Yes, I'm a servant. I'm from Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Sanshui County. I was sent out to do some work." Susie specially picked a piece of smoked meat for Little Bird. Children generally like to eat chewy food as snacks. Of course, younger children were more willing to eat soft food. They also liked to eat fatty meat. It was fine if they were chewed and stuffed into their mouth first. Their teeth were not fully grown yet, so it was good to eat something that could enter their stomach. Little Bird didn't know what Sanshui County was. He casually nodded to show that he understood and lowered his head to help Uncle Su eat. The 2 people who were eating at the side immediately understood why a servant could eat something that others had never seen before. It turned out that he was a member of Sanshui's Zhang family. The servants of Sanshui's Zhang family couldn't be judged by the standards of a servant. Any random one of them could write and calculate. It was said that a waiter in one of Shui Yun's flagship stores could recite poems and discuss prose with others. Immediately, one of them stood up and clasped his hands. "It's actually Brother Su. Brother Su, please accept my toast." As he spoke, he finished a big bowl of wine. The other person quickly stood up and also followed suit. Susi had no choice but to stand up. No matter how powerful the master was, he still had to follow the etiquette. Even if the wine of the two people was mixed into the water, he still had to drink a bowl. Fortunately, he still had a high alcohol tolerance. When he drank at home, the alcohol content was high. He raised his head and drank the wine. The two people were tactful and didn't disturb him. They smiled at Susi in a friendly manner and asked the shopkeeper and waiter to bring more wine. In the future, they would talk to others. The people from the Zhang family in Sanshui didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance and even drank a bowl of wine. After eating 2 pieces of fish, Little Bird put down his chopsticks. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but that his parents were giving him a look. Seeing Uncle Sue drinking a bowl of wine with someone, he turned his head and asked, "Uncle Sue, where did this fish come from? Little Bird has never eaten it before. How much did Uncle pay for this fish?" "This fish is from the Yangtze River. In the future, if Little Bird wants to go, he can row a boat to take a look. This fish was caught by our family's boat when it passed by the Yangtze River and brought to Luoyang." Susi considered his own alcohol tolerance and signaled the shopkeeper to bring another bowl over as he spoke to Little Bird. "Uncle Sue has a boat? Is it big? Is it bigger than my family's boat?" Little Bird compared. "It's big. It can sail in the sea. Uncle doesn't have a boat. It's the main family's boat. The 2 docks at the Jingshui Boat Company made it." Susi gave Little Bird another piece of fish and continued. This time, Little Bird didn't eat. He looked at Susi with hope and asked carefully, "Uncle Sue, is it really the Jingshui Boat Company? Is there a new boat there? It looks similar to other small boats, but when going against the current, it's very fast. Furthermore, it has wheels that are specially used to swing the net, allowing it to fish while moving." Little Bird saw it once. That person clearly had a big boat, but he insisted on rowing a small boat around Little Bird. He even told his father that the boat couldn't be bought by others and had to be custom-made at the Jingshui Boat Company. "The price isn't expensive, but how do we buy it? Uncle Sue, can you help us think of a way?" Susi pondered for a moment. Just as Little Bird's father was about to pull Little Bird back, he said, "Little Bird, do you want to buy it?" "Yes. My family also wants a good boat. It's not strenuous to carry people, and it's convenient to fish. Many people want to buy it." Little Bird nodded vigorously. Susi made a decision. "Then how about this? Uncle Sue will write a letter back now. In a few days, Uncle Sue will return home. Little Bird, find others who want to buy a new boat and send Uncle Sue to Luoyang first. Uncle Sue will also pay for a portion of the stones. It's just a matter of traveling a little further. After arriving at Luoyang, wait a few days before a new boat is delivered to Luoyang. You can bring it back." Susi was prepared to use his authority. Since he had discovered a market, he had to expand it. From the looks of it, he needed to increase the manpower at the Jingshui Boat Company. The market research had not been done properly. The only reason he had ordered custom-made boats was because he was afraid that they wouldn't sell well. Little Bird was delighted. Afraid that Uncle Sue was lying, he pressed, "Uncle Sue, can you really get a new boat? Isn't Uncle Sue a servant?" "Little Bird, don't speak nonsense," Little Bird's father reprimanded. Without waiting for Susi to explain, one of the 2 people who had been drinking with Susi spoke to Little Bird. "Little guy, your Uncle Sue is no ordinary servant. He is in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. The words of the Zhang family and Wang family are final. Why aren't you thanking your Uncle Sue?" "Ah, that impressive? A servant can speak on behalf of the master? Thank you, Uncle Sue. My return trip is free of charge. Why say counts? Isn't that right, father?" Little Bird similarly guaranteed. Little Bird's father nodded. That was what he meant. His son's words represented the adults. This time, it was Susi's turn to be surprised. From Little Bird's confident look, it wasn't the first time he had done so. Other than his master, which other families' adults would dare let a child make a decision? Impressive. With a thought, Susi asked Little Bird, "Do you want to learn something even more impressive? If you want to learn, Uncle Luoyang will arrange it for you. As long as you are willing to work hard, it won't be difficult for you to take the imperial examinations when you grow up." "Really? More impressive than Uncle Sue? Little Bird was tempted. He really wanted to be knowledgeable, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. What does Uncle count for? In the main family, there are many people more impressive than Uncle, especially a group of children who have studied for several years. Any one of them is more capable than Uncle. Uncle can't take the imperial examinations, but they can. Susi naturally understood the capabilities of his master. Talents were nurtured from generation to generation. The younger the generation, the more impressive they would be in the future. This was because the previous generation had to write down their experiences for the later generation to read. This time, Little Bird didn't stare at Susi's canned food. He ran back to his parents and discussed with them whether they should go to Luoyang to learn from others. At this time, Susi also stopped eating. He took out a charcoal pencil and spread out a piece of paper. He began to write a plan to sell the boat to a further place. He planned to find a local yamen after they set off, pay them some money, and use his identity to get the yamen to send them to Luoyang. The sun gradually moved to the center of the sky, giving people a warm feeling. After writing the letter and drinking 2 mouthfuls of wine, Susi picked up the guitar on his back and began to play. He only played, but didn't sing. After playing a song, he was about to put away the guitar and continue on his way when a person came from the riverside. Before the person came close, the person praised, "Good song. The soft sound is like a woman going out, clear and crisp like spring water dripping from the heart. Brother, please." When I heard the sound of your guitar, I was suddenly enlightened, especially in the midst of the reeds and flowers. I peeled a leaf to peek at the person I admire. Good song, good guitar, what a combination of heart and soul. Susi was shocked. The person who came was right. He was thinking of someone else. But when his thoughts were heard by someone from the guitar, it was as if he had no secrets. It was very uncomfortable. He didn't know what this person meant. Could it be that he was mocking him? When he looked at the person, he saw that he was in his 20s. He had a clear face and bright eyes. He wore a blue silk headscarf, a light gray robe, a pair of wooden pig leather boots, and a 4-finger-wide belt around his waist. He had his hands behind his back and was leaning in front of Susi. Susi didn't know what this person was and didn't know what to say. He continued to put the guitar back into the cloth bag and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you play another song and let me listen to it for a while? The fish in this box is not bad. Shopkeeper, add another bowl of wine, don't mix it with water. Brother, am I right? The person who came didn't treat him as an outsider and sat next to Susi. When he saw the little bird eating the remaining canned fish, he wanted to try it, regardless of whether the shopkeeper allowed it or not. Susi could see that this person should be a scholar. Only a scholar would be so free and easy. When they encountered strange things, they would go forward and try delicious food. It didn't matter if they knew each other before. As long as they felt that they were the same kind of person, they would drink with you until they lost their sense of direction. They could chat for an entire night and wouldn't feel tired. Seeing that the person wanted to eat the canned food, Susi let him eat it. He also pushed some spicy cabbage in front of the person. If they ate it today, there would be new things to eat tomorrow. There was a branch between the clouds and the water over there. The person who came didn't stand on ceremony with Susi. He picked up a piece of swordfish and ate it happily. After eating a piece, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He praised, tender as lamb fat, crispy as an old man's skin. Brother, am I right? Brother, you must have misheard. There is no woman in spring water. Listen to the soft sound. That is because I want to get more silk. Listen to the crisp sound. That is the sound of copper coins. I'm crazy about money. My surname is Sue. When I was begging on the street, I was ranked 4th. Everyone called me Susi. I'm afraid of being poor. When I have nothing to do, I think about how to make money. Of course, Susi couldn't admit that his thoughts had been guessed and misled. Oh, is that so? My father's surname is Wang. His name is Wei. His courtesy name is Magia. Wang Wei, Wang Magia. Brother Sue's business must be good. How come I have never seen this iron box before? Chapter 682. When Susi heard the introduction, he suddenly felt that the name was familiar. When the shopkeeper brought the wine over, he remembered who Wang Wei was and asked, "Are you the Minister of War, Wang Sima? I've heard a lot about you." Minister Wang is a Jin sure. I've heard a lot about you. Susi knew who Wang Wei was. He often passed by this place and was familiar with the names of the local officials. He had heard of Wang Wei before. There was also some information about Wang Wei. He was very good at poetry, painting, and zither. He was a Jinsher at a young age and was now a secondary grade 5 official. Wang Wei was not surprised that Susi knew his identity. As a businessman, he naturally wanted to know more about the local officials. However, when he mentioned the position of Minister of War, he felt a little lonely. After all, he was no longer in the capital. When he became a local official, he was not the official he liked. It was not as good as his initial position as Minister of War. He drank a big mouthful of wine and exhaled with all his might, as if he wanted to expel the annoyance in his heart. Then he said to Su Si, "Sima Yi Dong, when there are so many trivial matters, it is not easy to find leisure time. Today, we finally came out with great difficulty. Why don't we let the farmer smell the soil and raise a cow to walk around and pick up grass to feed it?" "Brother Mo Jia, I beg to differ. It's better to be an official. I can do something for the common people." Sitsong joins the army. As long as the storehouse is well managed, the accounts are aligned, the things in the storehouse are not damaged, and they are often maintained. When the province is used for the common people, he will be happy. If the farmers can increase their income, the merchants can circulate their goods in the market, the workers can make better tools, and the scholars can spread education, why worry about the Tang Empire not prospering? Take this small wine shop, for example. It is small, but it can provide convenience for pedestrians to rest. If you let me be the Minister of War, I will take good care of the warehouse. I will not let the food be eaten by rats, and not let the cloth be eaten by insects. If there is space in the warehouse, I will plant some mushrooms. After they're dried, they can be eaten by the people in the yamen. If there is an extra dish, I can give it to the poor when the people lack food. Susi refuted Wang Wei's idea of avoiding the world. What was wrong with managing the warehouse? It was also a skill to be able to manage it well. In this world, someone had to do it. When the people under the shed heard Susi's words, their eyes lit up. When they looked at Susi again, there was a trace of admiration in their eyes. Those who already knew his identity couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Everyone said that the Zhang family and the Wang family were good, especially Zhang Zhong, who was a good official and loved the people like his own children. It seemed that this was not a lie at all. Even a servant in the courtyard had such ambition. How could the master's family be any worse? Uncle Su, you are right. If all the officials in the world can be like Uncle Su, we will have good days ahead of us. Uncle Su, my father just said that he wants me to follow you to Luoyang for further studies. In the future, I want to be an official and contribute to the people. With a look of admiration, the little bird settled down and followed him. Wang Wei, who wasn't surprised when his identity was called out, was surprised. He looked at Susi again and found that he wasn't someone who only cared about money. There weren't many merchants who could say something like that. He looked at Susi again and then looked at the iron box again. Only then did he notice that there was a dark pattern on the iron box. There were 2 lines of words on it. The first line read, "Take care of yourself and rest well." The second line read, "It's hard to do things 1,000 miles away. Family members miss family members." At the end of the painting, there was also a painting of a rice seedling looking at the moon. Rice seedlings? Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Sanshui County. Are you from the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Wang Wei finally knew the identity of the person who was talking to him. Different rice seedlings were the unique symbol of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Anyone who had stayed in the capital didn't know about the Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Sanshui County. No wonder the fish in the iron box was so delicious. No wonder Su Si didn't sound like a businessman. Like master, like servant. Wang Wei also understood why Su Si dared to refute an official even though he knew his identity. There were many officials in his family, so why would they care about a 5th-rank official? There had always been a rumor in the capital that the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family could directly replace all the officials in a province. Even if all the officials in Luoyang died one day, as long as Zhang Zhong was sent over, all the government orders would be carried out as usual. The rumor was true. Su Si would probably do a good job in his position. After knowing Su Si's identity, Wang Wei's attitude became better. I didn't expect Brother Su to have such an identity. What Brother Su said just now, I will remember in my heart. I will definitely think of a way to manage the province's warehouse well. But this position, Sai? Su Si was still as calm as before. After hearing Wang Wei's words, he said, Brother Magia, do you feel that it is a waste of your talent? If you can't even manage a warehouse well, even if you become the prime minister in the future, don't you need to consider the warehouse? I don't know about other places, but in the inner court, if you want to do something, you have to start from the beginning. For example, how could I be sent out to do big business at the beginning? The Zhang family didn't let me do any business. I was only responsible for setting the price in the market. I learned as I did. After arranging the market, I had a lot of experience. Then I was sent out to do something else, but it was still not a big business. Even if a big business was given to me at that time, I wouldn't do it. I felt that I didn't learn enough and would delay the affairs of the family. Later on, I learned a lot and tried to take charge of things. Now, I could take charge of things independently. I feel that the officials of the imperial court should be the same. Now that you're the prime minister, do you know how to govern this country? Do you know what the production of the land is like? What do the people want to grow? Why do the left bank of some rivers have a stronger impact than the right bank? How can you minimize the impact of this impact on the dam? You don't have to be proficient in everything, but you have to at least understand it. No matter how good a poem is, it can't govern a country. No matter how good a painting is, it can't benefit the people. Even if you play the zither well, it can't let the people eat more meat. If that's the case, you can only manage one thing and not the overall situation. This is called culture, and you can't be the prime minister. My master was the top scorer in the imperial examination. Why did he have to go to Huayuan County to be an official? Why did he go to Luzhou? Why didn't he go to the capital now? Is it because he can't go there? You have to learn. My young master killed the other party in an economic war and lost everything. But didn't he have to go down and be a small official? My young lady led the army for thousands of miles, but she didn't say that she wanted to be an assistant minister in the Ministry of War. You have to know what you want to do in the future and what you need to know. You can't reach the sky in a single bound. Su Si felt that Wang Wei was a good person, so he told him more. In fact, he was also telling himself that he had to do things honestly. Otherwise, the higher he flew, the easier it would be for him to fall. At this time, not only was Wang Wei listening, but the people around him were also listening. The words were very normal, but some people knew this but did not do it. At this time, a person beside him said, "Yes, that's right. I'm a farmer, and I also want to have a world where I can produce 10 dan of grain per moo. However, I have to plant little by little. I have to pick out the good seeds every year and plant them next year. I have to fertilize, weed, and water. If I lack any of these, I can't expect to grow good crops. If an official doesn't know anything, how can the people live?" Wang Wei was in his 20s, and he had put his heart and soul into other things. His family was good, and he always felt that he was very good since he was young. He also passed the Grand Scholar exam and was directly given the position of Minister of Peace. Even now, he was still a rank 5 official. He wanted to learn from the ancient people and live in seclusion or wait for a better position to be given to him. He didn't do his best to be a minister of war. At this time, when he heard Su Si's words, he understood many things. He couldn't blame Su Si for not caring about his position. Other than the fact that Su Si had a lot of officials, the Zhang family didn't lack literary talent. Zhang Zhong was the top scholar, and in terms of practical work, the Zhang family and Wang family were better. Under such circumstances, why would Su Si look up to someone who couldn't even be a good soldier? Wang Wei also knew why Zhang Zhong was an official. He was jealous of Zhang Zhong. Why could he choose his own position and go to any position he wanted? It turned out that Zhang Zhong didn't choose his position because he wanted to be promoted quickly. He wanted to learn more so that he wouldn't harm the country and the people in the future. Only a top scholar would be willing to be a small county magistrate. He even felt that joining the army was too low. In terms of fighting, he couldn't be compared to Cuckoo. In terms of economy, he couldn't be compared to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao had already become a rank 9 official and didn't enter the Ministry of Revenue or Ministry of War. But he insisted on entering the capital to become a higher-ranked official. Sai, when he felt that he didn't have the chance, he wanted to learn from the ancient people and live in seclusion. He hoped that the imperial court would value him. But now, he finally understood that the imperial court needed officials who could work. The people also didn't want to meet a prime minister who only knew how to read and write. When Su Si saw Wang Wei like this, he gave him an idea. Brother Magia, don't think that you can't do anything just because you are in charge of the warehouse. In fact, you can also make money from the warehouse. It's just that you have to take risks and do it secretly. How do I make money? Wang Wei was puzzled. Managing a warehouse was equivalent to stealing things to make money. Then what would happen when the higher-ups check the warehouse? There are old grains in the warehouse. No one is willing to eat them. Take them out to make wine, and don't let anyone find out. The wine can be sold for money. Feed the distillers grains to the pigs, and the pigs can be sold for money. Then you can buy new grains and store them in the warehouse. Won't you make more money? If you're not greedy, you could buy all the grains. When the higher-ups find out that there's too much rice, you can find a way to tell them. Remember, if you want to do this, you can only use old grains and not new grains. Grains that are more than 3 years old are very little. Even if you open the warehouse, it won't affect your work. Or you can use your own money to buy new grains and store them in the warehouse. When the grain is sold, you can take out your own money. You might not have a lot of money, but you can start a warehouse first. When the time comes, you can use the money you earn to do this. I'm just saying, think about it carefully. When I'm free, I will ask Little Young Master. Little Young Master has a lot of ideas and is not afraid of causing trouble. Su Si gave Wang Wei an idea. It was a good idea, but he didn't care if it was successful or not. He was not as capable as Little Young Master. Wang Wei looked at Su Si in astonishment. He couldn't help but admire Su Si. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family was really powerful. Chapter 683. The heart is in the tide. The will is in the tide. The body is filled with lofty sentiments. The sea is in the tide. The waves are not stopped. The wind is lonely. The rain is lonely. A hand parting the clouds to reveal the sun. The snow vanishes from the world. After hearing Su Si's suggestion, Wang Wei was prepared to give it a try. No one liked to eat dry grains, and they were about to rot. Why not brew wine? The kind with high alcohol content could be sold to the Dei hospital to be used as alcohol. It could also be used to soak medicine and drink slowly. If he did not have enough money, even if he had a warehouse, he would not be able to replenish it. It was dangerous to sell it secretly. His family might not have enough money. Besides, transporting it here took a lot of time. He could not wait. After thinking for a while, Wang Wei thought of Su Si. Brother Su, do you have extra money? Lend me 500 strings of coins, and I will give you 5% interest. Su Si nodded and then shook his head. 500 strings of coins is not a lot. I can take it out, but I can't lend it to you, and I can't ask for interest. I will lend it to you on behalf of my family's young master. According to the family rules, the inner courtyard cannot lend money to outsiders. Write a receipt and send it to you tomorrow. Wang Wei did not care who borrowed it, as long as it was useful. He agreed and put it on Su Si's guqin. Brother Su, do you have extra guqin? Give me one. Su Si thought that a guitar was not expensive, so he took it off and handed it to Wang Wei. He also drank the wine in the bowl with Wang Wei. The main reason was that Wang Wei wanted to eat canned fish and spicy cabbage. He was not afraid of the saltiness. Even the fermented bean sauce was in his mouth, leaving nothing behind. He also wanted to eat the canned food. Su Si was much more relaxed now that he did not have anything on him. He also lightened the weight of the boat. He continued to walk to the destination with the little bird and wrote a letter to the young master and his wife. He told them about what happened today. The days were getting warmer and warmer. It was the best time to raise poultry and livestock. The areas south of the Yellow River were the first to take action. Under the orders of the imperial court, The local government started to help the local people learn how to raise livestock. They could save on food and increase the amount of meat, leather, and feathers from poultry. In Zhuangzi, the owner's family bought a thermometer and registered it with the government. This thing was very strict. If it was damaged, it had to be handed over, and if it was lost, it had to be recorded. Ordinary people without money would apply to buy it in villages, and the price was not low. A lot of cherries and Xiao Hong's books were sold. The money earned by the Zhang family and the Wang family from the sale of the thermometers was sent to Lu Zhou so that he could continue to build ships. The bigger the better. If they could not build a ship for the time being, they could research it with all their might. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also received Su Si's letter today. Even if Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about literature, he knew who Wang Wei was. After reading the letter, he said to Wang Wan, "Red beans are born in the southern kingdom, and only a few branches will grow in the spring. May you pluck more of it, for it is the most lovesick thing." Are you very touched? I've heard it too many times, so I don't feel anything. His paintings are not bad. Think of a way to get dozens of them and wait for them to appreciate in the future. Wang Wan seemed to be very calm. She didn't get excited just because the other party was Wang Wei. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of an important problem and said, "Do you think Wang Wei won't be able to write so many good poems in the future with Su Si's interference? Why are you worried about this? A real poet can write poems under any circumstances. Poems are also a reflection of life philosophy. Maybe his poems will be better. If that's the case, I really hope he won't write about red beans." His wife died very early, and she hasn't died yet. After his wife died, he didn't marry again. I don't know what kind of illness she died of, so we have to pay attention to it. Wang Wan sighed. Now that the medical school was developing bit by bit, many diseases that should have killed people could be saved. She hoped that more lives could be saved in Tang Dynasty. So that's how he wrote about red beans? Then was he and his wife as loving as Mandarin ducks? Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know about this kind of history. Mandarin ducks are not as loving as you think. It's just that sometimes they swim together in the water during mating season. I'd rather be a wild goose. When I see them hugging each other, I feel very good and warm. I'll meet Wang Wei one day. After all, he's also a famous person. Zhang Xiaobao was excited for a while before he put his energy on other things. He didn't know how many ships came from Japan this time. Yesterday, it was sent to the county. It was estimated that the ore could be refined for 3,000 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaobao still bought it back at the price of 2,400 strings of coins. It seemed that the Japanese were also very happy. Maybe they felt that it was better to exchange silver for so many copper coins than to leave it worthless in Japan. They were also asking around about how to buy good technology, such as how to make thermometers and how to get the thing that could be used to fill a person's body with salt water. They invited officials to dinner, gave gifts, and went to find women together. The result was needless to say. The technology was in the hands of the Zhang family and Wang family. How could they give it to them? In a few days, Japan will send some silver or... In fact, it's not easy for them now. In order to learn better technology, they have to submit to the Tang Empire. It's quite pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan when he thought of the Japanese's respectful and cautious appearance when they met the Tang people. "You mean that we should help them and teach them the technology?" Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. "There's no need to teach them the technology. It's too difficult to learn. We should help them and let their people become rich. Therefore, we can increase the flow of goods between the Tang Empire and Japan. We can ship silk to them and let them wear better clothes. We can give them advanced tools to cut trees so that they can grow more food and solve the food problem. They just need to give up the useless minerals. We should help them if we can. The world should be peaceful and friendly." Why do these words sound so comfortable when they come out of your mouth? Why don't you say that we should include them in the Tang Empire's territory? Wang Wan asked with a smile. The transportation is inconvenient. It's impossible to rule them. Besides, they won't do it. That's a problem of political power. Whether it's a big or small country, they all have their own political power. If you want to talk about Xinluo, it's fine. It's just a river away. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Xiaobao really did have such a plan. Although it was a little difficult to make it a reality, it was a little difficult. Wang Wan didn't want to continue talking about the impossible with Zhang Xiaobao. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao out and said, "The craftsmen are all here. Thank you to Yamamoto and the others for helping us to raise the craftsmen for a long time. We have to hurry up with the repairs. After the pilgrimage, it won't be long before your father comes to the capital." In the past, when I read the reports, it was said that Zhang Shuo went overboard this time. He arranged for his own people to be promoted, and other people couldn't squeeze in. Those who participated in the pilgrimage were directly given a rank, 5 official position, regardless of their original rank. I wanted to write a letter to him and tell him not to do that. Perhaps he could stay in the position of prime minister for a while longer. But I was afraid that he wouldn't listen to me and insist on doing it. When the time comes and something really happens, he'll think that I'm behind it. What should I do? There's such a thing. Li Longji wants to deal with the prime minister. I feel that Zhang Shua's position is very stable. Who can topple him? Zhang Xiaobao had never heard of this matter, but he knew that the prime minister would change in 2 or 3 years. Zhang Shuo was the current prime minister. Everything happened at the same time. Who asked him to think that his position was stable? He was careless. People always look for their own positions. Sometimes, they can't blame others. You should know one of the people who dealt with him. Li Linfu, he's still a minor official. I don't want him to be promoted. Wang Wan began to explain the official case to Zhang Xiaobao. She meant that she did not want to give Li Linfu any chance. Zhang Xiaobao understood. A key historical figure was about to appear, and Wang Wan was prepared to suppress it. Hence, he said, "Why don't we invite Li Linfu to go on a trip to the sea? Luzhou's place is not bad. The wind is strong and the waves are strong. There's also our Commandery Prince Li's mountain resort, which has very few tourists. Don't you think Li Linfu was very bad from the beginning? He didn't have much ability. Isn't that so? Li Linfu is quite capable, and he wasn't bad in the beginning. But so what? I just dislike him. There's no reason to dislike him. All right? There are many people who can do things. It doesn't make a difference whether he's included or not. He's Napoleon, and I won't give him a chance to organize the artillery." Wang Wan expressed her thoughts very directly. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment. She was right. Why did she have to care whether someone was famous or not? Zhang Xiaobao was just a minor official now. He agreed. That's a good reason. No matter how powerful he is, we won't give him a chance. The reason is that you don't like him. Very well, Li Longji can take down people he doesn't like. Are you worse than Li Longji? Your decision is my insistence. If you don't like anyone, you can deal with them. Tomorrow, we'll write a letter and ask the tour group in the capital to organize a free trip. Who asked you to kill someone right away? We'll organize a tour group and then kill Li Linfu. Do you think others won't be suspicious? Wang Wan was happy. This was the right way to go. There was no need to explain to others, and there was no need to ask for a reason. She wanted to deal with someone because she wanted to. Who can suspect us? We didn't have any contact with him. It's an accident. It's definitely an accident. There are too many accidents in this world. Before an accident happens, his emotions will be very stable. Zhang Xiaobao was good at this. There will be better opportunities in the future. It's too early now. Who will believe that our tour group will invite a minor official? If we invite too many people, the imperial court will not agree. If we invite too few people, it will be too obvious. Also, don't always mock officials. Sometimes officials have no choice. If they don't say things, they will lose their position. Wang Wan rejected Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion and prepared to look for other opportunities. No, you're thinking too much. Let's go quickly. If you really want to protect Zhang Xiaobao, we'll help him from the side and force him to not be able to get his people in. If he tries to stop us, then he's courting death. He can't blame others. The place where the model was to be placed in Buixin County had been chosen. The people were very cooperative. After the new place was circled, they rushed over with their families and started the construction of their new homes. The wood used to build the houses was provided by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They also burned a lot of bricks for them. The quality was not good, but it was better than mud. In addition to building materials for the people who needed to move, each family also provided 4 piglets and 20 chicks, 1 male and 19 females. They also used the shells of river snails to make simple feed, which was enough for the chicks to eat for 3 months at a time. Originally, they also wanted to compensate some money, but the people didn't want it. They found the old lady, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan, who promoted them, and said that they were already very satisfied. As long as they could still find work for their family members in the future, according to what they said at the beginning, they would be fine. Seeing the empty space, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Look, the people are so good now. There are no nail houses." With this kind of compensation, it's impossible to have a nail house in China. It's not like other countries. They don't give up their land at will. Even the railway has to go around. The people in China are the best. Now there are only 20 models. It's estimated that it will take at least a year to build all the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the scene in front of him and was very satisfied. The people who lived here not only moved away, but also helped to tear down the original houses. They piled the mud and rotten wood together, fenced the outside of the well, and dug out the original toilets. The supportive action was very moving. Knowing that they were going to start work, He Wei also came today. He wanted to see what could be done. He stood at the side, sometimes looking at the well, sometimes looking at the place where the mud was piled up. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrive, he came closer and said, "The people in the county are better than in other places. When the people in other places move away, sometimes they need to send soldiers to watch over them. Otherwise, the people are not willing to leave the home they have lived in for a long time, let alone help to tear down the houses. That's because everyone treats Baoxin County as their own, not the officials. Naturally, they have to build their own place well." Wang Wan understood the thoughts of the people very well. "Yes, it's like this. In the future, I will definitely remember what happened today. The yamen doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the people of this place." He Wei had now given up on the idea of corruption. When the construction of the county was done, the 500 strings of coins he paid would bring endless money to his family. It was also the first time he realized that being an official could be so comfortable. As long as he proposed something, the people would help him. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao nodded to Ernie beside him. Ernie took out a large piece of paper and began to call out to the resting craftsmen. This batch of craftsmen was originally hired by the Four Seas Academy. After selling the silver ores, they wanted to rent the craftsmen to the people who bought the ores to build the county, refine the silver, and process the jewelry. The people from the Four Seas Academy had a good idea. Unfortunately, they encountered Zhang Xiaobao. The silver ores were just left there, and the craftsmen couldn't afford to keep them. They couldn't afford to keep them, so they could only give some compensation and dismiss the craftsmen. As a result, they were taken over by Zhang Xiaobao. The wages given were not as much as the people from the Four Seas Academy. Even so, the craftsmen who came over were willing to work for Zhang Xiaobao. This was because they knew that if the wages were lower, the benefits would be higher. They would have a good house to live in, and they would be provided with good food and drinks. If one of them was chosen, they could let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bring them back home. Then, they wouldn't have to worry in the future. Following Erniu's call, the craftsmen gathered. Erniu unfolded the paper and said to everyone, "Take a look at the picture first. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me as soon as possible. First, I will introduce what we are going to do. Our Tang Dynasty has beautiful scenery and abundant resources. Every place has its best side. Thus, the current emperor wants to make small models of everything in the Tang Dynasty and place them in the palace. However, the emperor has the heart of a saint and cares for the people of the world. The palace can't always let everyone in. Thus, he wants my family's young master and young lady to follow the palace's model and build a similar place in Baoxin County, so that the people can experience the scenery of the Tang Dynasty together." Erniu clearly knew that things weren't like this, but he still said this. How could the people know about the original exchange of benefits? They really thought that the emperor cared about the people. After hearing this, they were very excited, especially the craftsmen who would really participate. They knew that in the future, good places would be built by their own hands. This was a kind of honor. It wasn't like they were building an imperial mausoleum, so they weren't afraid of being punished in the end. It was right to come, just like this. Even if they only provided food, clothing, and shelter for their family, it was fine without any wages. Don't think that it's easy to do things with a map. Every place has its own style, so you don't need to propose your own style. You must immerse yourself in it and imagine yourself as the people of that place. It's okay if you can't think of it. Someone will tell you the story. This requirement is very high, and you need to adapt to every style. It's an all-rounder. Those who are capable will go up, and those who are mediocre will go down. Those who feel that they can't do it can withdraw in advance. You will be compensated. Ernie continued to explain. At this time, it was time to choose people. Hiwei also chimed in. Just like the logistics camp in Ijo, everyone in there is capable and can fight all day. If you want to do things for the Zhang family and Wang family, you must have the ability. As soon as he said this, the craftsmen were not convinced. Who was afraid of who? Wasn't it just doing things according to the specific situation of each place? Just look and listen, and they would understand. All of them rolled up their sleeves, ready to go all out. The people in the periphery also joined in the fun and voiced their agreement. In the future, Washin County would definitely be better than other places because there was something that only the palace had. Another reason was that since this place was going to be built, it needed people to help transport things. It was also a job. Seeing that things were about to be done, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Hiwei each took a shovel and dug the first shovel of earth. Then the sound of firecrackers rang out, and the construction site began to work. At this time, Cherries, who had not been seen for a few days, came back. She looked angry and walked up to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She said, "Little master, little miss, someone is pestering me and asking me to be his concubine. He said that his family is rich and is bullying me." "Oh, there's such a thing? Let me see who dares to ask my Cherries to be his concubine. Rich? How much money? Cherries, I agree that you should use your private savings to crush him." Chapter 684. Yes, smash him to death. Cherries finally smiled when she saw that her wife supported her. She looked around and reached out to someone standing in the crowd. When she saw the smiling person, she said to Wang Wan, "Young lady, it's him. When I was helping Hiwei think of a way to raise the tortoise, he passed by and saw me. Then he came to pester me every day." Wang Wan stood on tiptoe to look. She didn't know him and didn't have any flags to show his identity. She thought for a while and said, "Cherries, you stay with me and Xiaobao these days. I'll see if he dares to come again." "Okay, I won't go anywhere." Cherries replied happily. She didn't look at that person anymore. She just stared at the construction site and looked at the flying dust. She didn't look at others, but others were looking at her. They moved closer little by little. They squeezed through the outermost crowd and stood beside Cherries. They said to Cherries, "Young lady, it's really fate that we meet again. I heard that the Fengwu Pavilion in the county is good. Why don't I invite you to taste it?" When the people next to her saw this person, they thought that he was so shameless. His footsteps were frivolous, and his face was pale and slightly flushed. It was obvious that he had overindulged. His face was big, not fat but swollen. Cherry stood between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and replied impatiently, "I don't know you. Stay away from me. If you do this again, I'll ask someone to teach you a lesson." "You don't know me? It doesn't matter. I'm the eldest son of Butler Wang. Do you know me, young lady?" The person didn't care and said proudly. Wang Wan turned around and looked at the person up and down. She asked, "Which eldest son of Butler Wang? Do you know who she is?" "Oh, there's an even younger lady. Not bad, a beauty. I like her. Isn't she Cherries, a servant of the Zhang family? She knows how to use a thermometer to hatch chickens and ducks. I have a lot of chickens and ducks at home. When she comes to my home, I'll let her take care of them. Young lady, who are you?" The person began to stare at Wang Wan again. Wang Wan didn't know where this idiot came from. Seeing that the person's mouth was dirty, she said angrily, "I'm your ancestor, Xiaobao. Beat him. Break his legs." There was no need for Wang Wan to say anything. Xiaobao was already standing behind the man. He kicked between the man's slightly open legs and hit the target. Aya! With a scream, the person fell to the ground with his hand covering his genitals. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to stop. He grabbed a piece of dirt from the ground and rode on the person's body. He pulled the person's hair and smashed the dirt in his hand into the person's mouth. The dirt was used to build houses for many years. It was as hard as stone. In a few hits, the person's front teeth were all smashed out. Blood flew everywhere. The person couldn't shout anymore. He wanted to get up despite the pain in his lower body. Zhang Xiaobao hit the person's temple twice. Finally, the person was confused. He continued to smash the person's mouth. After smashing the front teeth, he smashed the person's cheeks. Before the people around could react, the person's teeth were all smashed out by Zhang Xiaobao. His face was badly mutilated and blood foam came out of his mouth. Zhang Xiaobao got down from the person's body. He said to the two Yamen runners who were still in a daze, "What are you standing there for? Bring the fire sticks and break his legs. He dared to molest my woman. If I let him die a quick death, I'll take his surname. Be quick." The two bailiffs came back to their senses and were also very angry. They clashed with the fire sticks, and with two cracking sounds, both of the man's legs were broken. The man let out an inhuman scream from his throat and immediately fainted. Pour water on him and wake him up. Zhang Xiaobao was still angry. He didn't want to let go of the person who had done it before. A basin of water was poured down. The person on the ground woke up again. His throat made hoarse sounds. He struggled to turn his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with eyes full of fear. Cherries couldn't watch this bloody scene. She turned her head to the side. Wang Wan squatted down with a smile and asked sweetly, "Handsome young master, do you still like me?" The people around who knew about Wang Wan's past understood that this person was finished. Cuckoo smiled. His voice was so pleasant. He was probably not far from death. Young master, what happened to you? Who is it? Who hurt my young master like this?" "Finished, you're finished. Do you know who my young master is?" "My young master is the eldest young master of Generals Wuwei, Duqua, Keifu Yi, and the three ministers." "You're finished. Quickly hand over the murderer." For people squeezed in from outside the crowd. They ran to the person lying on the ground and shouted to the people around them. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Good, what a high-ranking official. So he's the son of Wang Maozhong's housekeeper. How impressive. He clearly knows that Cherries is a member of the Zhang family, but he still dares to speak like this. It seems that he doesn't put the Zhang family in his eyes. How impressive. Come, break the legs of these 4 people for me." The people around them were frightened when they heard the names of the officials. Just as they were worried about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they heard that Zhang Xiaobao still didn't want to give up. The two bailiffs hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and rushed forward. They raised their sticks and smashed them. They had to knock them down first so that they wouldn't break their legs. Otherwise, they wouldn't wait for them to make a move. The 4 people also jumped up and fought with the two bailiffs. They seemed to have similar skills, but 4 people outnumbered 2 people. After taking 2 hits from the sticks, the bailiffs' weapons were grabbed by others. Now that they were fighting again, they obviously didn't have the upper hand. The bailiffs anxiously wanted to find help, but Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao weren't there. The guards also didn't follow, so there was no one to help them. At the crucial moment, before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could kill them, He Wei shouted, "Someone is bullying our Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Go, beat them to death." The people who were worried a moment ago finally didn't care about the other party's identity. They surrounded them and punched and kicked them. There were even women who stretched out their hands to grab them. The 4 people struggled for a while, but they were finally outnumbered. They were beaten down by the people. There were even children who imitated Zhang Xiaobao and threw dirt at their faces. He Wei wiped his sweat and stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to protect them. In his heart, children were children. They couldn't beat adults. When the people finished venting, 2 of the 4 people fainted. The other 2 were covered in blood. The 2 bailiffs whose faces were swollen didn't forget to carry out their duties. They came over and broke the 4 people's legs. Cheng Er spat out a mouthful of blood and sucked in a breath of cold air. He cursed. "Why don't you take a look at where you are? Is Baoxin County a place where you can behave atrociously? Everyone, Cheng Er thanks you. Now that this matter is over, Cheng Er invites everyone to Feng Wu Pavilion for a meal." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood out from behind He Wei. They tidied their clothes and bowed to the people. The people's hearts were useful. They clearly knew the other party's identity, but they still rushed up to fight. These were the people under their rule. If they didn't let them live a good life, they would be letting down today's matter. When the people saw that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who were the most adorable in their hearts, weren't injured, they felt relieved and returned the greeting. They had a good fight, but they still dared to bully Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They were simply tired of living. Among the 5 people lying on the ground, one of them was very strict and could still speak. He said firmly, "Just you wait. My master won't let you off. Even if you admit your mistakes now, it's too late." "Ha, good. Your bones aren't soft. Admit your mistakes? Let me tell you, I don't plan on letting you go back alive. If you weren't Wang Maozhong's subordinates, I would still let you go. Since it's him, you will all die here. I will send your corpses back to Wang Maozhong and let him go to Xingqing Palace to file a lawsuit." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Maozhong and Gao Lishir didn't get along. Wang Maozhong looked down on eunuchs. Since he had acknowledged his godfather and received benefits from his godfather, he had to give his godfather some face. He couldn't always receive without paying. Wang Wan also said to Zhang Xiaobao indifferently, "It seems that the conflict will be brought forward. Now is not a good time. It's good to leave a good impression on Li Longji first. Go to Luoyang and ask him to transfer 300 people from the first protection team who have never experienced a battle. Expand the second protection team and guard the house well. I'll see if Wang Maozhong will send people to cause trouble." He Wei sighed. He now knew that he had to pick a side. The immortals were going to fight, and none of them were easy to deal with. Wan Wan wanted to transfer the guards over, and he guessed that it was going to be a big fight. He did not know if Wan Qi would come over. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished bowing, they cupped their fists and said to the people around them, "Today I, Zhang Xiaobao, am grateful for everyone's help. I hereby swear to the heavens that within a year, if I can't let the people in the county live a good life and provide for the old and the young, I will be struck by lightning. Everyone disperse. Cuckoo, and I will take responsibility for today's matter." As soon as these words were said, the people couldn't take it anymore. They shouted one after another. This was everyone's matter. If they wanted to take responsibility, then they should take responsibility together. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't need to worry. They didn't need to be afraid of how many people the other party sent. There were outsiders who, after asking about the matter, felt like they were dreaming. Wang Maozhong's men were all beaten up when they came. There were so many people around them who were shouting for help. Could this be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's ability? Drag these 5 people down and interrogate them. Ask them why they came here and ask them about other things. Then let them sign their names. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 5 people lying on the ground and said to the 2 Yamen runners. At this time, the Yamen runners didn't need to do anything. The people would help. They now thought very clearly. Wang Maozhong was powerful, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't bad either. Moreover, the people they beat were the servants. No matter how powerful Wang Maozhong was, he wouldn't dare to go against the Zhang family and Wang family for a few servants. The servants weren't important. Of course, the servants of the Zhang family and Wang family were important. This matter was caused by cherries, who usually taught the people on their side how to hatch chicks. The most important thing was that Wang Maozhong couldn't let them live a good life. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could. If they didn't protect Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who would they protect? The 5 people were dragged away like this. They should be interrogated to get a lot of information that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked at He Wei, who already knew which side to take. He said, "County Magistrate you have done a good job in governing the county. First of all, congratulations to County Magistrate He for being an official in Wanyan County next year." County Magistrate He was very happy. He understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. If he settled the county's matters this year, His position would be confirmed next year. If it were anyone else who said such words, he would laugh in disdain. However, Zhang Xiaobao said it differently. The Zhang family and Wang family had the ability to arrange positions for others, but he didn't know what benefits they would use in exchange. Just as he was about to agree, He Wei suddenly thought of something. Hence, he replied, Registrar Zhang, I actually want to work under a higher-ranking official. For example, an official in Luoyang. I wonder if young Master Zhang can fulfill my wish? County Magistrate, have you thought it through? Some people are not allowed to betray others, be it now or in the future. Zhang Xiaobao understood He Wei's words. He wanted to be an official with his father. I've thought it through. As the saying goes, a son doesn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a dog doesn't abandon a poor family, much less a person. County Magistrate, he immediately expressed his loyalty. That's good. Next year, the Ministry of Personnel should be short of manpower. I'll have to trouble County Magistrate, he first. Zhang Xiaobao was prepared to let his father be an assistant minister in the Ministry of Personnel next year, so he could bring He Wei along. He Wei replied gratefully, Good. That's good. I won't feel aggrieved. I won't feel aggrieved at all. He really didn't feel aggrieved. He would be able to enter the capital next year. It was indeed not bad. The Zhang family and Wang family could decide what officials they wanted. If they said they would enter next year, they would definitely be able to enter. How bad would it be to follow such a person? Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, why did you get into trouble again? At this moment, the old man Pai and company rushed over with their guards. The moment the old man Pai appeared, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan unhappily, Grandpa Bai is here. Someone has taken a fancy to Cuckoo and wants to marry her as a concubine. My family's cherries is also not going to let her go. The eldest son of Wang Maozhong's butler is very powerful. What about Xiao Bao? Zhang Xiaobao said aggrieved. The old man Pai and company didn't ask in detail. When someone came to report that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were fighting with someone, they didn't have time to ask and directly brought people over. Now that they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, their eyes widened. The eldest son of Wang Maozhong's butler? You guys beat him up? We beat him up. Not only him, but also the other 4 people. We beat them up. All of their teeth were knocked out and their legs were broken. What should we do, Grandpa Bai? Will there be trouble? Zhang Xiaobao looked worried. They beat them up well. Only their legs are broken. What about their arms? Cuckoo, let Grandpa take a look. It's all Grandpa's fault. Grandpa is too late and let Cuckoo be wronged. Old man Chang interrupted and pulled Wang Wan over. He looked left and right, afraid that she would get hurt. His heart ached. Wang Wan felt that the 3 old men were really interesting. She stuck out her tongue and said, Grandpa Zhang, don't worry. Cuckoo didn't make a move. Everyone helped to beat them down. Well, I guess so. If Cuckoo made a move, the 5 of them would have been dead. Don't worry, leave it to Grandpa. Since they bullied Cuckoo, they're just a few servants. Don't go back. Old man Chang touched Cuckoo's head. Although he was always scheming with Cuckoo and Xiao Bao, when something really happened, he couldn't let the 2 little guys be wronged. Who would dare to be Cuckoo's concubine? Old man Yao also chimed in. Wang Maozhong sent people over to apologize this time. I'll pretend that nothing happened. If he dares to cause trouble again, I'll see how many people in Tang still remember me. I'll impeach him now. Old man Pai didn't want to ask more about the specific situation. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't people who would take the initiative to cause trouble. Usually, when they met an opponent, they would take a step back and give the opponent a chance to choose. Why did He Wei come over? It was because he didn't do a good job in the past and sent himself to be punished. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't say that they would do anything to He Wei immediately. Fortunately, He Wei was sensible and knew what to do immediately. If someone was thinking about Cuckoo, even if it was just words, Xiao Bao wouldn't agree. Usually, Xiao Bao often cooked for Cuckoo. Yes, it was Wang Maozhong's fault. They had to impeach him directly. After the 3 old men comforted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they went back to write letters. Old man Pai and old man Yao directly impeached Wang Maozhong. Old man Chang wrote a letter to Zhang Jiuling and asked him to help. This time, regardless of who was in charge, they had to suppress Wang Maozhong. Without Wang Maozhong, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could replace him. Without Wang Maozhong, who could replace him? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the three old men had gone to help, they felt that today's opportunity was very good. With a call, the people who helped were all invited to the Fengwu Pavilion to treat everyone to a meal. The owner of the Fengwu Pavilion first wrote a letter and sent it away. Then, he arranged the place and asked the chef to cook well. The Fengwu Pavilion would treat this meal. The 5 people who were captured and interrogated were miserable. The bailiffs personally took action. Their methods were numerous. They were interrogated separately. As long as someone said something different, they would immediately be punished. If it was just this, it would not be a big deal. However, the bailiffs were ordered to get more useful information. How could it be useful? Naturally, they would say whatever they were told. After a round of interrogation, they obtained a lot of information. The 5 people who were tortured to the point where they did not look human said whatever they were told. In the end, they pressed their fingerprints. After the bailiffs finished interrogating them, the people brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to interrogate them. They were like light bulbs that did not sleep. Every once in a while, they would change people. Some of the questions they asked were questions they had asked before, and some were questions they had never asked before. After 3 days of continuous interrogation, as long as the 5 people opened their mouths, they would ask what Wang Maozhong had done. It was very uniform. If they asked anything else, they would not get anything. Anyone who knew this situation was more and more afraid of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This method was proposed by the 2 of them. Zhang Xiaobao finally did not kill them, but making them look like idiots was probably worse than killing them. Wang Wan also came up with a lot of ideas. She was most familiar with this kind of torture at that time. Unless a person had been specially trained and needed the help of drugs, ordinary people would not be able to withstand this method. Xiaobao, it's easy now. What are you writing? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao after seeing the things that were interrogated. I'm writing a method to extort a confession. Give it to my godfather. This should be very useful to him. Is it really unacceptable to be a eunuch? Chapter 685. Zhang Xiaobao wrote down most of the methods that he and Wang Wan knew to extort a confession. He did not write about the drugs. The medical school was studying it and would give it to Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir should need it. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Gao Lishir to be like a saint. He only wanted him to be as loyal as possible and protect the Tang Empire as much as possible. Behind all the sunshine was darkness. It was the first time that he and Wang Wan used such a method. Zhang Xiaobao heard from Wang Wan that Wang Maozhong looked down on eunuchs, just like how Zhang Shuo looked down on people who worked their way up from the bottom and did not have any literary skills. So he did not agree. What was wrong with eunuchs? At least eunuchs would not rape good women. It was said that eunuchs treated their wives better than many normal people. Because of their physical defects and psychological pressure, they understood the difficulties of a woman better. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "In fact, it is the same as a femme fatale. Men are not willing to admit their mistakes. What can they do? They push the blame to women." I remember a woman said that it was not because of love, but because she was wronged by the previous circumstances. Flowers will fall and bloom in their own time. It is always the East Emperor's fault. If you go, you'll go eventually. How can you live? If you have a head full of flowers, don't ask where you go. It should be Yen Rui who said that. I look down on such a man. Who should bear the responsibility? If you don't even have the courage to face the responsibility, what is the point of living? Eunuchs are the same, because many eunuchs have harmed the country. Indeed, after the Tang Dynasty, your godfather set the precedent for eunuchs to have great power. Such things happened in various dynasties in the future. But if you really ask, are eunuchs more harmful to the country or normal people more harmful to the country? In many people's view, eunuchs should have no dignity. They're the kind of people who are very bad. What about Zheng He? Because of this, Wang Maozhong looked down on your godfather. In the end, He was dealt with by your godfather. No matter how loyal he was, as long as the things he did were easy to be suspected, then it would be difficult to explain clearly. If Gao Lisher knew what we did, he would definitely be very happy, but we must not let him come forward. Wang Maozhong is very good at raising horses, and he also has a close relationship with the 2 division's 10,000 riders, especially since he is a great helper for Li Longji. This time, don't even think about defeating him. It's not the right time yet, but we must fight. We must show our might and let other people know that the Zhang family and Wang family are not pushovers who can be crushed as and when they want to, even if they are meritorious officials. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao did not know about this matter. He had never learned about it, unlike Wang Wan, who was doted on since she was young. She was a genius and knew a lot about certain things. After hearing Wang Wan's words, he said, "Is it really impossible to get rid of him?" Wang Wan knew what kind of person Li Longji was, so she suggested to Zhang Xiaobao, "You can, as long as you're willing to hand over the technology of the repeating pistol and single-shot rifle that we've just developed." Li Longji doesn't care about meritorious officials. He'll do it even if you ask him to cut Wang Maozhong into pieces. Are you going to hand it over? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. "I'm not a fool. I won't hand it over. No matter what, I won't hand it over. The secret with Liu Zhou must not be leaked out now. Unless we have more advanced weapons, then we can consider giving the original to others." Without the deterrence of force, how can we live freely in this era? I don't want to have to kneel in front of Li Longji and beg for his help one day, no matter how much I've been wronged. Who's he think he is? Is my dignity something that others can control? I'm not using force to force him now, because he's not bad now. When I play with him, I'll pretend to be a child and look cute. However, we'll grow up one day, and this game can't continue. Once Li Longji stops treating us as cute children, this game will be over. If he gives us 2 sniper rifles, who in this world can say that they're safe? Cuckoo, I haven't asked you yet. Are you accurate with your gun? Why don't we have a competition sometime? You're a man, yet you're bullying a little girl. Moreover, you're an underage little girl. How can you be so shameless? I can't shoot accurately. I can only shoot 10 times while the target is moving. My best result is 92 points. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and told him her results. Are you serious? When the target is moving in the mountains, and you're moving as well, you can hit 92 points with 10 shots. Is it a shotgun? A distance of 5 meters. Zhang Xiaobao knew what she meant. It was a blatant provocation. Why would I lie to you? I've been touching guns since I was young, and I've even been to the hospital. Do you think that you're the only one with talent, and that everyone else is an idiot? I've been practicing shooting since I was 6, and I've always suffered some minor injuries. I started using handguns that aren't too powerful to train my strength bit by bit. In the end, I switched to a rifle. I've been shooting for 24 years, so what do you think my standard should be? When I was in the Central Military Academy, I could even perform simple psychological calculations based on my feelings. Otherwise, why do you think the Special Investigations Department would send me out to capture you? Don't the Intelligence Department know about your capabilities? Give me a handgun, and I'll let you do some dodging actions. Why don't you try to flip over a wall in front of me? Wang Wan shook her head proudly and looked at her hands out of habit. When she saw that there weren't any calluses on her hands, she finally came out of her original world. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not as accurate as Wang Wan. He said, unconvinced, "Then let's compete in the jungle. I don't believe that I can't conquer you." You look like you've developed quite well. No wonder that person said that. Let me take a good look. I reckon that you'll be able to, right? Xiaobao, you're a hooligan. Now I know. What do you want to do? Don't touch me. You're a child who doesn't know anything. If you continue like this, I'll really separate from you. Wang Wan was hugged in Zhang Xiaobao's arms. She twisted with all her might and said angrily, "I just want to experience it. We've always been together, so I didn't notice. This isn't our time. There's actually a crime of rape between husband and wife. Besides, I've done nothing but hug. You're always hugging me at night, so I can't hug you during the day. Tell me, when should we get married?" Zhang Xiaobao really didn't pay attention to Wang Wan's development in the past. Today, when he took a closer look, she was indeed different. She looked like a little beauty. Hugging Wang Wan in his arms, he realized that she was growing up bit by bit. It was the same for him. At least 16 years old. Otherwise, it'll be too harmful to the body. We have good nutrition and we exercise regularly. We develop early. I reckon that by 16 years old, we'll be like an ordinary person at 20 years old. Aya, why am I telling you this? Let's go and talk about serious matters. I reckon that Li Longji is biased towards us and will find things for us to do. For example, he clearly wants to help us, but he insists that we give him some benefits. Of course, it's fine if we don't give him any benefits, but the game between us won't be fun. Think about it. What benefits should we give him? Why do I feel that he's become a child the moment he meets us? Wang Wan really liked Zhang Xiaobao's embrace. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao also liked to be hugged by her. It was comfortable, but she couldn't do that now. As she spoke, she pushed Zhang Xiaobao away and began to talk about this matter. Cuckoo, let's not talk about Li Longji first. Let's talk about why Wang Maozhong's servant came this time. Doesn't he know the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family? That's impossible. Nowadays, as long as it's an official with some connections, who doesn't know the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Who would be at a loss after hearing about between the clouds and the water? If he knew about it, how could his servants not know about it? But his butler's eldest son still came, and the moment he arrived, he set his eyes on Cherries. Why do you think? I feel that we have to start from Cherries' abilities. Cherries can determine the temperature with her hands, and she's very proficient in breeding. At the very least, she's much more proficient than the people of this era. The idea of using male livestock sperm to breed with female livestock that have taken an aphrodisiac or estrogen was proposed by Cherries. We only talked about her ovulation and fertilization, but she already thought of reproducing during the unnatural estrus period. I reckon that Wang Maozhong must have taken a liking to Cherries' talents, so he sent someone to woo her in hopes of getting Cherries to help him rear the horses. After all, he's in charge of the great Tang's army, and that represents the mobility of the army. Perhaps Wang Maozhong thinks too highly of himself, thinking that our servants aren't worth anything. Out of respect for him, we'll betroth Cherries to his butler's eldest son. But he doesn't know that our thoughts are different from his. Most of the time, we care more about our dignity. Putting aside the fact that Cherries' talents can't be taught to others, even if she can, we can't let Cherries become a concubine. Besides, that brat isn't worthy of Cherries. His family is rich, but how much money do you think they have? Cherries should have at least 30,000 strings of cash now, right? Seeing that Wang Wan was getting down to business, Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about this situation. He analyzed human nature for Wang Wan. He was quite an expert in psychology. Of course, at this time, there was no fixed pattern of psychological changes. Psychology was not a dogma, but a study of psychological analysis. Every era was different, but the general idea was the same. After hearing this, Wang Wan felt a sense of crisis. In other words, he has set his eyes on us. It's just that he made a mistake in his judgment of the situation. He doesn't understand our personalities, and he doesn't understand the butler's eldest son very well. I think he didn't expect the butler's eldest son to provoke me. Exactly. So this time, if we don't use extreme measures, we can't beat him. You don't want to beat him down directly. Of course. What's the use of beating him down? There's still the other person, the leader of the 10,000 riders. If I beat him up, the other person will definitely be unhappy. He'll think of ways to make trouble for me. If I beat the other person down, how can we still play this game? The leader of the 10,000 riders is also Li Longji's close vassal. If you beat up 2 people in a row, then we can just show our strength and end this game. Tell Li Longji, don't think too highly of yourself. We don't want to do anything to you. I still want to play this game for a few more years. Once the 2 of them get married, they'll be finished. Tell me, what results can we achieve this time? Wang Wan told Zhang Xiaobao what she was thinking. She didn't want to use other methods immediately and wanted to rely on her age advantage. You wanted to say it. I'm guessing that he'll tell Li Longji about how pitiful his subordinates are instead of reporting their grievances to the royal court. If that's the case, many of the ministers will know that he's clashing with our two families, and it's the kind of conflict that doesn't involve reason. Even if he's Li Longji's favored vassal, he won't be able to withstand the attacks of the ministers. That's because many of them aren't Li Longji's original followers. They don't want the people from that time to be so impressive. In the end, of course, we'll learn from him and complain about how wronged we are. Isn't this the rule of the game? We don't want to immediately reveal other things to others, so let's play together. I'm prepared to give him a benefit, which is a new technology. We'll give him the improved version of the Kongming lantern, which is the hot air balloon. In exchange for benefits, we'll make him favor us. With the efforts of Grandpa Bai and the others, we'll definitely be able to make Wang Maozhong reluctantly give up on his butler. This won't just be a matter of one servant. Once others know that the reason for the conflict is because we try to protect his servant and Wang Maozhong sent him away, it'll be a huge blow to him. What do you think our servants are thinking? And what do you think his servants are thinking? Zhang Xiaobao decided that since it was Wang Maozhong's men who made him unhappy, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Even though he only lost a servant, what he really lost was his prestige and the trust his subordinates had in him. And his subordinates would be even more loyal. Wang wanted to know if it would work, but she still agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. She nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. We'll go and make the hot air balloon now. We already have the technology, and we just need to put it into practice. What do you think we should do if Li Longji gets too excited and gets into trouble? He's not a fool. How can he get into trouble before the technology is ready? It's easy for accidents to happen on a plane. There's so many leaders flying around. Just tell him not to get into the hot air balloon first. If he really wants to get into the hot air balloon, we can make a big airbag below. If he feels that something is wrong, he can just jump down. I don't think he dares to do that." Zhang Xiaobao was very clear about this problem. He hugged Wang Wan tightly and pulled her out of the room. Wang Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was said that no matter how powerful a man was outside, once he met the woman he loved at home, he would become very attached to her. It seemed that this saying was true. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to develop the hot air balloon, Old Man Pai and the other two sent letters to Beijing one after another. Of course, Wang Maozhong also knew that his servant was being carried back home. On this day, Li Longji was watching a song and dance in Xingqing Palace. Gao Lishir went out in a hurry. When he came back, he looked like he wanted to say something. When Li Longji saw Gao Lishir's expression, he knew that something was wrong. While watching the song and dance, he asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with Gao Lishir today?" Gao Lishir was waiting for this sentence. He showed a sad expression and said, "My adopted son Xiao Bao is in trouble. Is it because he didn't control the new county magistrate well? It doesn't matter. It's time to deal with him. It doesn't matter if he dies." Li Longji thought that it was this matter, so he said casually, "Your Majesty, it's not this. After the new county magistrate, He Wei, came to Baoxing County, he actually changed. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo worked together to let him know the mistakes he made in the past. Now, his reputation in the county is very good. Every day, he has to tell the new county situation to the people. The people are very supportive. Yes, he changed. I don't know what kind of tricks Xiao Bao and Cuckoo used." Gao Lishir continued to talk. This time, Li Longji was also puzzled. He Wei knew that ordinary people couldn't control him unless they killed him. Why did he change after coming to Baoxing County? Gao Lishir hurriedly explained the methods that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had used. He did not mention why he had said that he did not know what methods the two of them had used. Now, he knew everything. Li Longji didn't have the time to find fault with Gao Lishir's words. After listening to Gao Lishir's words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Capable minister. This is my capable minister. Xiao Bao and Huan Huan knew that I didn't want them to kill people, but instead gave me a good official. They're indeed capable. Lishir, this is a good thing. Why did you say it was causing trouble?" Li Longji was overjoyed. It was easy to deal with a person, but it was difficult to make a person good. He didn't expect that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would understand his meaning. It was rare. Your Majesty, it's not just this matter. This is a small matter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Isn't it just making an ordinary official into a capable minister? It's too ordinary, and the two of them can do it casually. It was someone who took a fancy to Cuckoo and wanted to take her as a concubine. He even used frivolous words. That insensible adopted son of mine didn't know how to calm down and beat him up. He almost killed him. It's all because of this subject's lack of discipline. Gao Lishi's face was full of regret as he said sadly, "Who dares to touch Cuckoo? Isn't that Xiao Bao's man? Why didn't he just beat him to death? Xiao Bao is too soft-hearted. Cuckoo was taken advantage of by others, so how could he spare her life? This won't do. I have to reprimand him." Li Longji had just finished rejoicing when he heard about this matter. The first thing that came to his mind was that his concubine was taken advantage of by others. This was too much. Who didn't know that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were together? Furthermore, Cuckoo was a famous general of her generation. She wasn't bullied in Tubo, and now that she was back in Great Tang, she was taken advantage of? Your Majesty, it's fine if it's an ordinary person, but this time, it's Wang Maozhong, the eldest son of Lord Wang's butler. His leg was broken by Xiao Bao in a fit of anger, and both Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are worried about him. It's all this subject's fault. Gao Lishi continued to add fuel to the fire. As expected, when Li Longji heard that it was Wang Maozhong, he paused for a moment. But when he heard that it was the butler's son, he said angrily, "Why didn't he break his neck? What is his family doing in Baoxin County instead of staying in their own home?" At this moment, someone came to protect them. It was Wang Maozhong. Li Longji was still fuming over this matter, and when he heard that the culprit was here, he bellowed, "Let him in." How would Wang Maozhong know that someone was slandering him? The moment he entered, he kneeled in front of Li Longji and cried, "Your Majesty, please uphold justice for this subject. This subject's family has been beaten up by others, and they're on the verge of death. It's all because they provoked a little girl." Chapter 686. This time, Wang Maozhong was sent back by the Jinwu guards to deliver a few good communication horses to the Jinwu guards. At the same time, he also wanted to visit Li Longji. When he returned to the capital, he found out that his servant was beaten up badly. If it was someone else who dared to beat up his servant, he would have turned around to find trouble with the other party. He would bring a few hundred soldiers and scare the other party. However, the place where he beat up his servant was different. In Baoxin County, Zhang Zhong's son, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wang were involved in this and were the main instigators. If he really wanted to bring a few hundred soldiers there, he estimated that the soldiers would be scared to death. Not to mention, the imperial court would be in chaos for a while. Wang Maozhong could not ignore his servant being beaten. After thinking about it, he went to Xingqing Palace and cried. In the side hall, the emperor was not in the main hall. The side hall had just sent a set of models. It was not easy to do it in a distant place. Jiangyi province was closer, so he made a model of the capital and the surrounding areas. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the roads in the capital were not the original dirt roads, the kind that occasionally had some stones. Instead, they were paved with compacted mud in the middle, and there were square bricks with lattice on both sides. Each square brick had a small word on it, which was the Book of Songs. One had selected the contents from it. There was also a magnifying glass that could be used to look carefully. When Wang Maozhong came in, Gao Lishi no longer spoke for Zhang Xiaobao. He stood respectfully beside Li Longji and gave Wang Maozhong a very gentle smile. Wang Maozhong ignored Gao Lishi and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, please help this subject. This subject's servant was beaten up because of a girl. Your Majesty, this subject's servant is always considerate of this subject. This subject can't ignore this." Wang Maozhong wasn't stupid. He didn't immediately tell Li Longji how he should deal with him. Instead, he brought up his servant. He was also Li Longji's servant and had a good relationship with him. By saying that his servant was good to him, he was telling Li Longji that he was also good to Li Longji. "Maozhong, get up quickly. Why did your servant go to Baoxin County for no reason? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are still young and don't know how to reason. Don't lower yourself to their level. Why don't we let them pay for it? How about we give each of them 500 strings of cash? Li Longji did not want to see Wang Maozhong and Zhang Wang's families fight, so he wanted to be a peacemaker. What he meant was that it did not matter who was to blame for this. It was not easy for all of them. Since Wang Maozhong's servant was beaten up, he should pay some money and let this matter pass. Wang Maozhong thought that Li Longji would speak up for him, but he didn't expect him to say such a thing. What do you mean by unreasonable? If he were to ask the Tubo people about this, would they believe him? 500 strings of cash per person sounded like a lot, but based on this price, with the financial resources of the Zhang family and the Wang family, wouldn't they be able to beat up their own family members every day? Your Majesty, the reason why I sent people over was to invite the Zhang family to discuss raising horses with me. I heard that the Zhang family and the Wang family also have people who are good at this. I didn't expect that they would be beaten up just a few days after arriving in the county. Your Majesty, please help me. Wang Maozhong said, according to the words he had prepared. In fact, he was also angry with the housekeeper. Nowadays, many people raise poultry and livestock well. He had also read the book written by Cherries. There were many aspects that he did not think of. Her words were straightforward and clear. She was a great talent. Therefore, he ordered the housekeeper to think of a way to win Cherries over. Who knew that the housekeeper sent his son over? The way to win her over was to marry her as a concubine. This was not a big deal. A servant should marry a servant. However, how did that boy offend Wang Wan? He was beaten up, so he had to stand up for himself. Otherwise, wouldn't others think that he was afraid of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Afraid of Zhang Zhong? He could only avoid the important and dwell on the trivial and find excuses. Li Longji did not care about who was right or wrong. He was interested in the meaning of Wang Maozhong's words. It turned out that the girl named Cherries of the Zhang family was good at raising horses. It seemed that the land of Feng province was not wrong. In the future, there would be more horses in the Tang Empire. Whether it was for war or transportation, it would be very convenient. Thinking of this, Li Longji asked Wang Maozhong, Maozhong, do you have good horses for breeding? Your Majesty, yes. I ask people to take good care of them every day. Your Majesty asked me to raise the horses. I feel that the horses are my family. Wang Maozhong did not know why the topic changed to raising horses again. He just answered the question. Really? Then, since Maozhong likes horses, why don't you take out 1,000 good stallions and send them to the Zhang family and the Wang family in Feng province? After a few years, I will have them return you 5,000 good horses. Firstly, the Zhang family and the Wang family will spend a lot of money and energy. Secondly, raising the horses will require Cherries. When the time comes, you will know how well she raises them. It is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you think? Li Longji felt that he had found a solution. Wang Maozhong's eyes almost popped out. What was this? He came here crying and complaining. Not only did he not get any benefits, he also lost 1,000 stallions. 5 years later, 5,000 stallions was indeed a lot. It was enough to tire them to death. But who knew what would happen 5 years later? Your Majesty is wise. It is indeed killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It is a good idea. Gao Lisher joined in the fun. If one looked carefully, one would find that he was secretly pinching himself to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Li Longji was also very proud. Let's do this. Come, Maozhong, I will show you what Great Tang's Gongji province looks like. As he spoke, Li Longji gestured for Wang Maozhong to come over and handed him a magnifying glass. Look here, this is Fengzhou, the place where you're going to deliver the horses. On the way to the capital, there is a desert. It can be described as yellow sand mountains. Every winter, there will be heavy snow. After crossing the desert, you will arrive. Wang Maozhong held a magnifying glass in his hand and stood beside the model, listening to Li Longji's explanation. Then he looked at Gao Lisher, who was measuring the distance with a ruler, and wondered if he was still dreaming. While Li Longji was excitedly showing off his skills as a tour guide, the construction site in Baoxing County was also bustling. No matter how big the capital's Xingqing Palace was, It was not as big as a county. There was too little land available, so the model was very small. There was space in Baoxin County, so Zhang Xiaobao asked people to make the model twice the size of the capital. However, it was not so detailed. It was not that it was impossible, but that it could not be done. This was to prevent people from using this as an excuse to attack. If the details were slightly lacking, there would be problems. One was exquisite, while the other was crude. First, he had people flatten the ground and smeared it with cement. On the cement, a red carpet was laid. It was not made of wool, but of pig's hair. It was dyed red. Ordinary people would not be able to feel good when they stepped on it. The first model was also a model of Gongji province. The surrounding space was relatively large, and there were many signs with colorful pictures of Gongji province's animals and all kinds of snacks. They were all popular snacks, except for Savant's restaurant and Joy House. There were also a few empty signs. When there was enough publicity, or when people were attracted to watch the model, they would advertise it for the bold businessmen. This kind of advertisement was more powerful than the advertisement in a certain competition. It used the method of promoting culture to directly position the businessmen. People who had seen the snacks or local specialties when they really came to the capital, if they did not go to the places on the signs to have a meal or buy something, it would not be authentic. Of course, if they wanted to advertise here, the price would not be low. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan believed that many businessmen would rush to spend money. This was because this was not just a simple advertisement. In the future, it might be written in a book and leave a name for eternity. As long as the model in the capital did not collapse, the reputation of the businessmen would not be lost. He Wei did not understand why there were a few empty signs. He humbly asked, "County Deputy Wang, do you know Registrar Zhang's intention? To advertise, to open a door for the excellent businessmen of the Tang Empire and build the Tang Empire civilization. At the same time, you can also make some money. You will open a small shop here with the 500 coins. The shop will sell a few snacks in Gongji province. All the businessmen who spend money to advertise will have a chance to have their snacks sent to your shop to sell. They will not sell it for free. You will keep all the money, and the businessmen will give you another publicity fee." Wang Wan explained to He Wei. He Wei very cleverly filtered out the words about building the Tang Empire civilization. He grasped the most important point, which was to make money. He took other people's things and sold them. "Master, it seems that we have not learned enough," He Wei's housekeeper whispered. "That's right. Work harder." He Wei finally knew what kind of business he could do with the 500 coins. It was indeed a big business. He could make a lot of money with a small capital. He asked Wang Wan again, "County Deputy Wang, there are still a lot of snacks. Why not make a few more brands? Things are precious when they are rare. If there are too many of them, who will be willing to come and fight for them? First, sell the spots of a few brands. In the future, every 10 days or half a month, or even longer, take out 2 or 3 more brands. This is called the hungry sales method. You don't need to look at Xiao Bao. I know how to do these little tricks. This is the way it is in the early stage. The future development will be better." Wang Wan was thinking about how to get people to be willing to come and visit. One was to advertise that only the models in the capital and the local area were available. Another was to find famous people to write and draw. It would be better if Li Longji could come and visit. Or they could open a branch of Dei Hospital in the county. "County Deputy Wang, I wonder if I can be included in the follow-up work?" He Wei asked expectantly. "No, I'm afraid that you can't handle it. The follow-up work is to send people to check all the shops that are advertising. If they do not meet the requirements set by me and Xiao Bao, we will compensate them for the advertising fees and cancel their advertisements. Then, we will report to them here. We can help them train their staff, design their stores, and provide them with other support. Every once in a while, we will select their service staff at a certain place and assess them. The same goes for the chefs. Then, we will give them a rating based on the same category of things. Those who score high will have their advertising plates enlarged and promoted in other places. Those who score low will be given 3 months to remedy the situation. Do you dare to intervene in this matter?" "No, Who knows who is behind a certain businessman? But do we need to accept bribes to make money? He Wei knew that he could not handle it. Once you succeed, you don't need to accept bribes. There are many ways to make money. You can think about it first and then compare with it. How could Wang not know what kind of benefits the rule maker would get? Now, the most important thing was to pull in as many people as possible from the aristocratic families. Chapter 687. The two young eunuchs were afraid, and the people below were also nervous. They were worried that the hot air balloon would suddenly fall from the sky. If that happened, it would not be as nervous as the death of two people, but the failure of the hot air balloon. That was what Li Longji thought. He did not care about the life and death of the two eunuchs, but he was afraid that his hope would turn into disappointment. If that happened, he did not know when the next experiment would be. At the same time, if he wanted to go up in the future, the officials would definitely stop him because it was dangerous. The two young eunuchs' voices were getting louder and louder. One of them said to the other, "If I fall, then you will be on top of me. Perhaps with me as a cushion, you can still survive." "Don't say that. I don't want to fall. Besides, even if I fall, I won't be able to survive. Turn down the fire and don't throw the sandbags." Official Gao said that the current sandbags are not used to adjust the height. As long as the fire is big enough, the hot air balloon will continue to rise. At the beginning, the bottom of the balloon is fixed by people holding onto it. The sandbags are specially used to escape. If we suddenly fall, then throw all the sandbags down. Perhaps the falling speed will be slower. Also, don't jump out of the basket. There's a cushion specially made by the Zhang family and the Wang family at the bottom of the basket. It can reduce the impact of the fall. How high is it now? The other young eunuch did not allow the first eunuch to speak. He did not want to speak blindly before something happened above. In the end, something bad really happened. The people below had already started to protect Li Longji to prevent anything falling from above from hitting the emperor. The rope was not too thick, but it was very sturdy. There was still a long way to go. The hot air balloon was flying higher and higher. It was estimated that it was now 150 feet high, and it was still flying higher. Li Shi, it seems that the hot air balloon can indeed carry people. Even if something happened this time, it does not mean that the hot air balloon is wrong. Li Longji said to Gao Li Shi. He was afraid that if it failed, others would not let him go up in the future. Gao Li Shi understood. At the same time, he was willing to listen to Li Longji's explanation. This was because if they failed, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not have too much responsibility. After all, if they really did fly, they could blame the failure on the people above them for not being good enough. Thus, he replied, "Your Majesty, you can't go up immediately. Even if you succeed, you have to wait for a few more tests. Also, the manual says that if you want to go up, you have to be accompanied by someone. There are also two people from the Zhang family's Miao Unit 0 who came along with the hot air balloon. They can try their best to ensure your safety." Li Longji nodded. He had someone bring over the clairvoyance and looked up. He really wanted to fly up and take a look himself, but he knew that it was impossible. While they were talking, the hot air balloon had already risen to a height of more than 300 feet. It was impossible to measure the height directly, but the length of the rope was recorded. Every set distance, there was a number written on the rope, letting people know how long it had been. The two little eunuchs were no longer as scared as before. Since it was already like this, they might as well accept their fate. When the balloon rose to a certain height, the two of them adjusted the size of the fire and also looked down with the clairvoyance. They just happened to meet Li Longji's gaze. When Li Longji saw the people above looking down, he happily waved his hand as a sign of encouragement. This made the two little eunuchs extremely excited. They took out the dragon flag from the basket, hung it properly, and waved their hands at the people below. "Your Majesty, it seems like it's a success. As long as they come down safely and fly a few more times, Your Majesty might be able to go up and take a look. However, you have to bring along the two people sent by the Zhang family to wait outside the palace." Gao Li Shi said happily, "Yes, there are still two people waiting outside. Let them come in and take a look. After hearing Gao Lishi's words, Li Longji realized that there were still people outside. They were the most powerful guards of the Zhang family, and they came here on behalf of the Zhang family. He couldn't be too negligent, so he hurriedly asked someone call them. In fact, there was no need for them to come in. At this time, the two people outside had already seen it. The hot air balloon was not small, and it was flying so high. Not only the two of them saw it, but other people who occasionally looked up at the sky also saw it. A big thing was floating above Xingxing Palace. What was it? It looked like a Kongming lantern, but they felt it was very different. The people in the palace were the first to know. As soon as someone said this, others immediately looked up at the sky to see what was flying above Xingxing Palace. The people outside the palace also stopped one after another, wanting to know the reason. Soon, someone reported this matter to the ministers. The ministers also stood outside and looked in the direction of Xingxing Palace. As a result, more and more people came. The people around the palace stopped moving, and the traffic was also blocked. Some people were far away and couldn't see clearly, so they tried their best to squeeze forward. After a while, they found that the thing in the sky was still as big as before, even if they squeezed forward dozens of steps. At this time, Zhang Shuo was staying in the secretariat. When he heard someone report, he took out his clairvoyance and stood outside to take a look. This time, he saw clearly that it was a big thing with a basket hanging below it. There was a dragon flag flying above the basket, and two little eunuchs poked their heads out and waved back and forth. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shuo couldn't care less about official business. He hurriedly trotted towards Xingxing Palace. Now, he somewhat understood why the emperor insisted on riding a bicycle everywhere. It was too far to walk. If he had a bicycle now, it would be much easier. When Zhang Shuo arrived at Xingxing Palace and saw the emperor standing there under protection, he was relieved. He was really worried that the emperor was sitting in the basket just now. Minister Zhang is here? Come here, let's take a look together. Seeing Zhang Shuo come over, Li Longji said and waved at him. Zhang Shuo didn't look happy like the others. He nervously came to Li Longji and advised, "Your Majesty, you can't play with this thing. Who sent it? There are people on it. If it falls, both the people on it and the people on the ground will be in danger. This subject impeaches the person who sent this toy." Zhang Shuo made a gesture of protecting Li Longji with a sullen face. It seemed that he was ready to cause trouble. Hearing this, Gao Lishi couldn't take it anymore. It was his son and daughter-in-law who made this thing with great difficulty. How could it be said to be so unbearable? Impeach? Well, it was possible to impeach now. The two children were officials. But that was absolutely impossible, so he retorted, "Lord Zhang's words are wrong. How is it a toy? This thing is related to life and death. When the army is in formation, it can see the situation below clearly from above. If it can fly to the enemy's head and throw down the grenades that Cuckoo used in battle, Lord Zhang, do you know what the consequences will be?" Zhang Shuo was stunned by Gao Lishi's question. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that Gao Lishi was right. If this thing flew to the enemy's head, not to mention throwing down a grenade, even throwing a rock could kill them. If one of them flew above the imperial palace and carried a big bag of explosives, it could ignite and throw it down the moment the emperor came out of the hall. What Gao Lishi said was what Zhang Xiaobao wrote in the letter. When something was invented, it was usually used in the military, and the hot air balloon was the same. Li Longji really did not expect this. He was just thinking about going to a higher place to take a good look at the capital. Now that he heard Gao Lishi's words, he took a deep breath and said, "No wonder Xiaobao and Cuckoo wanted people to make hot air balloons. It turns out that they're useful in battle. If Cuckoo's army is equipped with dozens of hot air balloons, with grenades on top and light cavalry below, who can beat her? It is already very powerful in the past. Does official Zhang understand?" Zhang Shuo nodded, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he suppressed the idea of impeaching. He was too anxious just now and did not ask who sent the thing over. Only now did he realize that he had not thought it through. Other than the Zhang family and Wang family, No one else had the ability to make something that could fly people into the sky. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could not be impeached. Besides, now that it was clear that it was not for fun but to be used in battle, it was important and could not be taken lightly. But when he saw the rope below, he realized that something was wrong. He asked again, "Your Majesty, can it really be used in battle?" But it still needs to be tied down with a rope. Once there is no rope, who knows where this thing called hot air balloon will fly to? And how will it fly above the enemy? Li Longji could answer him on this point. He took out the manual and handed it to Zhang Sha, saying, "This thing is not completely finished. There is also a power system that has not been installed. Once it is installed, it will be able to move freely in the sky when the wind is not too strong." Yes, this subject understands. Zhang Shuo could not say anything else. Since it was something that the Zhang family and Wang family had researched, they should have thought of this point. Moreover, the research of the two families was done in stages, improving bit by bit. This was brought over to make the emperor happy. "Your Majesty, this thing is too lethal. Should we not allow the Zhang family and Wang family to make it in the future? Let the Ministry of War handle it. There should be people in the Military Weapons Surveillance Bureau who can cooperate." Zhang Shuo thought of what had just flashed through his mind. He was afraid that if there was a day when he could not control the Zhang family and Wang family, they would use the hot air balloon to blow up the imperial palace with explosives. That would be troublesome. However, Gao Lishir was not satisfied. He said, "Lord Zhang, if we don't allow the Zhang family and Wang family to make hot air balloons, does that mean that in the future, even if they have better things, they won't have to take them out? If they don't do it, how can they improve it and make it better? Rely on the Ministry of War? Rely on the Military Weapons Surveillance Bureau? If they really had that ability, then today it would not be the Zhang family and Wang family sending hot air balloons." Zhang Shuan knew why Gao Lishir refuted him. It was the matter of his son's family, so of course he was not satisfied with him. However, he still persisted and asked, "Then if the two families want to harm your Majesty, official Zhang, you can't say that. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted to harm me, they would not have taken out the hot air balloon to let me know. If you can't even trust this, then wouldn't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's determination to kill enemies in Tubo be dampened? To be honest, I have always felt that if they want to harm me, there are many ways they can do it." Li Longji said to Zhang Shuo. In his heart, he really did think this way. This was because he could not guess what the Zhang family and Wang family would do, especially that poisonous needle on the belt. It was too hidden. If he could not trust anyone, there would be an official who would deal with him when he went to court. The things that the Zhang family and Wang family did were all out in the open. There was no need to hide it. Furthermore, Wang Xiaoer's father had protected him in the past. It was impossible for him to do anything to him. In addition, there were people watching over there. If he took too many precautions, who would trust him? The leader of the Jinwu Guards? Gu Fushun of the 10,000 cavalry? And Gao Lishir by his side? If they could not trust him, could it be that he had to do everything by himself? Thinking of this, Li Longji said to Zhang Sha, "When official Zhang came in just now, no one searched him. If official Zhang had something on him, wouldn't I also be worried? This official does not dare. This official is loyal to your Majesty and will definitely not do such a thing. If your Majesty does not trust this official will die in front of your Majesty." Zhang Shuo was frightened. These words could not be said casually. Sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. After saying this, he did not say anything else. He stood to the side and looked at the hot air balloon that was still flying in the sky. He knew that if he said anything else, it would mean that the Zhang family and Wang family were not trustworthy. He was loyal to the emperor, but did that mean that everyone else was not loyal? Gao Lishir also did not say anything at the side. In his heart, he was very dissatisfied with Zhang Sha. Their relationship was not bad, but he actually slandered his son and daughter-in-law. Everyone fell silent. After that, the rope that was pulling the hot air balloon was blown by the wind. The two eunuchs on the balloon had already risen to a height of 50 zhang. Even if they used the all-seeing eye to look down, they could not see as clearly as before. The two of them discussed for a while and took out a bigger dragon flag from the basket. They unfolded it and hung it by the side of the basket. When the flag was blown by the wind, it opened with a whoosh and fluttered in the wind. When the flag was taken out, cheers immediately sounded in the palace. Those outside the palace who could see the pattern on the flag were also very excited. The Great Tang's dragon flag was fluttering high in the sky. Other than the Great Tang, which other country could do this? When the people from other countries saw such a big flag fluttering in the sky, they did not know what to feel. This was especially so for the spies that Tubo had left in the Great Tang. When they saw the flag and the thing that could fly in the sky, they felt that it would be impossible for their country to catch up to the Great Tang in a short time. They were not fools. When they saw the flag that was suddenly hung up, they knew that there was someone on it. However, they could not see the rope and thought that the thing was floating in the sky and could even put people on it. From information they received from Tubo, it said that Devilish Cuckoo had a weapon that was much more powerful than fireworks and could kill people. If they could throw that kind of weapon down from the sky, how could they fight a war? Li Longji heard the cheers. Even though he was very far away, he could still hear it. He raised his head and looked at the hot air balloon flying in the sky. He sighed and said, "From now on, my Great Tang has no worries." Zhang Shuo and Gao Lishir both understood the meaning of this sentence. It did not mean that there would be no worries as long as there was a hot air balloon. It meant that with the existence of the Zhang family and Wang family, the thing was made by them. Ever since they were in Sanshui County, the Zhang family and Wang family had been constantly making things and taking them out. There were things that could be used in the water, things that could be used on weapons, and now there were even things that could fly in the sky. In addition, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who had learned many of the skills of the experts, were still young and could live for a long time. As long as they were around, there was no need to worry about anything that could not be dealt with. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Gao Lishir was also thinking for the country. He was also loyal to Li Longji. After hearing Li Longji's words, he softly congratulated him. Zhang Shuo also followed suit. Although he was very uncomfortable in his heart, it was not easy for him to reach the position of prime minister. He had suppressed all the people that he should suppress and gathered all the power in his hands. However, with the appearance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he realized that he could not use all the power he had. At least for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was impossible. Others had to listen to his orders, but the two of them dared to not listen. There was nothing he could do about them. When it came to military orders, once Wang Wan went out, it could be said that she was a general on the outside and would not listen to orders. He could not say that he was better than Wang Wan because of his experience in the border army. She had used corpses and blood to prove it. When it came to administrative orders, Zhang Xiaobao could also not listen because he was very proficient in economic matters. He could find 10,000 reasons to refute Zhang Shuo. His power was obviously limited. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shuo was thinking. What he was thinking the most was why he did not leave Xiaobao and Cuckoo in the capital to do things. That way, he could see them at any time. Looking at the hot air balloons sent by the two people, eating the food cooked by the two people, and listening to the two people talk, it would definitely feel very good. With regret in his heart, Li Longji did not want to continue watching the hot air balloons fly like that. He said to the people beside him, "Let them come down. Don't use force on the rope first. Let's see if the hot air balloons can slowly descend on their own." The people below immediately began to pass orders to the two eunuchs above. They used a large flag and waved it back and forth so that the two people above could see. At this time, the two eunuchs really did not want to go down immediately. After they found that there was no danger, they enjoyed the feeling of flying in the sky. Using the thousandly vision to see the scenery of the capital and feeling the cool breeze, it was very comfortable. Seeing the flag below, they could only suppress this thought in their hearts. They looked at each other and sighed at the same time. They did not know if they would have a chance to come up in the future. Perhaps this was the only chance in their lives. They lowered the fire bit by bit and felt the slow descent speed. The two eunuchs did their best to look at the surrounding scenery below, so that when they returned to the ground, they could tell others. They could not be ignorant. The overall time used to descend was much less than when they went up. After about a quarter of an hour, the hot air balloons slowly descended. The cloth on top of the hot air balloons directly covered the two eunuchs. "How was it up there?" After getting the two eunuchs out, Li Longji urgently asked. "Replying, Your Majesty, the wind was a little strong up there, but we were happy, especially when the flag was flying. We all felt that this was the happiest moment. Also, it was a little shaky up there, but that was all. At the beginning, the two of us were scared to death, but when we really stayed in the sky for a long time, we found that it was just like that. It was fine," the little eunuch quickly replied. He was so excited that his little face was flushed. After they left, he could tell others. At this time, the two members of Number Zero's protection team walked in from outside. The two of them were dressed in tight clothes and carried 3 big bags in their hands. When they wanted to come in just now, the people outside insisted on seeing what was in the bags. The two of them did not allow anyone to open the bags no matter what. If they opened the bags, it would be difficult to restore them to their original appearance. The bags contained parachutes that were personally sealed by the young master and young lady. After a series of inquiries, and with the assurance of the two of them, as well as Gao Lisher secretly arranging for someone to inform them, the two of them came in. "Are the two of you from Number Zero's protection team?" Li Longji asked despite knowing the answer. His eyes also looked at the bags and the two of them. Replying, to Your Majesty, "We are from Number Zero's protection team of the Zhang family. These 3 bags contain parachutes that were personally made and sealed by the young master and young lady. Basically, there is not much of a problem. If Your Majesty wants to go up to the sky, the two of us can follow Your Majesty, but Your Majesty must carry these parachutes on your back first." This time, it was Huzi who came with another person, so Huzi was in charge of handling the matter. When he heard Li Longji's basic question, he answered respectfully, "Oh, why didn't you give it to others just now?" When Li Longji heard that it was specially made by Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he knew that it was prepared for him. However, he was a little dissatisfied. "Your Majesty, you need to train to use this thing. Otherwise, it might not be useful at a critical moment. The two of us didn't come in just now. Otherwise, one of us can carry the other up. The two of us have already tried it in places with water. It's very useful. We have also gone up in the hot air balloon many times." Huzi continued to answer. He was stopped just now, so he had no choice. In fact, when he came, he had already received the young master's letter and brought 5 parachutes. However, he didn't need them. This time, only the emperor could use them, so he brought 3 of them in. Li Longji was already hungry, but he was still anxious to go up, so he could only let the two of them carry a parachute each and take a look at the sky while the hot air balloon had not yet deflated. Huzi and Li Longji were not afraid at all. They had done this many times. They entered the basket skillfully. As the hot air balloon rose, they threw down the sandbags one by one. When there was not a single sandbag left, they rose very quickly. Soon, the rope was not long enough, and the two of them reached a height of 120 feet. After covering up for a while, the two of them came down again. This time, Li Longji couldn't bear it and insisted on going up himself. He had already carried the parachute. Gao Lisher also wanted to go up. He asked someone to run a few steps and bring back the 2 parachutes that the two of them didn't bring in. He said that he would go first, and if there was nothing else, the emperor would go first. However, Zhang Shua didn't agree no matter what Li Longji said. He found all kinds of reasons to persuade Li Longji. Li Longji was annoyed. As long as he ordered Zhang Shua to go up, he would eat a simple meal below. Gao Lisher also followed. After going back and forth, Gao Shua felt that there really wasn't any danger. He was just a little scared when he was on top earlier, but after a while, he got used to it. He thought of another method, which was to get a lot of bedding and blankets to cover a large area below. After a few more useless words of persuasion, he let Li Longji sit in the basket. Chapter 688. When the Tang exhibition garden in Baoxin County was still under construction, Wang Maozhong sent someone to deliver a message, saying that he would take out 1,000 stallions for the Zhang family and the Wang family to receive. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court who knew about this matter knew that Wang Maozhong had lost the duel. Some people were still rejoicing in his misfortune. They were ready to continue watching the fun, thinking that Wang Maozhong would not give up easily and would fight a big battle with the Zhang and Wang families. As for whether it was on the surface or behind the scenes, no one knew. In any case, they were waiting for Wang Maozhong to make a move. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard that Wang Maozhong really gave out the stallions, they felt that it was funny when they inspected the construction site. Little Wang is really too much. He sent someone to poach, but the person he sent messed up. He even went to Little Li and said that he should give us 1,000 stallions. Zhang Xiaobao had a shovel in his hand. When he saw that the road was uneven, he would go and flatten it. After flattening it, he stopped and looked at the busy construction site and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan found a low place and asked Zhang Xiaobao to flatten it. At the same time, she replied, he said that he would give us 1,000 stallions. It would be good enough if 50 of them are still useful. He knows that we can't go to Li Longji to sue him. How can Li Longji not know the reason? If he goes to the capital to complain, Li Longji will pretend to be stupid and cover up the matter. As for whether he really gave us 1,000 stallions, it's not important anymore. If we write a letter, I think Li Longji will continue to pretend to be stupid. It seems that Wang Maozhong has not lost the emperor's favor. Let's wait. Then let's wait. If the game is good, we have to continue. Unless someone wants to stop playing, we will tell him that if he doesn't play this game, he will have to play a new game with new rules. The new game will not be as fun as it is now. Since he can't give us good stallions, should we also give him some fake information? Let him suffer a big loss? Anyway, with his level, he might not be able to see through it. Zhang Xiaobao was like a coolie. He took some sand from the sand pile beside him and filled up the lower area. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and waved to the people waiting for him to work behind him, indicating that they could continue to pass. Wang Wan waved at He Wei, who had just returned from the turtle farm. When He Wei came over, she said, "County Magistrate He, I need you to do something for me." Good, that's good. What is it? He Wei had become very humble and eager to learn. He did not continue to think about how to accept bribes and corruption. He wanted to be a good official. Most importantly, he wanted to keep up with the pace of Zhang family and Wang family. He Wei nodded respectfully and looked forward to Wang Wan arranging something good for him. For example, he could learn some knowledge or gather the people's hearts. County Magistrate He, go find Xiao Hong and tell her what I said. Ask her to teach you how to manage the overall management. The construction site is still too messy, and Xiao Bao has no time to talk to you. It's the same to find Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong can manage thousands of domestic animals very well. It's more difficult than managing people directly. Wang Wan had spared no effort in grooming He Wei for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was smart and knew when to pick a side. Secondly, it was to give Li Longji an explanation. Perhaps he could use this reason to become an important official in the future. He Wei still nodded respectfully and said, Good, that's good. I will go find Xiao Hong immediately. I have been doing a lot of things recently, and my body is getting better. As he spoke, He Wei straightened his chest. His belly was indeed lower, and he was not as fat as before. He meant that he had not been lazy recently and had been very diligent. Wang Wan nodded with a smile and said, Good, you're not too busy now. Do more things, and you will know what it's like to be busy in the future. Yes, I will do more. I will do more. He Wei nodded and trotted to find Xiao Hong. He understood the meaning of Wang Wan's words. It was very easy now. If he wanted to catch up, he had to continue to work hard. He did not doubt this at all. This was because he saw that when Cherries was arranging the place to raise the tortoise, in order to be able to return to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side as soon as possible, she was busy but not in chaos. When he asked, Cherry said that this was the real rhythm of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If the young master and young lady were busy, it would be very difficult. Seeing that He Wei did not even bother to put on airs and ran away, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Sometimes, educating a person really gives you a sense of achievement, especially a smart and sensible student like He Wei. Cherries and the others are all grown up. Should we ask them if there is anyone in the courtyard that they like? Xiao Hong already has one. Last time, I heard that when Xiao Hong was in a daze, she said to herself that she was going to get married next year. She wanted that boy to get a better place to live. She said that when a bird finds a companion, it knows to make a nest first. Her new house in the future can't be too bad. What about Cherries and Shirtu? Perhaps it is because they are single that Wang Maozhong has this idea. He really thinks that our family members are the same as his servants. He doesn't treat us as human beings and can be casually traded. Do you think that he will play dirty tricks behind our backs? This was a problem. Zhang Xiaobao had occasionally thought about it recently. The people in his family were getting older and older. In the outside world, people at this age would usually not be able to get married or get married. If a girl from an ordinary family was still not married at this age, she would be laughed at by others. Pomegranate and Cherries were in their own home, so no one would say anything to them. However, it was not a good idea to keep dragging it out. They had to find a good home. After thinking about it, he said, "At night, ask them who they like and arrange them to do things together. It is good to cultivate feelings. We can't just randomly choose one of our family members. We don't have to be afraid of older people. Others may not have the ability, but with their age, as long as they say that they want to find a husband, many people will rush to marry them. Of course, they are rich. Whoever marries them will not have to worry about the future. Just wait to enjoy life. Moreover, they're not bad looking and know a lot of things. However, the more they're interested in their money, the more I will not agree." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had always been in charge of Cherries' money. They did not keep much money for themselves, so they knew how much money they had now. For example, Pomegranate had also written a book about how to grow wood ears and mushrooms, as well as the exploration of fungi. However, it could not be published because the technology was confidential. However, every time she sold wood ears and mushrooms, she had to be given some money. In total, it was a lot. If it was not 3,000 strings of coins, it was at least 2,000 strings of coins. As for her real value, it was not enough even if it was 100 times more. It was not good to give her compensation directly, but when she had children in the future, she could use the compensation on her children. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Wang Wan's idea. Then ask around at night. You go and ask around. As for Song Jinggong, I don't know who he likes now. If he is really going to get married, he should be able to tell us. After all, they can't be together secretly. Ernie Yu is not young anymore. All of them are going to leave. Why would they leave? It's not like they are not in the inner courtyard. Do you think that in a few years, we will really have to return Wang Maozhong 5,000 horses? When that time comes, I reckon that it will be impossible to use bad horses to deal with him. Wang Wan was prepared to continue leading a group of people around her. Soldiers made of iron could not be kept as small soldiers just because they were useful. They had to be released. It's still early. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I reckon that Wang Maozhong will not cause trouble for a period of time. The 5 people in his family who have been asked silly will remind him of many things. For example, when he asks, the 5 of them will follow the script we made up and say all kinds of bad things about him. How can he not know that we will have something to use against him? Zhang Xiaobao believed that as long as Wang Maozhong was not stupid, he would know how to choose. He continued, "In a few days, send a letter to Luoyang. Ask my father to find an excuse to bring more officials from Luoyang to visit and learn. As for the people from Jixin Courtyard, use our identities as Jixin Courtyard members to invite them together. Will they be able to come?" Wang Wan was a little uncertain. "Listen to me carefully. I'm not asking them to come over to play. I'm asking them to learn. Even the emperor knows about the situation in Jiangyi province. Do you think they dare not cooperate? It's good to go. This is called political learning. Whoever doesn't come is not politically correct. You can't put too much burden on them. Don't some people often do this?" Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that people would use this excuse to refuse. "This move of yours is too bad." "Fine, I agree. Our hot air balloon should have reached the capital by now, right? I wonder how Li Longji will react when he sees it. I'm really worried that he will personally go up and the hot air balloon will suddenly malfunction. At that time, even if we have already written a letter to tell him that it is easy for something to go wrong, he will still blame us. As Wang Wan spoke, she took out a handkerchief and wiped Zhang Xiaobao's sweat. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed it and did not move. Then let's see what the result is. The hot air balloon has indeed been tested several times. It's fine. In the capital, Li Longji finally finished all the things he had to deal with today. He came to the courtyard where the models were located and carefully compared them to each other. The more he looked, the happier he became. He said to Gao Lishur, "Lishur, did Lil Bao send a letter saying when the next model will be sent over? Your Majesty, this subject estimates that it is not easy to make the model, especially the one in front of us. It is very detailed and costs a lot. I estimate that we will have to wait for a while. Your Majesty, this subject found that the model of the capital seems to be different from the one now." Gao Lishur was now very partial to Xiaobao. Seeing that the emperor was chasing after him, he could only say something good and tell the difficulties. He also changed the topic slightly. Sure enough, Li Longji no longer continued to be anxious about the new model. He picked up the magnifying glass next to him and carefully looked at the floor tiles. Although they were called tiles, they were actually cubes made of cement. For stability, some stones were mixed in. As he looked at them, he read the words on the floor tiles and said happily, "Did the Zhang family send a lot of cement the day before yesterday? They probably want us to learn from the model when we are on the road in the capital. The road in the model is indeed better than the one now. What do you think, Li Shi? This subject thinks so too." If only we could see the entire capital from a high place like we're looking at the model now. The building built by Your Majesty still doesn't allow us to see much. How could Gao Lishur say anything against it? The model was made by his son, and the cement was also sent over. Of course, it was for the construction of the capital. This batch of cement was also given for free. Ever since the other houses in the palace used cement, many people who wanted to curry favor with the emperor bought cement at a high price. When more cement was used in the construction of the capital, he believed that his son's cement would sell even better. Li Longji was originally very satisfied with the model and felt that he could directly see the full picture of every place. However, after hearing Gao Lishur's words, he really wanted to see the entire capital from a higher place one day. When he thought of this, he praised Gao Lishur. Xiao Bao of the Lishur family is indeed good. There's also Cuckoo. Why don't we let them think of a way? Maybe they can really do it. In the past, it was good on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Ever since there were ice lanterns and so many Kongming lanterns, it's even better now. Don't you think so? Your Majesty is right. That's exactly the case. As Gao Lishur spoke, he looked in the direction of the door. The matter he brought up today was not just for fun. He had first obtained Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's letters and estimated the time. He knew that something called a hot air balloon would arrive soon. He had even sent someone to ask on horseback. He estimated that it would arrive today. Although his son's letter said that he could not let the emperor go up first, it was still possible to let someone else go up first. There was still hope. How could Li Longji know about this matter? He was still regretting that he could not see the entire capital. He could only continue to focus on the model. He took the documents and compared them as he read them. At the same time, he silently noted them down. When needed, he would show his understanding of Jiangyi province to the officials. Half an hour passed. Just as Li Longji was preparing to rest and Gao Lishur was inwardly anxious, the person Gao Lishur had been waiting for finally appeared at the door. It was a young eunuch. "Your Majesty, Lord Gao, something has been sent from Luoyang. Someone has already checked it and said that it was just made. They want Your Majesty to evaluate it." The young eunuch respectfully reported, "Oh, there's a new plaything? Quickly, bring it in for us to see." When Li Longji heard this, his mood became even better. He did not want to rest and wanted to see the things sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. Although the young eunuch did not say who sent it, when Luoyang said it, Li Longji knew that it must be the Zhang family and Wang family. Only they would send all kinds of things to the palace for no reason. Other people usually did not dare to send things like this for fear of causing trouble. However, the Zhang family and Wang family did not care so much. As long as there was something useful, they would have people send it over. Chairs, sofas, and all kinds of furniture. Even that very interesting washing machine was sent over. Currently, many things used in the palace were from the Zhang family and Wang family. As Li Longji gave his orders, he looked at the door with an expectant gaze. He asked Gao Lishur, "Lishur, what do you think the Zhang family and Wang family will send this time?" Gao Lishur paused for a moment before saying, "This subject can't think of anything, but this subject hopes that it will be something that will make your majesty happy." A few days ago, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wrote a letter to this subject saying that this subject had just mentioned to your majesty about being able to see the capital from a higher place. However, at that time, they said that they were still researching it. Gao Lishur did not treat Li Longji as a fool. He had just mentioned it, so even if he did not say it, Li Longji would be able to understand what was going on. It was better to say it first. That will make things easier. As expected, Li Longji did not think too much and truly believed that this was the case. He said with satisfaction, "If they can really do it, how do you think they should be rewarded?" This subject reckons that there won't be any rewards. The Zhang family and Wang family are always sending things to the palace. Recently, they even had savants' restaurants send food. There's no need to reward them for this kind of thing. Besides, if your majesty uses it well, others will also feel that it is good. The Zhang family and Wang family will sell more goods. If we really want to calculate, we should ask the Zhang family and Wang family to give your majesty advertising fees. Gao Lishur did not want his son and daughter-in-law to be promoted so quickly. Perhaps in another 2 years, there would be a suitable adjustment. Sometimes it was not good to be promoted as quickly as possible. It was easy to attract trouble. Hearing Gao Lishur's words, Li Longji laughed. "Yes, advertising fees. However, I am afraid that if I ask for advertising fees, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not send me anything in a fit of pique. That bicycle is not bad. I can ride it to and from the palace and save a lot of effort. It is just that the official is too talkative and said that he is afraid of falling. How can other people not fall when riding it? I can ride a horse, but can I ride a short bicycle?" Li Longji was good at playing polo, so his horsemanship was naturally not bad. Otherwise, he would fall before he hit the ball. Therefore, after the Zhang family and Wang family sent him the best bicycle, he always rode it everywhere in the palace. After all, it was not convenient to ride a horse in the palace. Your Majesty is right. If you can ride a horse, why can't you ride a bicycle? Your Majesty, you are here. Just as Gao Lishur was about to say a few more words of flattery, a group of people came in from the entrance. They were carrying something, and 3 people were carrying a large basket. When Li Longji saw the things, he did not say anything. He walked closer to take a closer look. After looking for a while, he did not understand. Could it be that this thing could really be like what Gao Lishur said? Or was it not the thing that was sent? A young eunuch came over with a sealed letter in his hand. He held it in front of Gao Lishur with both hands. Gao Lishur carefully examined it and confirmed that no one had opened it. Only then did he carefully open the letter and touch it with his hand. After that, he handed it to Li Longji. When he opened the letter, Li Longji immediately saw the biggest words in the letter, "Hot Air Balloon Instruction Manual." He happily said, "Lishur, it's a hot air balloon." It was indeed correct. Good, the instruction manual has been sent. Quickly, let's think about how to run to high places. Currently, Li Longji liked to receive gifts from the Zhang family and Wang family the most. This was because many things could not be used immediately. They needed to be assembled according to the instructions in the instruction manual. Being able to personally assemble a novel thing gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Gao Lishur already knew how to use it. He had even let him operate a small hot air balloon before. He was afraid that something would happen when the big one was sent over. However, he could not say that he knew how to do it. He had to stand on the same starting line as the emperor. Moreover, there were many times when he had to appear a little stupid. He clearly knew how to assemble the hot air balloon, but he still had to show a puzzled expression and wait for the emperor to teach him. Therefore, the two of them gathered together to study it while the others stood in place and waited. Although they could not read it together with the emperor and could not compare to Gao Lishur, they were also very happy. Every time the Zhang family and Wang family sent something, they would compete internally to see who would be the one to send it over. This was because the person who sent the hot air balloon would have the opportunity to assemble it together with the others. After they succeeded, they could boast about it to others. For example, the person who assembled the model with them boasted about it for half a month, causing others to be envious. With the instruction manual and Gao Lishur's dozens of experiments, the method to use the hot air balloon was not difficult. Under Li Longji's command, everyone started to get busy. They first connected the very delicate-looking basket, then had someone use a bracket to prop it up. They poured a barrel of very high-concentration alcohol, which was the purest alcohol that could be extracted with current technology, into a special box and ignited it. The fire rushed up in an instant, almost burning the cloth of the hot air balloon. I asked you to adjust the place that can control the fire. Why didn't you listen? At this time, Li Longji spoke. In fact, he did not understand just now. He asked someone to open that thing up very big, which resulted in the current situation. However, he pushed the blame to others. The people who were working hurriedly apologized and took the blame. At this time, there was no reason to talk about. They adjusted the switch bit by bit, and the hot air balloon gradually expanded. After about 15 minutes, the hot air balloon was already full, but it still could not fly. It had to be heated up, but now it looked very different from its previous deflated appearance. It's not done yet. Li Longji, who was looking forward to it, was a little anxious. Your Majesty, it will probably be done in a while. This subject just does not understand. How can this thing fly to a high place? Gao Lishur asked sincerely. What's so difficult about that? The Kongming lantern is so big that it can fly. We think that this hot air balloon is a bigger and better Kongming lantern. Li Longji said complacently. After hearing Your Majesty's words, this subject suddenly understood. Your Majesty, why don't you let someone go up and try it first? Gao Lishur hurriedly flattered. These words were said with a certain level of skill, giving people the feeling that he was not stupid. If he was not stupid, then wouldn't Li Longji be smarter? Li Longji really wanted to be the first to go up, but he was also afraid that it would be dangerous. The manual said that it was absolutely not allowed to let someone go up before the experiment was successful. This meant that the emperor could not go up. Seeing that Li Longji agreed not to go up first, Gao Lishur immediately found 2 eunuchs and taught them how to operate the hot air balloon. When adjusting the fire, they should not be too fast. There is also the problem of the sandbag, so as to avoid accidents caused by their operation and falling from the sky. The 2 eunuchs were both looking forward to it and worried. If it flew high in the sky, wouldn't it fall to their death? However, when the first person went up, they would have something to say to others. After waiting for a while, the hot air balloon was finally able to lift off the ground with the basket below. There were 3 ropes tied to the top, and the other end was pulled by people on the ground. This hot air balloon could not adjust its direction, and there was no moving equipment. Without a rope, it would be blown away by the wind. When the lift was enough, the 2 eunuchs climbed into the basket under the expectant gaze of everyone. They took deep breaths with all their strength. From the trembling of the Weiwei on their bodies, one could see how scared they were. Chapter 689. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had some free time. Now, the 2 of them could only visit the construction site all day long. They had nothing else to do, except for the secret plans. The Japanese of the Four Seas Academy might have thought that the silver ores they bought were worth a good price, so they would send a batch of ores to the county every few days. They did not know how they managed to transport so many ores. It did not seem like the actions of a single person, nor was it something a small team could do. The construction of the construction site was almost done. The people were working very hard, and the progress was very fast. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided to finish the first model first. Then, they could find some time to come to Luzhou and have a look. It was absolutely impossible for them to not occupy Luzon Island. A month had already passed, and there was still no news. They did not know if the other side had caught some important people. The two of them still did not know that the hot air balloon they sent to the capital had become a powder keg. Many people wanted to impeach them. At night, Wang Wan found Xiaohong, pomegranate, and cherries. She said to the three of them, "The previous incident happened because Cherries has not found husband. Otherwise, no one would use such an excuse. Xiaohong is said to be getting married next year. At that time, her family will send her a big gift. Pomegranate, Cherries, how about the two of you? Do you have anyone you like? You're all grown up. If you don't get married now, you won't be able to get married in the future. If you do, I'll help you take a look. If not, I'll specially choose one for you." When Xiaohong heard her little wife's words, she lowered her head and did not say anything. It seemed like she really wanted to get married next year. Pomegranate and Cherries did not feel anything when they heard the first part of the conversation. However, when they heard that she was going to choose one and not ask them to find one themselves, they immediately became nervous. They were afraid that they would randomly choose one and it would be someone they did not like when the time came. When she saw their reaction, Wang Wan was sure that the two of them had someone in their heart, but they did not reveal it. Hence, she said to Cherries, "I think Huzi is a good person. Why don't we do it together with Xiaohong next year? Little girl, Huzi already has someone he likes. She's also from the courtyard, not me. I can't ruin it. I'm not in a hurry, really, not in a hurry." Cherries quickly refused. "It doesn't matter. Even if he has someone he likes, I'll still let him marry you. He didn't tell me, so I'll just pretend that I don't know. In any case, you don't have someone you like. Just listen to me," Wang Wan said casually. Cherries was really anxious this time. Her face turned red, and in the end, she said very softly, "Actually, Erniu is not married." "Oh, Erniu? Okay, I'll go ask Erniu again and see if he's willing." Wang Wan understood now. Cherries liked Erniu. She didn't know what was so good about Erniu. His name sounded simple and honest, but he had nothing to do with being simple and honest. Cherries didn't say anything this time. She followed Xiaohong's example, lowered her head, and fiddled with the corner of her clothes. She didn't say anything, but Pomegranate next to her said, "Little girl, you don't need to ask Erniu. Look, Cherry's hairpin is not the one she bought herself. Don't say it, don't say it." Cherries couldn't take it anymore. She came over to grab Pomegranate, and while doing so, she revealed Pomegranate's secret. I don't know who did it, but he said that he was working outside and often had a bad appetite, so he had to send something to nourish his stomach. He went all the way up along the river. After passing the capital, he would reach Huayuan. After Huayuan, he would reach Sanshui, but Sanshui is not as good as Little Luoshui. Now, Wang Wan also knew who Pomegranate liked. It turned out to be Song Jinggong, who was nearly 10 years older than Pomegranate. Seeing the two arguing, Wang Wan asked Xiaohong, "Do you know if Song Jinggong also likes Pomegranate?" Young Master Song sent a lot of things to Pomegranate some time ago, including mine and Cherries'. But we didn't get much, and Pomegranate got a lot. There was also a small boat made of paper with words written on it. I don't know what the words were, but Pomegranate didn't let us see it. Xiaohong betrayed Pomegranate. After thinking for a while, she said also, after Pomegranate received the things, she bought a ginseng and sent it to young Master Song. I guess they will arrive soon. Now, they're trying to figure out how to grow ginseng. She said that ginseng is too expensive, and if they always buy it, they will have to spend more money in the future. It's better to grow it themselves. Wang Wan suddenly understood. No wonder Pomegranate had been looking for sawdust recently. She thought she was studying mushrooms, but she didn't expect that it was ginseng. At this time, Pomegranate and Cherries stopped arguing. Hearing Xiaohong's words, Pomegranate became more honest. "Pomegranate, if you want to grow ginseng, you have to ask Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao should be able to give you some ideas." But you can't grow ginseng like mushrooms. You can't grow it at all. Well, I got it today. Next year, when Xiao Hong gets married, you'll also be part of it. Wang Wan came here to ask. She was most afraid that the three girls all liked Zhang Xiaobao. That would be troublesome. She absolutely wouldn't allow it. But she was also afraid that the three girls would be sad. Fortunately, they all chose the person they liked. In this case, there was no need to ask anymore. Xiao Hong and the other two sent Wang Wan out, then turned around and argued again. Zhang Xiaobao was still waiting for Wang Wan's news. When he saw Wang Wan come back, he asked, "Do you know who they are?" "Guess." Wang Wan nodded, but didn't say anything. "How am I supposed to guess? As long as there are no outsiders, it's fine. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao was very anxious to know who they were. They're all our people. Each and every one of them is sneaking around. They do a good job of keeping secrets, just like spies. I will tell you when the time comes. Wang Wan smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Early the next morning, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to the construction site again, the people from the Four Seas Academy came again. This time, it was different from before. They actually brought over an estimated 10,000 taels of silver ore. Zhang Xiaobao suspected that Japan sent all the ore here to be sold. Wang Wan was very puzzled. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What do they want to do by bringing over so much ore? What else? Aside from exchanging it for some money to buy the technology, their other goal is to make us unable to eat it all at once so that they can sell it to other merchants. Otherwise, the land they bought won't be profitable. Also, the matter of buying straw also won't be as effective as it should be." Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. He had discovered the amount of ores that had been sold recently. He had probably been using the first batch of ores to consume his copper coins and cloth. This time, it was the new batch that had just arrived. He wanted to support the other two methods of earning money. So that's how it is. I understand. The matter of the coal is almost done. In another 2 days, it will be transported to the place. It should be time to make the furnace and collect the materials to make the honeycomb coal. Wang Wan said. After thinking about it, she added, "When the time comes, we should be able to collect all the straw as well. It's just nice when their plan fails. They won't really be able to make the straw very useful. Not only that, I'm also preparing to transport the straw from other places and sell it to them as well. I want them to know that there are some places where not all schemes can be used." Zhang Xiaobao thought a little more than Wang Wan. "Then make the arrangements. If you're sleepy, go to bed early. We need to arrange for the various officials to come tomorrow in advance to avoid any mistakes." Wang Wan yawned and turned to get someone to boil water. 3 days later, quite a number of people came out of Luoyang. Zhang Zhong led a group of officials and rushed to Baoxin County. There were also people from the Zhang family and Wang family, as well as Xiao Bei and company in a house. This time, they were prepared to follow by their brother and sister's side. This time, the entourage was even larger. All the officials had their own carriages. With the addition of the servants, the entourage was very long. When they passed by a place, the people there were surprised and wanted to ask what was going on. They wanted to know if something big had happened. Xiao Bei kept urging the group to hurry up. She wanted to see her brother and sister as soon as possible. The officials at the places where the group passed by also had to make preparations in advance. If they wanted to welcome them, they had to at least prepare some food and wine. In the end, wherever there was food and wine, Zhang Zhong would pass through. In his words, he wanted to see his son and daughter-in-law as soon as possible. In fact, the real reason was that he was very disgusted with the local officials using the government's money to treat him to a meal. Whenever he encountered officials giving him gifts, Zhang Zhong would keep a sullen expression and not say a word. The people at home did not dare to accept other people's gifts. Just like that, Zhang Zhong seemed to be offending people along the way. After traveling for 5 days, when the group was not too far away from Baoxin County, something finally happened. Some of the officials who had prepared food and wine and gifts wrote a memorial to impeach Zhang Zhong when they saw that he did not give them face. They accused him of disturbing the people along the way and putting on airs to get people to treat him to a meal. They had people send them to the capital on fast horses. It seemed that they would not be satisfied if they did not discuss Zhang Zhong at least once. In the past few days, the officials in the imperial court had been impeaching Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the end, the impeachment was not successful. As long as Li Longji went to court, there would be many things to discuss, and they were all seemingly more important matters. For example, the pilgrimage, the shipping of goods, whether the spring plowing of various places was done, and whether or not there was enough rain this year, and whether or not there should be a chomping. One thing after another, the officials could not immediately neglect the important matters. They then focused on the impeachment of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Just as they were vexed, the memorials to impeach Zhang Zhong arrived one after another. The officials discussed in private and began to use this as an excuse to impeach Zhang Zhong. They came with such ferocity that even Zhang Shuo pretended not to see it and allowed others to do as they pleased. Today was the same. As soon as Li Longji went to court, before he could talk about how to increase the grain output and how to get the canal to provide assistance in farming, the officials took out their memorials and began to attack Zhang Zhong. Some people said that his family was wealthy and suspected that he was in cahoots with merchants. Others said that he was an official in Luoyang and that the excuse of leading officials was to understand the Great Tang. In reality, he was gathering wealth for his family and had collected a lot of money along the way. In any case, there were all sorts of things to say. They wanted to teach Zhang Zhong a lesson. At the beginning, Li Longji felt that it was very interesting. After hearing the various reasons given by the officials, he could not help but admire their ability in this aspect. But as he listened, his expression changed. The main reason was that someone accused the Zhang family and Wang family of secretly training soldiers and suspected that they were rebelling. They wanted the emperor to send someone to check if the guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were carrying good weapons. Hearing this, Li Longji stared at Zhang Shuo. A few days ago, Zhang Shuo had used similar excuses to speak. Could it be that Zhang Shuo was also involved in today's matter? Zhang Shuo originally wanted to let others continue speaking so that he could regain the authority that he could no longer control. But when he saw the emperor looking over, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Why did someone mention the breakfast of the Zhang family and Wang family again? If he did not make things clear, wouldn't the emperor think that he was the mastermind behind this? When that person finished speaking, Zhang Shuo immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this official believes that the guards of the Zhang family and Wang family are carrying weapons to protect their technology. They do not want others to steal them. If there is anything wrong with the Zhang family and Wang family, it is only that they have made too many things. They should be done bit by bit and not many at the same time. But this official feels that this also shows Zhang Zhong's ability." Li Longji's expression finally improved. He nodded and indicated for Zhang Shuo to continue speaking. Zhang Shuo heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "This official believes that we can send someone to check on the Zhang family and Wang family to see if they have any good technology recently. As for Zhang Zhong bringing Luoyang's officials to Baoxin County, this official feels that it is fated. Baoxin County has a model of the capital, and many officials are not very clear about the matters of Jiangyi Province. Furthermore, there will be models of other places in the future. Rather than letting the officials not understand, it is better to go and learn. This will allow the officials to better understand the matters of our Great Tang. If anyone says that they understand Jiangyi Province, there is no harm for your Majesty to test them." Zhang Shuo no longer cared about whether or not he would go against the other people who wanted to impeach Zhang Zhong. He only knew that if he did not speak up for Zhang Zhong this time, the first one to suffer would be him. When he said this, the people who wanted to impeach Zhang Zhong fell silent. They were really afraid that the emperor would ask them about the matters of Jiangyi Province. For example, he would ask about the grain output of a certain county or how much tax a certain province paid this year. How could they remember so clearly? What they were most afraid of was that the emperor would ask them what the buildings of various places looked like or what kind of fish and prawns were in the rivers. Although many of these things sounded unreasonable, As long as the emperor knew and they did not, it would not be simple. When Li Longji saw that the people who wanted to do something to Zhang Zhong had fallen silent, he did not plan on letting them go immediately. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Investigate. Not only do we have to investigate the officials in Luoyang, we also have to investigate the officials in the capital. Based on salary, which family has the wrong amount of things and money? When the time comes, we will definitely punish them severely, especially those officials who used luxury goods. See which family has expensive sofas or beautiful fish tanks and fish. If something happens to Zhang Zhong's family, we will definitely punish him with 3 years of salary and send him to a remote place. If anything happens to the other officials, we will also do the same." The meaning behind Li Longji's words was clear. Anyone who took something from the Zhang clan and Wang clan had to be careful. As long as he found out who gave it to them, he wouldn't ask who gave it to them. He would only ask if they could afford it. When the time came, he would take care of everything. Let's see if you're afraid of not having 3 years of salary, or if Zhang Zhong is afraid, or if you're worried about being sent to a remote place, or if Zhang Zhong is worried. Li Longji could not be blamed for doing this. Usually, the things he used were given by the Zhang family and Wang family. Whenever there was something he needed, the Zhang family and Wang family would pay for it. When the Zhang family and Wang family said that the money belonged to them, it felt like it belonged to them. After all, the Zhang family and Wang family did not spend much. They only used it normally. He had never heard of anyone from their family going to a brothel to spend 1,000 caddies. What was even more admirable was that they rarely had leftovers at home. They would not put a table full of good food and throw it away if they did not eat it. However, when it came to places that suffer disasters every year, they did not hesitate to take out money and directly send it to those places under the name of the imperial court. The rest of the money was spent on research. For example, the medical school was a place that ate money. Who did not know how the Zhang family and Wang family earned their money? And how did they spend it? If they took care of his family, Jiangxi province's economy would drop by 50%, and this was not including his family's revenge. Gao Lisher did not say anything, but he was very happy. He looked at the people who accused Zhang Zhong one by one and remembered every single one of them. When the time came, he would write a letter to Xiao Bao and not give anything to these people in the future. He understood what Li Longji meant. That was to say, even if you benefited from a Zhang family, you're not clean either. You clearly know what the Zhang family and Wang family's money are used for, but you still insist on using this matter as an example. Isn't it just because I went to the heavens once that you didn't impeach me? This is called repaying kindness with ingratitude. Take care of them all and send them to a remote place. Who would have a better life in the end? When Gao Lisher thought of this, he almost could not control his urge to laugh again. No matter which remote place they were sent to, the Zhang family and Wang family were still so powerful. Even if they were sent to the poorest place, they would still have a way to build it up. Lingnan was an example. Let's see how you're going to survive. Gao Lisher was not the only one who had such thoughts. Zhang Jiling also thought of this. Hence, he took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, I think this is a good idea. If there's anything wrong with any of the officials, why don't we send them to the dangerous place in Lingnan together with Zhang Zhong? Luzhou can be skipped. There are other places in Lingnan." These words were so powerful that they shocked the officials who accused Zhang Zhong. Even those who did not accuse him had doubts in their hearts. In Great Tang, only Zhang Zhong could live a comfortable life when he was sent to Lingnan. Who else had the ability to do so? The imperial court suddenly fell silent. No one said a word as they waited for Li Longji to make the final decision. Li Longji looked at Zhang Jiling with satisfaction. This suggestion was really good. How many people could take the initiative to go to Lingnan like Zhang Zhong? When the decision was about to be made, the officials who accused Zhang Zhong just now changed their words one after another. Their words made people blush. All the shortcomings of the Zhang family and Wang family just now were turned into merits. Those who accused Zhang Zhong of colluding with merchants changed their words and said that Zhang Zhong might be helping merchants to make money and prosper the local economy. Now, they all knew this set of theories and had learned a lot of vocabulary. Those who said that Zhang Zhong brought people to Buixin County might be saying that Zhang Zhong wanted to let the officials in the eastern capital know more about Gongji province. Those who said that Zhang Zhong had many soldiers and good weapons also had their own excuses. They said that Zhang Zhong and Wang family had many officials, and some of them were people who led troops to war. They hired more guards to practice formations, not for their own use. As for weapons, of course, it was to test new equipment and take a lot of risks. Li Longji wanted to rush down and strangle these people to death. Hearing that the people below found new excuses to exonerate the Zhang family and Wang family, Li Longji whispered to Gao Lishir, "Today, I am really moved. Zhang family and Wang family have done a lot of business in private, but the money they earned is also there. As long as the court needs it, they will take it out. They have never hesitated. These dozens of officials have no money, but they are working hard to make money. Do they really think that I don't know? When they have nothing to do, they will go to restaurants and treat each other to meals. Zhang family and Wang family have always been worthy of the court and the people. There is no place where the people say that they are not good. What about the officials? I don't know what they think all day. Sometimes I think, what is loyalty? What is evil? What is right? What is evil? What do you think?" Gao Lishir rarely heard the emperor speak like this in court. It seemed that he was really angry. It should be because the person who impeached Zhang Zhong was unable to prevent the emperor from ascending to heaven that day. So he vented all his anger on Zhang Zhong. After thinking for a while, he also replied in a low voice, "The benefits of war, the way of the economy, using it for right is right, using it for evil is evil, and the way of power is the same." Li Longji nodded and listened to the people below continue to change their words. He felt very bored and said, "Let's talk about this later. First, let's talk about the bridge. It is inconvenient to travel between the two sides of the Yellow River. How should we build it? I think that we should ask Zhang Zhong about this. He has successfully built a bridge in Shuzhou." At this time, the person who said that Zhang Zhong's ability was not good stood up and said, "I think that we should ask Zhang Zhong. He has successfully built a bridge in Shuzhou." Chapter 690. Hearing this official's words, Li Longji really wanted to cough up a mouthful of phlegm and spit it on his face. Whenever there was a problem, he would think of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He had just been impeaching them. How could a person change so quickly? A few others who had just been impeached also voiced their agreement. Some even said that they should do what Xu Zhou had done and let Zhang Zhong think of a solution himself. That way, they would be able to see more of his capabilities. To put it nicely, wasn't it just not asking the imperial court to fork out the money? Li Longji looked at this minor official from the Ministry of Revenue and thought to himself, when it comes to spending money, your heart aches. Why didn't you say that just now? It was very easy to get the Zhang family and the Wang family to fork out the money. There was no need to issue any edict. All he had to do was write a letter to them and tell them that the people on both sides of the Yellow River did not have it easy. They would naturally be willing to fork out the money. But if they really did fork out the money, what would happen to the people impeaching them in court today? Vermin, they were all vermin. They couldn't do good things, so they did such immoral things. Li Longji's expression darkened and did not say anything. He just stared at the person who had just spoken. The pressure from his stare was too strong. The person who was being stared at regretted not stepping forward. Zhang Shuo could also guess what the emperor was thinking. Zhang family and the Wang family could fork out the money. Zhang family and the Wang family were also willing to fork out the money for the sake of the people. But once they fork out the money, none of the people who impeached Zhang Zhong in court today would have a good ending. Otherwise, how would they answer to Zhang Zhong? Now, there were two choices. The first was to issue an imperial edict and order Zhang Zhong to fork out the money to repair the bridge. Then, Everyone who impeached Zhang Zhong could go home and farm. The second was to have the impeached people think of a solution themselves and not let Zhang Zhong fork out the money. Li Longji stared at this person for a while and asked, "Do you think that Zhang Zhong will be willing to fork out the money?" In reply to Your Majesty, this official feels that Zhang Zhong will definitely be willing. Everyone knows that he is good to the people. Moreover, he does not spend his money recklessly. Other than building 2 houses for the children in his family, he does not spend much money normally. This person had been stared at for a long time and was confused. He opened his mouth and blurted it out. As soon as he said it, he knew it was over. Just now, he had been impeached, but now it changed. If it were anyone else, they would not be willing. As expected, Li Longji spoke up. "Since that's the case, we will order you to speak to Zhang Zhong and persuade him to fork out the money. If he refuses to fork out the money, you will. Think of a way yourself." It was not that Li Longji did not have the money to repair the bridge. In recent years, the royal court's revenue had been very good. This was especially true for San Shuixian, Luzhou, and the other places that were related to the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji knew that this was not because the Zhang family and Wang family could not earn money faster. It was because they did not want to. Recently, he had done some research on economic knowledge. The methods used by the Zhang family and Wang family were very gentle. They were based on increasing productivity. It was not like the quasi-cash flow method they used to deal with Tubo, nor was it like the method they used to deal with the people from the Four Seas Academy in Buxin District. Now, he understood that it was not that the Zhang family did not know how to do it, but that they did not use it. Otherwise, the impact on Great Tang's economy would be too great. If they wanted to earn money, they had many methods. However, they would firmly suppress it. They would not do it themselves, and they would not allow their business partners to have crooked thoughts. Therefore, in terms of finances, they were still quite rich. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money, it would only be for the construction of the bridge. It could also stimulate the local economy. However, the return cycle was too long. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money directly, they would use other methods to transfer the money to other areas. It was a very mysterious method. At the same time, it could also stimulate the local industries. This was the most important thing. Of course, the Zhang family and Wang family had too much money. If they were not allowed to spend some money, they would be worried. According to Yao Chong and Bai Go, the money earned by the Zhang family and Wang family would be used in other areas according to a certain proportion. They would not keep so much money in hand. Earning money seemed to be the simplest thing for the Zhang family and Wang family. Therefore, they did not care how much they spent. They only cared about whether it was worth it or not. Thinking about this matter, Li Longji did not care about the people below who were so scared that they were kneeling and trembling. He whispered to Gao Lishur again, "What do you think is worth spending the money on and what is not?" This time, Gao Lishur did not react. The main reason was that Li Longji's train of thought jumped too far. The reason was all because of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. When they did things, their train of thought jumped even more. No one knew what they were thinking. The matter was clearly in front of them, but in the end, it was different from what they thought. Gao Lishur knew that he did not catch up, so he could only say, "Your Majesty, I think that if Your Majesty says it is worth it, then it is worth it. I also agree to let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money to build the bridge on the Yellow River. Last time, Xiao Bao wrote to me that he and Cuckoo prepared 200,000 strings of cash and asked if there was anything the court needed. They don't need this money now and want to use it on the country's infrastructure before spring is too far away. They said that as a son, he should give face to his father." Speaking of this, Gao Lishur's emotions fluctuated. He did not acknowledge this son for nothing. He had just acknowledged him for less than 3 months, and the other side was immediately willing to take out 200,000 strings of cash. It was clear that this money was not given for free. It was specially made for him. Li Longji was very surprised. He looked at Gao Lishur. If he did not feel that Gao Lishur was loyal, he would have snatched his son away. Why would Xiao Bao take out 200,000 strings of cash for no reason? With his means, he could use this 200,000 strings of cash to earn more money in a short period of time. He actually took it out just to give face to Gao Lishur. After thinking for a moment, Li Longji continued to ignore the person kneeling there and saying a bunch of nonsense, begging for forgiveness. He said to Gao Lishur, "These 200,000 strings of cash cannot be used. It is not easy for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to earn money unless they are allowed to go to other countries to earn money. In Great Tang, what they earn is their capital. Just now, I asked you whether it is worth it for the Zhang family and Wang family to spend money. It is not about how much it can bring to the family, but whether it can make the lives of the commoners better. Most of the time, the family is the one who is spending money. What do you think should be done with these two families?" Gao Lishur's train of thought finally caught up. So that was the case. That was easy to handle. He said, "Your Majesty, Zhang family and Wang family cannot be promoted anymore. Zhang Zhong will probably enter the capital next year. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will only be promoted to a rank 7 official at most. If they enter the capital, they could be suppressed to rank 8. It is not like the other places where they will be promoted to rank 7. Zhang family and Wang family will not ask for any monetary rewards. Their family does not lack money. Why don't we look at other aspects? Wang Xiao's family is doing well now, but they're a little too free. Isn't that right? That's fine. Let's do it this way." Li Longji immediately understood. He needed to find the person who was released because of the slanderous words of the crowd and make some arrangements. He nodded and agreed. At this time, the official from the Ministry of Revenue was still kneeling. His forehead was red. It seemed that he had just cowed out. It was not easy. In this imperial court, there were not many officials who would kneel and kowtow. Just because of an order, he became like this. Li Longji was very satisfied. He did not say that it was because someone else impeached Zhang Zhong. Instead, it was because he rode a hot air balloon into the sky. Of course, impeaching Zhang Zhong should not be done. It could be done, but it cannot be done based on the wealth and ability of the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, they could be accused of corruption. If it had to be about money, then it could not be done. Not only did the Zhang family and Wang family use their money to help the imperial court, but more importantly, they had received benefits from the Zhang family and Wang family. If they were to target this matter, then wouldn't that mean that they were not satisfied with the imperial court even after receiving benefits from the imperial court? Seeing the official kneeling and kowtowing, Li Longji did not have any pity for him. He knew that if he let the official off this time, then he would be disheartening the Zhang family and Wang family. In that case, he might not be able to take out good things in the future. Thus, Li Longji said to the people below, "This matter is settled. You take this imperial decree and look for Zhang Zhong." After saying that, he no longer cared about this matter and started to talk about other matters. The officials acted as if nothing had happened and started to talk about other matters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang did not know that their families had to fork out money again. In the end, the people who would benefit from it would not be their families, but their mother's family from the Zhang family and Wan's family. The two of them did not know. In fact, it did not matter even if they knew. This was because their plan was progressing very smoothly. As long as they did not obstruct their plan, the matter of money was a small matter. "Xiao Bao, are you really going to make a move on Tubo?" Tubo is still quite obedient now, Wang asked when she saw Zhang Xiaobao preparing to send the letter to Tubo. "Of course, I know that they are obedient. They want to be dishonest, but they can't win against you. Their economy is also not good, so they can only bear with it. I will not give them any chance. I will deal with them as much as I can. Otherwise, the people I sent out for so long will be wasted. You killed their people because they made a move on the people of Wangjiang. I took care of their economy because they actually dared to take the initiative to play economic war with me. I have to teach them well. Their methods are still too soft. I have to let them know what economic war is like when it really starts." Zhang Xiaobao did not stop writing. There was also a coded comparison book beside him. This time, the letter could not be written out directly to prevent others from stopping it. It had to be written as a secret letter. Wang Wan really did not know Zhang Xiaobao's specific plan. She also did not know to what extent Zhang Xiaobao was going to deal with Tubo. The main reason was that once Zhang Xiaobao started to move, the steps of doing things were unpredictable. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. What is your ultimate goal? Wang Wan could not think of anything, so she asked. It's nothing much. I just want to slightly impact Tubo's financial situation so that they won't know what's valuable and what's not. Since I want to fight an economic war, I naturally won't target a certain region in Tubo. That wouldn't be called an economic war. The real war is against countries. For example, America against Japan a long time ago, and they against Russia. For example, against the British pound, against the Thai baht, against the Hong Kong dollar, against the Korean won, against. I know. Don't say anymore. You are too ruthless. Also, when you targeted the Hong Kong dollar, you failed miserably. You just want to mess up Tubo's financial system, don't you? You want to make them unable to recover within 10 years, right? Wang Wan did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish explaining and continued. At that time, there were not many people who knew about finance, so they could not handle it. But when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and her era, there were very few people who could continue to stir up trouble like Zhang Xiaobao. That required more difficult skills, and the way of jumping was even more extraordinary. It was not something that could be imitated by just finding an example. Any kind of method, once exposed, would be immediately known by others. Zhang Xiaobao had never repeated his methods. It made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. After all, every time was different, and they could not find any pattern. If there was a pattern, it would be that before Zhang Xiaobao made a move, he would definitely use other methods to lay the groundwork. However, there were too few people who could see the groundwork. There were so few that there were only one or two people with the same ambition as Zhang Xiaobao, and they were his partners. Zhang Xiaobao was still writing, and at the same time he said, "It is not 10 years. I will make them unable to recover. I will provide Li Longji with a reason to invade. Oh, no. It is a reason to maintain peace. Just wait. This time, I will completely destroy Tubo. I am not willing to argue with them. I don't have the time. Then I will wait and see what kind of methods you have. Your father is coming. You have to think of how to welcome him." Wang Wan did not ask this time. She hoped that she could guess Zhang Xiaobao's methods. She did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao could be so arrogant that no one could compare to him. Don't keep talking about your father. He is your father-in-law. If you don't listen to him, he will teach you a lesson. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood, and he casually joked with Wang Wan. Wang Wan wanted to refute, but she suddenly became silent. She did not say anything and just looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wan should be fighting back. He stopped writing and turned to look at Wang Wan, asking why. Since you have admitted your identity, then be more obedient. Wang Wan still did not say anything. She just looked at Zhang Xiaobao until he could not continue writing. She then said, "Don't play tricks with me. Did you think that I did not learn psychology before? You are the best. Oomph. You are the best. I will get someone to find some mountain vegetables. I will make a box for you to eat at noon. What soup do you want to go with it?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan did not fall for his trick, and he could only change his strategy. "I will eat whatever you eat. Also, my family is coming. Hurry up and write. Let's go and welcome them. I will be staying with my mother tonight." "I will not be staying with you." Wang Wan had already received the news that Zhang Zhong was bringing his family into the county. She needed to go and welcome them. She also remembered that she had not seen her family for a long time. She really missed them. "Who cares about you? I will tell little Yuan a story tonight. I won't be accompanying you." Zhang Xiaobao wrote another 2 words. He finally finished writing a secret letter. "You're not allowed to tell ghost stories. If you dare to scare him, I will not let you off," Wang Wan said as she helped Zhang Xiaobao put the letter into the envelope. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't. I will tell him something else. Come with me to meet the people from the Four Seas Academy. They came to invite us today. I don't know what they are planning. We did not collect all of their ores this time, right? Zhang Xiaobao said as he rubbed his wrist that was sore from writing. We did not collect all of their ores, but there was no one else who collected the rest of the ores. They can't sell them. I was wondering why you said that you were not in a hurry. So they already had this plan? Why can't they sell their ores? Could it be because we collected them before? Wang Wan asked in confusion as she followed Zhang Xiaobao out. She felt that things were definitely not that simple. Zhang Xiaobao walked at the very front. This time, the people from the Four Seas Academy set the meeting place at the Fengwu Pavilion. He said as he walked, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's very simple. It's because we did not refine the silver after we received it. Other people did not know about this and thought that the refinement was not successful, so they were afraid of being fooled. Moreover, the local infrastructure is currently being built. Other than a portion of people who did not follow us, the other merchants have all taken out their money to invest. How would they have any spare money to buy yours?" And the portion of people who did not follow us did not want to, but lacked capital. They were the people who followed us to speculate on the price of silver. Actually, I really hoped that there would be outsiders who would come and interfere. At that time, I would be able to relax a lot. As long as other people have conflicts in certain areas, I would be able to take advantage of them. Unfortunately, this county is still not enough. Other people simply did not come. That's not it. What do you mean not coming? Other people clearly know that they can obtain benefits here, yet they still don't come. Do you think that other people are idiots? It's because you and I are here that other people are worried that if they really come, they will be schemed against by the two of us. The one they're most worried about is actually me. They are afraid that I will directly steal all of their money, and they can't beat me. Wang once said to Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them talked as they walked, all the way until they arrived at the Fengwu Pavilion. When they entered, a worker immediately came over and told them which room the people from the Four Seas Academy were in. As soon as the two of them entered the room, a group of people inside stood up. Yes, a group of people. It was as if they felt that if there were fewer people, there would be no imposing manner. The people from the Four Seas Academy did not come any less this time. Yamamoto stood at the very front and very politely said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Why didn't you call someone to come over first? We would have waited to welcome you." The other people also followed behind in a low voice. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to talk nonsense with others at all. He directly said, "Tell me, why did you call us here this time? If you want to take advantage of us, then don't. It's not that I look down on you, but with your methods, it is completely useless." Yes. With young Master Zhang taking action, it is naturally impossible for us to take advantage of you. Today, we didn't call the two of you here to take advantage of you, especially when it comes to Miss Wang. We have no intention of taking advantage of her at all. A person next to Yamamoto, who also looked like he came from Japan, did not seem to be willing to lose his imposing manner and said to Zhang Xiaobao. The others did not expect him to speak like this. Imposing manner was not important. What was important was how to get benefits. Hearing him say this, they knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, what Zhang Xiaobao hated the most was people talking about women. When he heard this person's words, he kicked out and hit this person's manhood. This person screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaobao did not take a second look and said to the others, "When I came here today, I was in a good mood. But because of him, I am very unhappy. So when I discussed things with you, the first thing I said was that there will be no room for negotiation. If there is anyone who is not satisfied, you can leave immediately. I promise that within 5 days, the Four Seas Academy will be closed. If you're not satisfied, you can try." The scene suddenly fell into a deadlock. While everyone was lamenting that Zhang Xiaobao was not easy to talk to, most of them were complaining about the people lying on the ground who had not yet gotten up. Of all things to say, why did they have to mention Wang Wan? Wasn't this courting death? Wang Wan also spoke at this time. "Even if Xiao Bao closes the Four Seas Academy, as long as we are not satisfied with your methods, I promise that within half a month, we will organize a war fleet and go to your place to take a look." This was power. People with power would never say anything to others. What did the great Tang need to show goodwill to other small countries? especially in the current situation. Everyone sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Who asked these two people to be so powerful? Even if there were only two of them, they did not dare to make a move. The people of the Great Tang did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that their families would be finished. The Japanese did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that the Great Tang would attack their own country. All of them revealed helpless smiles. Fortunately, Yamamoto had good self-control. After hearing what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, he still had the same smile as before and replied, "Of course. We just came to discuss something with the two of you. We will definitely deal with the people who offended the two of you. Do the two of you agree? That is your problem. If you want to deal with them, then deal with them. If you don't want to deal with them, it has nothing to do with us. Tell us, why did you come to find us this time?" Zhang Xiaobao did not treat the other party as someone who could sit on the same level as him. He appeared very arrogant. However, it was precisely because of his arrogance that made the other party feel more comfortable. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be polite to them. If that was the case, it would not be easy to talk. Looking at Wang Wan's expression was as calm as water. She did not smile. "It's easy. It's easy." Yamamoto called the waiter of the restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. He did not let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan order anymore. He knew the identity of the two people. If he really let them order casually, they would not be able to eat today. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly sat at the head of the table and on the left side of the table. They did not care whether they ordered or not. After ordering, Yamamoto smiled and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "I wonder if Child Zhang wants to buy more, or I can help Child Zhang find a place. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. The place you find can only be your country. If you're willing to sell it, I will buy it at a low price. If you're not willing to sell it, you can keep it. I'm going to write a memorial and send it to the court, asking the court to restrict the things that Japan needs." Zhang Xiaobao was still as arrogant and casual as before. Yamamoto's expression also changed. His eyes narrowed. After a few breaths, he returned to his original state and asked, "Is there any misunderstanding between us, Child Zhang?" "There's no misunderstanding. I just don't like you guys. Let's talk about what we can talk about today. If we can't talk about it, go back and think about it carefully. Where should we get involved and where should we not? Don't think that you can achieve your goal by gathering people from a certain place and saying some lies. It's useless." Zhang Xiaobao's negotiation method today was like this, tough because he did not intend to negotiate at all. He just came here to play. Chapter 691. The waiter served the appetizers and gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a big bowl full of soy milk. The two of them liked to drink this and had been drinking a lot of it recently. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at Baoxin County, they found that the soy milk here was better. The ground soy milk was sweet without adding sugar, and the fragrance of the soy milk was very strong. Yamamoto saw that the waiter gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan soy milk without any instructions, so he knew that the Fengwu Pavilion cared about them. They only had a bowl of soy milk, and each of them was drinking it with a small bamboo tube, making a slurping sound. They didn't respect others at all. Yamamoto rolled his eyes and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The relationship between the Four Seas Academy and young Master Zhang and Miss Wang is like the relationship between you two drinking soy milk together. We share benefits. If you two have any requests, you can discuss it with the Four Seas Academy. Don't keep saying the Four Seas Academy. When did the Four Seas Academy become yours? That's ours, isn't it, Cuckoo?" Zhang Xiaobao retorted. Wang Wan stopped to catch her breath and nodded vigorously. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face, Zhang Xiaobao immediately changed his words and said, "I didn't mention the academy. I meant that we have a good relationship with you, just like how you and Cuckoo are close." "Really? So close? Why didn't I know? Cuckoo and I just want to help each other when fighting. You guys agree. Send troops to Xinyuan Island and kill all the local people who resist. Then I'll believe you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Yamamoto and said. Seeing that he changed the topic to the newly discovered island again, Yamamoto had no choice but to reply, "That place is too far away. It's inconvenient to go there once. How about changing the terms? Then I'll help you. I have a ship. I'll help you transport as many ores as you can. Every time, half of the ores will be my freight." Zhang Xiaobao proposed a new idea. "Isn't half too much? If we do that, we'll just keep losing money." "Wait a minute." Young Master Zhang said that he's willing to set sail. "How fast can you go back and forth?" Yamamoto was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something and asked again. "Fast, of course it's fast. We have the best ship, so how can it not be fast?" Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Yamamoto finally showed a sincere smile. "Allow me to go back and think about this matter. I will give young Master Zhang an answer as soon as possible. I heard that young Master Zhang's poultry and livestock are well raised. I wonder if you can go and have a look?" "Sure, let's go in a bit," Zhang Xiaobao said very politely. At this time, the other dishes were also served. Yamamoto didn't persuade Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. He brought the people from the Four Seas Academy to eat in a hurry, and then impatiently followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the yamen. Behind the yamen, there was a courtyard for 2 people. The poultry were hatched here, and there was also a house that was built some time ago after various places used a temperature timer. After Pomegranate mysteriously talked to Zhang Xiaobao for a while, she was bored and kept watch outside the house. Occasionally, she would go in to take a look. At night, she would find time to go to the other rooms to see how the fungus and mushrooms were growing. When the group entered the courtyard, many chicks and ducklings had already hatched. They were fluffy like little fur balls and looked very cute. Xiao Hong was feeding them cut vegetable leaves, and the sound of chirping was chaotic. Yamamoto and the others looked very carefully, especially at Xiao Hong. To be precise, they were staring at the food bowl in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't urge them, and slowly walked in front to lead the way. After a few glances, Yamamoto and the others didn't see anything special. They could only continue to follow, their eyes looking at the surrounding environment from time to time. As they walked, they came to the place where the livestock were raised. In fact, there were only pigs here. The pig house was built with cement and was very clean. The little pigs were washed until they weren't so dirty. When they saw people coming, they thought that they were being fed, so they snorted. "Young Master Zhang, is this cement?" Yamamoto knew about cement. The rich and powerful in Beijing used it. The big places even used cement to build methane pools. It was clean and expensive, but ordinary people couldn't get it. If you want to buy it, you can say what you want to do first. When the time comes, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family will send people to make it for you personally. They won't sell the cement directly for you to use. Used cement blocks have been found before, but found that they couldn't be used anymore. He didn't know how they were made. If they were used to build city walls, it would be very good. Yamamoto felt that the opportunity had come. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be unguarded. "Yes, it's made of cement. If you can learn to make it in every place, there will be fewer diseases in the livestock, and they will grow faster. Then can you sell us some cement? We're going to transport it back to China to build a pig house." Yamamoto asked again. "I'm not selling, but I can make an exchange. A ship of silver or in exchange for a ship of cement, and I'll give you the technology to build a biogas pool." Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment and proposed a new idea. "Can you really exchange it?" Because he didn't know what the cement was made of, Yamamoto couldn't estimate the specific value. He thought that exchanging one ship for another was just a small loss. Really? Zhang Xiaobao was very sure. Wang Wan reached out to pinch him and said to Yamamoto, "Don't listen to Xiaobao's nonsense. It's useless to exchange the cement with you, and it's very cheap. It's a lie to exchange it for a ship of ore. Besides, no matter how much cement you have, you can't figure out how it's made. It's a long journey, and it's not worth it, so we won't exchange it." Yamamoto just wanted a bargain. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan's words, he blinked a few times and said very shamelessly, "Young Master Zhang has just agreed. How can you go back on your word? Even if we exchange a ship, I can send it back and show it to others. Maybe I can get a reward. At that time, I will definitely not forget you. Is young Master Zhang not keeping his word? Who said I don't keep my word? Then change a ship. I can still make the decision here. I'll deal with you tonight. Zhang Xiaobao's last words were said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was angry and didn't say anything. She walked quickly in front, as if she didn't want to talk to Zhang Xiaobao. I've made a fool of myself. It's all because I usually spoil her too much. When will we exchange? Zhang Xiaobao also explained to Yamamoto and the others. Yamamoto and the others found it funny, but they couldn't show it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao agreed, Yamamoto immediately said, some of the ore will come tomorrow. It's estimated that one ship will arrive in 3 days. Then we'll exchange it in 3 days. Let's go. I'll show you other places. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Wang Wan anymore. He led Yamamoto and the others to look around. Every time they arrived, he would explain to Yamamoto. After turning a few places and seeing that a separate house was not far away, Zhang Xiaobao's footsteps suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked away. However, he didn't mention what was inside the house at all. Young Master Zhang here? Yamamoto was puzzled. He pointed to the house and asked, that's an empty house. Let's go. I'll show you something better. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes didn't meet Yamamoto's. He evaded the question and walked to another place. At this time, Wang Wan's voice suddenly came from a place not too far away. Ouch, it hurts. Someone come quickly. As soon as the voice came out, Pomegranate, who was guarding in front of the house, immediately ran to the place where the voice came from. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Yamamoto and also ran over, looking very nervous. Yamamoto took this opportunity and winked at the 2 people behind him, asking them to follow and take a look. He glanced around, ran 2 steps, and flashed in a house. As soon as he came in, Yamamoto found that the house was empty as Zhang Xiaobao had said. There were layers of wooden shelves inside. From a low position, he could see that there was sand in the middle of the shelves, and there was something growing in the sand. He glanced around again. There was a table on the left wall of the house, and there was a piece of paper with words written on it. Yamamoto quickly leaned over and looked carefully. He saw that it said, top secret. The radish newly cultivated by the Sanong Sea is bitter and cannot be planted. However, this radish can be planted into ginseng. The specific technique is as follows. Yamamoto's eyes widened. He couldn't care about anything else. He turned page by page. His eyes swept back and forth on the words, wishing he could have a few more pairs of eyes. If it were someone else who wrote such a thing, Yamamoto would definitely treat that person as a fool. How could a radish turn into a ginseng? But this technique was made by the Zhang family, so he could treat it as normal. The Zhang family had many strange things. Who knew how the family made it? After reading it once, Yamamoto was afraid that he couldn't remember it, so he read it again from the beginning. He remembered the key points clearly. The first was that the radish seed must be found a way to get it. The second was the thermometer. A radish actually needed a thermometer. The first one was easy to deal with. He could bribe the people of the Sanongsi temple, but the second one was troublesome. Where could he get so many thermometers? It was okay if he spent money to buy others' thermometers. He didn't care if they reported that they had been stolen or lost in the river. But he couldn't just plant one at a time, because it was also mentioned that he needed to use the blood of a crocodile. It had to be fresh and could only be used once. He even needed a whale's eye. No matter how many he planted, he had to use at least one at a time. He didn't know how the Zhang family figured it out. After reading it twice, Yamamoto finally felt that he had memorized most of it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He plucked up the courage to dig a little of the sand on a wooden shelf. He reached in and pulled, and something was pulled out. If there were doubts before, Yamamoto was now sure, because what he took out was a ginseng. Looking at the ginseng, Yamamoto had a feeling of jealousy. Why was the Zhang family so powerful that they could even plant ginseng? At this time, 2 coughs suddenly came from outside. Yamamoto didn't dare to be negligent. He put the ginseng back, hurriedly wiped it on the sand, and ran out in a flash. He stood back in the team and shook his head at the few people who looked over, indicating that they shouldn't ask anything now. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao appeared with Wang Wan on his back. Wang Wan cried and said, "I don't want you to care about me. Didn't you ignore me? I'll walk by myself. Even if I break my leg, I don't want you to care." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word. When he walked in front of Yamamoto and the others, he said helplessly, "I beat her until she cried. I'll go back and continue to discipline her. That's all for today. Remember to quickly transport the oars. This time, the ones that are transported will be changed as well. Don't sell them again. As for the ones that have already been sold, forget it." After that, Zhang Xiaobao left with the still crying Wang Wan on his back. Pomegranate returned to the front of the house and sat down. A few guard came from elsewhere and signaled Yamamoto and the others to leave with them. Zhang Xiaobao carried Wang Wan to a place where there was no one around and put Wang Wan down. The two of them reached out at the same time and gave each other a high five. "Yeah, Xiaobao, you're really amazing. How did you know that they would come to steal the technology?" Some time ago, Gao Lisha wrote a letter saying that the Sinangxi spent a lot of money to research new radishes, but it failed. The second generation of radishes was very bitter. They were still young and almost lost confidence. Now it's solved. I didn't know that they would take the initiative to ask to see it. First, get a house ready. Even if they don't come, I'll find a way to trick them. Now it's easy. As for the cement, get someone to remove the outer packaging when they send it here. Just put it there. If it really doesn't work, spray a little water. Don't spray too much and be seen through. Use a ship to transport it back in bulk. I really want to see how much of the cement will be wasted due to moisture absorption. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he quickly found a place to write a letter and send it to the capital as soon as possible. He couldn't let the Sinangxi people sell the radishes cheaply. Beside the river outside the Luo village in Boixin County, Luo Xiang'er had nothing to do today. She held a book in her hand and sat on a stone under a big tree. Her two legs were kicking back and forth in the air, and her eyes were looking back and forth at the book. From time to time, she would turn a page. There are not only words marked with pinyin on the pages, but also pictures. It was full of stories. Luo Xiang'er had just learned the new pinyin and was not very proficient in it, but she was still better than Arya. Arya also had the pronunciation, but if she wanted to understand the pronunciation of a word, she had to understand the words used to mark the sound. It was very tiring to learn, unlike the things that were easy to remember now. There were only 40 words in total, and she just had to memorize them. She didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had spent a lot of effort on these 40 words. They had revised them many times before they became the necessary textbooks for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were mainly prepared for Xiaobei and the others. For their younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would do anything. The other children who were still playing were very envious of Luo Xiang'er. She recognized a good sister and could see the good things first. They still had to wait for a while before they could come in contact with them. Luo Xiang'er was not so selfish. After reading the story, she would tell it to others. If someone wanted to see the pictures, she would let them see it, but they were not allowed to touch the book to avoid damaging it. Just as Luo Xiang'er was engrossed in reading, a mighty team came on the road. At the front of the team, there was a little girl in a white dress. She was leading the team, swaying and looking around with her big eyes. Behind her were other children, who were also very curious about this place. Because of their existence, the speed of the team was suppressed. No one dared to go around them. The little girl walking in front looked at the rice seedlings in the field. When she raised her head and saw the people under the big tree, she said happily, "There's a person." Chapter 692. Xiao Bei had a reason to be happy. When they were walking on the road earlier, many people would hide far away when they saw the team. Even if they were curious about the big house and the team, they did not dare to come close. The little girl was even more scared and did not dare to show her head. She did not expect to meet someone who was not afraid. She had already seen the team, but she was still sitting there leisurely reading. Xiao Bei wanted to find someone to ask about her brother and sister. When she saw that Luo Xiang'er didn't run away, she lifted her princess dress with both hands and ran to Luo Xiang'er's side. She struggled to climb onto the rock and leaned over to read together. Luo Xiang'er did not care who was passing by, let alone be afraid. Her sister had said that she must have the temperament of a lady. She must be calm in the face of chaos and remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. But whose family was this little girl from? Why was she so pretty and likable? Glancing at the new little girl, Luo Xiang'er smiled and said, "Do you want to know the story?" Coaxing a child. This is called a tortoise and a rabbit race. Xiao Bei had nothing to do all day. Other than eating, sleeping, playing, she was being carried by others and told stories. How could she not know what the picture was? She could even read a small part of the words. Luo Xiang'er was not an adult. When she saw that someone younger than her knew the story, she asked curiously, "How do you know? How old are you?" 3 years old. There's another one, saying little tortoise and little rabbit competed again. The rabbit lost again. There's a river, but the rabbit didn't jump across it. Xiao Bei was a little nervous. His words were not very fluent, but he still managed to express himself clearly. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiang'er covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, the other little guys also came close. Some climbed on the stone by themselves, some pushed others up. Everyone was expressing their own thoughts. It was a mess. Luo Xiang'er did not know who to listen to. She looked at the group of younger brothers and sisters and found that they were all made of good materials. She touched the clothes of the little girl who came first and knew that she had a similar piece of gauze at home. She had asked someone and found that the gauze was not silk that was usually worth 200 copper coins. It could be worth 20 strings of coins or 200 strings of coins. Ordinary people with a little money could not buy it. She was not willing to take it out to make clothes, so why did this little girl wear it? Seeing that someone was touching his clothes, Xiao Bei even posed. "Do I look good?" "It looks good," Luo Xiang'er said honestly. At the same time, she wondered if she should also have a set of clothes made for herself. "If you could tell me about my brother and sister, I'll give you one." Xiao Bei put forward her terms. "No, I have one too. I'll make it tomorrow." "Who are your brothers and sisters?" Luo Xiang'er didn't want a servant girl's things. You have it too?" This is called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin. It's the sign of the sea and clouds. It's only given and not sold. Xiao Yuan, what do you say? Xiao Bei still knew what material the clothes on her body were made of. Ever since Xiao Yuan was tripped by the horse-tripping rope, he was a little afraid of Xiao Bei. When he heard Xiao Bei's question, he immediately said, "The promontory is accompanied by the end of the world. It shouldn't exist in the mortal world, but only hangs in the clouds. Money is priceless." "Are you Xiao Bei?" Luo Xiang'er guessed. Xiao Bei was stunned. "You know? Stupid. When other people hear about the sea and clouds, of course they know." Xiao Yuan said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei puffed up his cheeks. "You're the stupid one. Come at me if you dare." Luo Xiang'er finally knew who the people who came were. She always heard from her brother and sister that they had younger brothers and sisters. They were all very interesting, smart, and liked to bicker. It was true. The muslin that her sister gave her was called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin. It seemed to be the best one. Even Xiao Bei wore it. When she thought of this, Luo Xiang'er felt very happy. She shouted to the other children who were running away, "Don't be afraid. My brother and sister's family are here." When the children who ran away heard this, they ran back even faster. They were not afraid anymore. They surrounded the group of children who were younger than them and looked at them one by one. The children also looked at the people who surrounded them. They were not afraid. They were already used to being surrounded. Luo Xiang'er held Xiao Bei's hand and began to talk about her brother and sister. Xiao Bei did not care if he could understand the details. As long as he felt that she was praising his brother and sister, he nodded vigorously. The Zhang family and Wang family's group stopped. The guards who came from the side also stood still, waiting for the children to finish asking and come back. When Xiao Bei and the others came back, they brought Luo Xiang'er with them. Xiao Bei personally introduced her, saying that this sister was the sister that his brother and sister recognized. He also pulled her into the house for a tour and did not slowly walk in front of the group. The other children in the village got a lot of delicious food and fun things. They asked them to help inform Luo Xiang, Er's family. Luo Xiang, followed them into the county. The group's speed suddenly became faster. The two pigeons flapped their wings and flew back to the capital, returning to the embrace of their big family. For pigeons, there were many relatives in the capital. There was always a relative who was sent away in large batches. After a while, a few would fly back and forth. The pigeons in the capital were all under Gao Lisher's care. He found someone to learn how to raise them, train them, and then send them to various places. Luoyang and Boxin County sent the most pigeons. As long as the Zhang family and Wang family were there, they could not lack carrier pigeons. When they encountered Xiao Bei and Xiao Zhu, they suddenly did not want to eat anymore. Such a big matter had to be reported as quickly as possible. As for the carrier pigeons placed in other provinces, as long as there was not a mass uprising or the army of another country attacking, they could not be casually used for other small matters. Of course, it was fine to use them. Even if it was to send a letter to the capital, it would cost money. After all, it was not easy to raise and train pigeons. They also had to be transported in cages. When Gao Lisher obtained this right, there were really people who were willing to spend money to send a letter, especially those who had big business outside the capital. They did not care about the small fee. The advantage was that it was fast, and time was money. There was one thing that Gao Lisher did very well. He did not open other people's letters. He sent the letter to whoever it belonged to. The place where the pigeons were sent did not need to spend money. Someone in the capital had to pay for it. If no one did, then the letter would not be sent. Furthermore, he would let the other side catch the person and pay for it. Every day, there were pigeons flying from all over the country. They earned a lot of money. A portion of the money was used to raise the pigeons, and the rest was given to Lilongji. Today, Gao Lisher received another letter from Boxin County. It was not written specifically for him. It was related to the Senongsi temple, so he could not leave it behind. After reading the letter, he came back to look for Lilongji. Lilongji was feeding the fish. Ever since Zhang Xiaobao gave Gao Lisher a large fish tank, Lilongji would ask Gao Lisher how the fish was doing. The fish was given by Gao Lisher's son, so it had a special meaning. He was embarrassed to ask Gao Lisher for it, but he missed it. Zhang Xiaobao knew about this matter, so he gave Lilongji another fish tank in case he could not control himself and snatch Gao Lisher's one day. He also gave Lilongji a lot of fish food and told him not to eat too much, or he would die from overeating. When Gao Lisher arrived, Lilongji had already fed the fish once. He was hesitating whether to feed the fish less. Feeding the fish was very interesting and satisfying. Lisher, what's the good news? In the end, Lilongji did not feed the fish again. He was afraid that if the fish died, he would not be able to ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo for more. He put the rest of the fish back into the box and asked Gao Lisher, who had hurried over. When Gao Lisher passed the letter in his hand, he replied, "Your Majesty, good news. The Senongsi Temple's newly cultivated radishes can make a lot of money." "Oh, there are people who like to eat bitter and small radishes. They are as thin as ginseng." Lilongji was very surprised. "Your Majesty, didn't you send a lot of radishes to Baoxin County a few days ago and ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo to think of a solution? If they do, they can make a lot of money. All the remaining seeds can be sold, and the radishes that are still alive can be sold as well. But in the future, don't cultivate such seeds anymore." Gao Lisher signaled Lilongji to read the letter. When Lilongji heard that the letter was from Baoxin County, he knew what was going on without reading it. It must be Xiaobao lying again. Who would be so stupid? Who would spend a lot of money to buy a lousy radish? No, who would be so unlucky to meet Zhang Xiaobao? With curiosity, Lilongji read the letter and laughed. He wanted to laugh, but was holding back his laughter, so he said to Gao Lisher, "Go and find the Senongsi Temple's assistant official Jiangxin." In the Senongsi Temple, Jiang Tsin was worried. 2 years ago, when he was doing research, he found a good type of radish. It was big and didn't taste too spicy. It was crispy and sweet and could be eaten steamed. It was a very good variety. He cultivated a lot of radishes and planted the seeds in the autumn. Most of them used simple greenhouses, and a small number of them used greenhouses made of glass sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. However, when the radishes appeared at the beginning of spring this year, it was over. The radishes of the second generation were obviously different from the first. In other words, the radishes couldn't be kept from generation to generation. They could only be cultivated from generation to generation, and people in distant places couldn't use them. What should I do? How should I explain this to people? The Zhang family and Wang family used such precious glass to support the Sinangxi temple's research. Now all of them are useless. If the Zhang family and Wang family ask, how should I answer? Jiang Tsin muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. There were still a lot of seeds left in his hands. Fortunately, he didn't plant them. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of good land. Standing beside Jiang Tsin was the registrar of the Sinangxi temple. He was also worried. Hearing Jiang Tsin's muttering, he suggested, Xiaoqing, why don't we see if pigs eat the radishes? Even if pigs eat them, we can't give them seeds. The yield is not good. Peel them and leave some. Let's see if the third generation can change after the radishes bear seeds. If I had known this, I wouldn't have used the greenhouses. Let's find someone to peel them and see what else can be planted in this season. Looking at the 2 rows of greenhouses provided by the Zhang family and Wang family, Jiang Tsin was about to cry. His efforts of several years were in vain. Assistant Official Sinangxi, His Majesty wants to see you. He said that he wants to discuss the new radishes. The eunuch who came to pass the message arrived at this time. He didn't hide anything and even told Jiang Tsin the general situation so that Jiang Tsin could prepare. Chapter 693. Jiang Tsin followed behind the eunuch. She wanted to think about what to say later, but found that she couldn't think of any excuse. This was not only a matter of failure, but also a matter of taking up too much land and using up all the glass sheds before she was sure that it would be completely successful. The soil in the land was not the original soil. It was good soil that the Zhang family and Wang family specially found from other places. She didn't know what was in it. During normal planting, the yield was 20% higher than usual. Every year, they would find some organic matter to make good fertilizer. The Zhang family and Wang family did everything they should do. They didn't ask for a single copper coin and didn't ask for any benefits. They only hoped that the Sinangxi temple could grow better things. If the research failed, they would support it. But this was a failure in decision-making, not experimental. Was it because they were angry and didn't want to give good things? Jiang Tsin came to Xingqing Palace uneasily. As soon as she entered the palace, she smelled the fragrance of fish. She sniffed and wondered why the emperor was in the mood to eat when it was not time to eat yet. As soon as Li Longji saw Jiang Tsin, he waved his hand. Minister Jiang is here. Get a stool and let's eat together. Jiang Tsin didn't need to find a stool. The little eunuch next to him brought one and put it next to the small table that was specially prepared for Jiang Tsin. There was a fish dish on the small table. Many images flashed through Jiang Tsin's mind. Did he want to poison her to death? Sigh. Let's eat, even if it's poison. After bowing to Li Longji, Jiang Tsin sat on the stool, picked up the chopsticks, looked at the emperor, and then looked at Gao Lishur, who was standing next to the emperor. She picked up a piece of fish and said, "This official is ashamed of the emperor's grace and the support of the Zhang family and Wang family. I'm willing to die." Then she put the fish in her mouth and tasted it carefully. She wanted to know what the poison tasted like. After tasting one piece, Jiang Tsin found that she didn't feel uncomfortable. Did she eat too little? Then she continued to eat. Thus, one piece of fish after another was eaten by Jiang Tsin. At first, he was thinking of poisoning himself, but as he ate, he forgot about it and only cared about the delicious taste of the fish. He rubbed his stomach and exhaled comfortably. He said to Li Longji, "Many thanks for the fish. Your Majesty. Is this fish a new method that the Imperial Kitchen has figured out? At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that the Emperor didn't intend to poison him to death. The fish was really delicious, but didn't he call him here to talk about the radishes? Why'd he only eat fish? I don't know how long I'll have to wait for them to come up with new dishes. The recipe sent by Baoxing County uses radishes from the Senongsi Temple as an auxiliary ingredient. Don't be fooled by the bitterness of the radishes. They get rid of the fishy smell and improve the freshness. After eating them, they leave a fragrant taste in the mouth. It's a pity that they're a little small. If they can grow bigger, the bitterness will be reduced. How about it? Li Longji sat on the chair and took a sip of tea as he spoke to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing thought for a moment and replied, "It's delicious. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really amazing. This subject has never seen anything that can baffle them. This subject is unworthy of His Majesty's grace and the support of the Zhang family and the Wang family. I'm willing to die." He repeated what he said just now. He knew clearly that he wouldn't die this time. Well, it's good that you know where the problem is. You are indeed unworthy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The good things were given to the Senongsi Temple, but you didn't think carefully before acting. This time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo help you again. In the future, you have to be careful. Li Longji had never eaten fish stewed with bitter radishes. He was afraid that it wouldn't be delicious, so he let Jiang Xin try it first. Seeing Jiang Xin eat it, he knew that it was not bad, so he decided to have someone make it at night. Gao Lisher also thought the same. Yes, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo helped me again. They turned the bad radishes into delicious dishes. This subject is unable to repay them. Jiang Xin really admired them. Such bitter radishes could be turned into delicacies in the hands of others. In this way, the Senongsi Temple's responsibility was reduced a lot. The bitter radishes they planted were not completely useless. What's the point of cooking? Aren't we looking down on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Li Shi, let him read the letter. Take a good look at the ability of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The Senongsi Temple not only didn't lose money, but also made a lot of money. They have enough money to do research. Planting things well is the best reward. Li Longji was in a very good mood. As long as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could solve the problem, it meant that they had learned most of the skills. They didn't have to worry about the two masters of the Zhang family suddenly disappearing. Gao Lisher came down from above and handed the letter to Jiang Xin. His expression was as if he was the one who came up with the idea. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, General Gao. General Gao is really a blessed person." Jiang Xin very sensibly thanked the Emperor and Gao Lisher. She also praised Gao Lisher, who asked him to have a good son. She really gained face. Gao Lisher was flattered, so he said happily, "Remember, this time, don't act on your own. The Senongsi Temple will do what is written in the letter. If you don't listen and do something wrong again, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be angry. General Gao is right. I will do it well and do it." Jiang Xin didn't dare to refute. She nodded and opened the letter to read from the beginning. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. The more she read, the more surprised she was. The more she read, the more she cursed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in her heart. This move was really insidious. When their own country was in trouble, they would shift the losses to others. No wonder the emperor was so happy. With such a person around, other countries would not be able to use other means other than war to gain benefits. However, war was not necessarily feasible. There was still a cuckoo who treated killing as a game. How did the two of them meet together? How can other people live? Jiang Xin thought in her heart and unconsciously said it in a low voice. What did Jiang Shaoqing say? Gao Lisher didn't hear clearly and asked. I said, "We must do according to what is written in the letter. A radish seed is 50 copper coins. A small green radish is 200 copper coins. Quickly send people to the Senongsi Temple and tell them not to dig. Don't dig first. It's all money, Jiang Xin suddenly remembered something important. When he came, he ordered people to dig the radishes. He quickly shouted to the little eunuch in the hall. The little eunuch looked at the emperor and immediately ran out to stop him. Jiangxin let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from eating the fish and seeing the plan. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, I submit. This method is unfathomable. When the trap is set, there will really be people who want to dig in. This subject thinks that we should transfer Zhang Xiaobao to the Ministry of Revenue. I don't think anyone will dare to play tricks under his nose and fake the accounts." Hearing Jiangxin's words, Gao Lisher couldn't take it anymore. "Jiang Shaoqing, are you trying to make Xiao Bao fall? Shouldn't Cuckoo be transferred to the Ministry of War? Each of them is a minister, a high-ranking official." "No, I'm just casually saying. I'm talking too much." Jiangxin sweated even more. She secretly complained that she didn't keep her mouth shut. Gao Lisher's words were cutting to the heart. Li Longji coughed lightly, indicating that Gao Lisher didn't need to say any more. He really wanted to transfer these two people to an important position in the capital, but he knew that it wasn't the right time yet. He had to wait. He ordered Jiangxin, "You must do according to the method in the letter. Take good care of all the seeds and radishes. If news of this leaks out, you know the consequences. Go. If you can't negotiate, push the matter to Savant's restaurant." Jiangxin nodded vigorously and handed the letter back to Gao Lisher. She walked out of the hall as light as a feather. Today's ups and downs were too big. She had to think carefully about where to spend the money she earned. It would be even better if she could learn how to turn the situation around. After Jiangxin left, Li Longji sat on the chair and pondered for a while. Then he said to Gao Lisher, "Let's make a fish dish tonight." The teams of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were still on the road. At this speed, they would reach the county before evening. The masters of the two families made use of the time to rest so that they wouldn't be tired when they arrived. Luo Xianger entered Xiaobei's house. She went up from the first floor to the second floor, then to the third floor. Then she walked around the rooms, opened the windows, and opened the doors. No matter how much she walked around, it was not enough. She was very envious of Xiaobei and the others. They had a beautiful house with their own rooms. They could decorate their rooms however they liked. If they wanted to find others to play with, they just had to enter other people's rooms. There were also many toys. Especially since this house had wheels under it, they could walk around everywhere. Xiaobei and the others also took out what they thought were the best things for Luo Xianger to play with. In such a big family, they had long developed the habit of being generous. There were also various snacks for Luo Xianger to try. When they were less than 5 li away from the county, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in front of them. Luo Xianger wanted to open the window to take a look, but she was stopped. A periscope rose from the roof of the third floor, allowing her to see what was happening in front. Big brother, big sister. Xiaobei was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He cheered and began to run to the first floor, preparing to meet them outside. The other children also squeezed down, and some even fell. Fortunately, this was considered when the house was designed. Otherwise, it would have been very easy for them to get into trouble. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and hurried over to meet them. There were buckets hanging from the horses. When they saw them approaching, the two pulled on the reins. The horses below them let out a long neigh, raised their front legs, and froze in place. When the front legs fell, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already landed on the ground, each carrying a bucket. The officials who came with Zhang Zhong could not help but praise the two people's horsemanship. People who had fought in wars were indeed different. Big brother, big sister. Xiaobei spread his arms and shouted as he rushed over. The other children were not willing to be left behind. With a whoosh, they surrounded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobei threw himself into his brother's arms. As he cried, he said that when he dreamed at night, he could see his brother and sister. But when he woke up, there was nothing. Chapter 694. The arrival of the Zhang family and Wang family immediately livened up Baoxing County. Zhang Zhong led a group of officials and rested for the night. The next day, they began to tour the model of Jiangyi province. At this time, they did not casually introduce the production and cultural aspects like other people. Data was sorted out one by one. The construction of various aspects of Jiangyi province, as well as the tax revenue, were all listed in a table, allowing people to know the situation around the capital in the recent years. The overall growth and the data from the people allowed the officials to clearly understand the changes in the Great Tang's region. Learning naturally couldn't be done without any learning. Besides this, the more important thing was that the Great Tang's future was optimistic, and it showed that the emperor had ruled the country well. Before the officials from Luoyang arrived at Baoxin County, they thought that their reputation would be used to help advertise. In any case, there was nothing to do in Luoyang, so they had nothing to do. The Zhang family and Wang family had already agreed on the advertising fee. That was, the officials who came could not only understand the situation in Jiangyi province, but more importantly, they could personally try out the various products of Jiangyi province. This included a set of furniture made of good wood. This set of furniture could not be bought without 1,000 strings of coins. In addition to the furniture, there was also the newly brewed wine and tea leaves from Sanshui County in Jiangyi province. The officials from Luoyang had come for these things. It did not take much effort to walk around. When they arrived at Baoxin County, they would be able to eat and live very comfortably. Because it was Zhang Zhong's suggestion, most of the officials were very supportive. They came to take a look and add something to their homes. However, there were a small number of officials who looked down on Zhang Zhong and felt that Zhang Zhong's method was not desirable. They would rather not have the things than come. But after hearing all kinds of data in the morning, the officials who came felt very lucky. They had already talked to Zhang Zhong. After returning, they had asked Zhang Zhong to give them a copy of the information just now so that they could memorize it. This was to prevent the emperor from being able to answer correctly when he was in a good mood. This was an accurate proof that the Great Tang was gradually flourishing. Presumably, the emperor would pay close attention to it. When the time came, who would be able to find a chance to enter the capital, who would remain in Luoyang, or who would be sent to some other place? That would depend on whether or not the emperor was satisfied. While the officials were excited, they were also rejoicing in the misfortune of the officials who did not come. They would not be so kind as to go back and share the information with others. Besides, even if they wanted to share it, it would not be of much use. This was because all of Zhang Zhong's data was in general and involved every department. Of course, those who did not come would not prepare it for them. The adults watched and listened to the front, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran around with a group of little ones. Many snacks in Jiangyi province had been made. They were not sent by merchants through advertisements. The merchants had not participated yet. They were all made locally with the collected technology. They had not seen each other for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not limit how much snacks the little ones could eat today. This made the little ones very happy. They got up early in the morning and changed into comfortable clothes before going out with their brothers and sisters. After coming out of the yamen, their hands and mouths were not idle. Xiao Bei wanted to hold her brother and sister's hands, but she also wanted to eat. In the end, she cleverly let her brother and sister carry the food while she freed her hands. She grabbed the corner of someone's shirt and tried her best to say what she didn't finish last night. For example, when they were in Luoyang, her bamboo dragonfly flew higher than other people's. Xiao Yuan was timid when he played on the swing and was tied to it, and so on. This was a small matter for the adults, but it was very important for her. The other little ones also surrounded them and kept expressing their thoughts. Luo Xianger was also walking in the group. When she heard her brothers and sisters talking, she also remembered that her two brothers had brought her to play. However, her two brothers were still helping out at home and could not go to the county together. She felt a little regretful. Brother, I folded a big paper airplane. When I was dreaming, I dreamed that the airplane would fly us in the sky. It flew from Luoyang to here, and we would arrive in a short while. Brother, is there really such an airplane? Xiao Bei tried hard to swallow the food in her mouth and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, When Xiaobei grows up, we'll make an airplane. When the time comes, we can go wherever we want to go and fly over thousands of mountains and rivers, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan echoed from the side. Xiaobei, don't be anxious. You have to work hard and learn useful knowledge. It will be easy for you to do anything in the future. Okay. Xiaobei nodded vigorously, looking like she was really going to study hard. When they got close to the model, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan explained something else to their younger siblings. There was no data, and they did not care about the people's livelihood. They only described the legends of various places in a language that the little ones could understand. Some of the officials walking at the back also heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's explanation. When they looked at the large model, they suddenly realized that they were not just talking about some model, but the charm of the entire Great Tang. A model not only expressed the livelihood of the people, but also the economy, culture, and inheritance. While the Luoyang officials were studying in Baoxin County, the people from the Four Seas Academy impatiently sent people to the capital to inquire about how to obtain that kind of carrot. After sending people out, it would probably take some time before they could arrive. When Yamamoto and the others heard that the Luoyang officials had come, as well as the families of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they also followed behind to join the fun. They did not disturb them and only followed from a position where they could see and hear. They wanted to understand more about the situation of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families. Yamamoto was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leading a group of children. He did not think much of it. After all, the children were too young. However, after following them for a while and hearing what the children said and how they reacted when they encountered something, he finally noticed something different. Usually, children of this age would not be able to do the actions of this group of little fellows. Whenever it was time to buy something, the little fellows here would be very quiet. They would stand in line and wait for the people in front to choose what they wanted. Only then would the people behind follow. They also knew how to ask if they could not eat too much of certain food and which part of the body would feel uncomfortable if they ate too much. For example, when they were selling cold drinks, the children would ask if their stomachs would hurt after eating 2 bowls. After receiving an affirmative answer, they would only ask for 1 bowl. Occasionally, 1 or 2 classic sentences could be heard from the children's mouths, either from the book of songs or from the selected literature. The more Yamamoto watched and listened, the more surprised he became. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already very good. These children were still so young, but they behaved differently from ordinary children. When they grew up, what would the Zhang family and the Wang family be like? If only one child learned well, it would be reasonable. However, all the children were better than the other. It was definitely not because they were born well, but because they were taught well. Especially, it could be seen that the children who did not belong to the Zhang family and the Wang family were still performing well. This could only mean one thing. The Zhang family and the Wang family had their own special way of teaching children. Thinking of this, Yamamoto said to the person next to him, Shanji, if we can learn the way Zhang family and the Wang family teach their children, how do you think it will help our country? Shanji was also watching and listening from the side. The children's performance also gave him a great impact, or rather a blow. They were smart, sensible, and polite. They were not like other children who could not wait to make a fuss and shout. Just now, he had also thought of this. At this time, when he heard Yamamoto's question, he replied, then our country will become stronger in less than 30 years. But can we learn the teaching methods of the Zhang family and the Wang family? When it came to learning, he was very uncomfortable. Originally, when people from his country came to the Tang Empire, they could learn whatever they wanted from others. Now, because of the Zhang family and the Wang family, many good skills and knowledge were not taught. If they wanted to learn, they had to think of ways behind the scenes. Most of the knowledge taught in the Four Seas Academy was about scriptures or etiquette. If they wanted to learn some ways to rule the country or military, no one would teach them at all. It was the same for economics. The only way to learn was through the Monopoly game. They started from the lowest level and played to a certain extent. After they left the scope of the game, they would be able to come into contact with more things. Among the people from his country, there were already 4 people who entered the top 100 through hard work. However, no matter how good they were, they would not be able to enter the top 10. No matter how good they were, as long as they mentioned the exam, they would be directly rejected. It was said that the knowledge that the top 10 came into contact with was completely different from the knowledge of the bottom 90. They were even responsible for mastering the rules. It's difficult. Yamamoto also felt the same. Then why don't we capture them all and use them to threaten the Zhang family and the Wang family? Let them give us their good skills in exchange for the safety of the children. Shanji suddenly had a bold idea. He looked around and felt that if he made a move, there might be a chance. Even if most of the people were to be left behind, as long as a small number of people could rush out and control the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it would be worth it even if there were casualties. Yamamoto quickly covered Shanji's mouth and said softly, "Do you want to die? Do you really think that the people who come are from our country, the Four Seas Academy, and the Tang Empire? They will deal with you first." Yamamoto knew very well that the people of the Four Seas Academy from the Tang Empire were willing to cooperate with them, not because they wanted to commit treason, but because they wanted to make more money. Once it involved something that would affect the Tang Empire, they would not be with them anymore. Making money and destroying the Tang Empire were 2 different things. As long as they showed the idea of capturing the children, the first to deal with them would probably be the people of the Tang Empire and the team. The Zhang family and the Wang family had already become an unshakable existence in their hearts. Shanji was just casually saying it and did not think much about it just now. Now, he was shocked and nodded, indicating for Yamamoto to let go of his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turn their heads and smile at him at the same time. His legs immediately went soft. They heard it? Did they guess it? Are they just looking for an excuse to deal with us? The moment he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan smile, Shanji had such a thought in his heart. He looked around carefully and finally found something wrong. Surprisingly, there were sellers carrying baskets or pushing carts beside the little guys. They were peddling their wares while looking around. At first glance, they looked normal, but if one were to look closely at the seller's eyes, they would definitely not have the eyes of someone who was waiting for others to buy something. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dared to take a group of children for a stroll. They did not lack protection. Water birds flew, waves splashed, the clouds in the sky floated leisurely, and the wind blew gently. Luzhou and Lingnan's circuit looked peaceful now. Zhang Pingwang was very happy today. Once again, he brought the people around him out to have a look. Initially, he thought it was time for him to leave after the spring plowing. He did not expect that because he wanted the model of Lingnan's circuit, in order not to cause too much trouble in Luzhou, he would not send a new official to take over. This was to prevent the new official from being difficult to control. Therefore, he was allowed to continue being the provincial governor of Luzhou. This way, he could enjoy the scenery of Luzhou more. He could even take a boat to the coastal area. As long as he did not go too far, it would be fine. The weather is good today. I should go to the docks and have a look. With that thought in mind, Zhang Pingwang brought his followers out. Similarly, he did not use his own carriage. Instead, he casually stopped a carriage on the street and ordered the coachman, "Go to the docks." The coachman nodded with a smile. He opened the door and sat back in his seat. He hummed a tune and swung the whip in the air as he urged the horse forward. During the journey, he did not forget to talk to Zhang Pingwang. "Lord Provincial Governor, is there any news about Provincial Governor Zhang recently? I heard that they're going to build a model of this place and put it in the capital. Do you need any help?" The last thing Zhang Pingwang wanted to hear was other people asking about Provincial Governor Zhang. He knew the coachman was not asking about him. Even if he was also a provincial governor and had the surname Zhang, there was a big difference. When he heard the coachman's question, he could not just ignore it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There is indeed such a thing. Isn't the Chamber of Commerce already working on this matter? I reckon that by summer, they'll have collected most of the data. After all, compared to the capital, there aren't many famous places here." "Oh, thank you, Lord Zhang. It seems like the rumors are true. After I send you to the place, I'll think of a way to see if I can get the people from the Chamber of Commerce to send the data of Luzhou to the capital first, so that Provincial Governor Zhang can have a good look at this place. Lord Zhang, is there any news about the little young master and the little lady? After all, our status is not high enough. It's difficult for us to find out more about them. Why don't you tell me, Lord Zhang? I have a chicken that lays eggs at home. I'm going to kill it and send it to you when the time comes so that you can stew it with mushrooms. The coachman seemed very happy when he got the exact information from Zhang Pingwang. He continued to discuss with Zhang Pingwang. Zhang Pingwang had learned not to be jealous. The coachman wanted to send him a chicken to eat. It sounded good, but it was definitely not for his own good. It was just in exchange for a piece of information. The coachman had left his post for a long time, but he still had control over the entire Luzhou. Sigh. If I can't compare, then let's not compare. There is nothing in this world that can be compared. Therefore, Zhang Pingwang recalled all the news he had recently received and said to the coachman, "Yes, the two of them are both minor officials in Baoxin County. However, they have the final say in the entire county. I heard that they have recently received a lot of silver ores. The lives of the people in Baoxin County have become much better. I think it's time for them to move to another place after they're almost done with the matter of the model. It's going to change places. It would be best if he could be promoted to a high-ranking official. The two little fellows might be able to endure it. The people of Baoxin County are blessed. As long as the Zhang and Wang family are there, the people will be able to live a good life. No, I have to think of a way. When the time comes, I will personally send something to them." The coachman was not surprised at all that the people in the county where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan live could live a good life. This time, he did not ask anymore. Instead, he hummed the tune even more happily and swayed his head in enjoyment. Suddenly, Zhang Pingwang asked, "What do you think I should do to make you treat me the same way you treat Zhang Zhong?" "Huh?" The coachman's voice came to a halt as he exclaimed in surprise. Then, he said with a smile, "Lord Zhang, Provincial Governor Zhang suffered the disaster together with us. How can we compare this?" "As long as you follow the method Provincial Governor Zhang left behind, we'll naturally treat you very well." His words were tactful, but the meaning could not be clearer. "Don't count on me. Just follow my lead, and you'll be rewarded when the time comes." Zhang Pingwang understood. It seemed that if he wanted to be like Zhang Zhong, he would have to find a very poor place to be an official. Then he would have to raise the living standards of the people bit by bit. There are many poor places. Although it was said that the world was flourishing, in fact, the poor places were still poor. Otherwise, there would not be so many places where people were sent to. It was easy to find a place, for example, a place further west. However, it would be difficult to make the people live a good life, as Luzhou did. He did not know how to do it. Perhaps, if he was given 10 years, he might be able to change a province. However, if he wanted to learn from Zhang Zhong and develop Luzhou in a short time, apart from the fact that he did not have enough money, more importantly, he could not think of all kinds of strange methods. Forget it. I'll think about it after this period of time. If I really can't do it, I'll ask Zhang Zhong personally when I have the chance in the future. How can I develop a place according to its conditions? That was what Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo were doing now. After making up his mind, Zhang Pingwang leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes to rest, allowing the carriage to move forward slightly. The car traveled for a long time, but this time they didn't take a detour. When evening came, they arrived at the pier. There were still people coming and going at the pier, and there were boats docking and leaving for time. Zhang Pingwang brought his followers to the dock again. He looked into the distance, admiring the sunset. At the same time, he listened to the sound of seabirds. Chapter 695. The tour in Baoxin County continued. After the officials from Luoyang asked Zhang Zhong for detailed information, Zhang Zhong did not agree. This was because this information did not belong to Luoyang, but was related to Jiangji province. Why would a place like Luoyang need information from the entire Jiangji province? Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the officials could only dismiss the idea of continuing to ask. They were prepared to listen to it a few times and memorize what they knew. They could not care less about the others for the time being. The Four Seas Academy ship of silver ore finally arrived. It was unknown where they had hired so many vehicles, but the road was left with one mark after another. However, at this time, there was no such thing as a toll fee, so the local citizens could only silently endure. Of course, the citizens did not think much of it. They had never come into contact with other things, so it was a habit for them to have bad roads. With so many ores piled up into a mountain, they were exchanged for the same weight of cement, the kind that came in bulk. The vehicles did not leave, so they were responsible for pulling them back. However, there was an extra cloth on the vehicles to cover the cement, so as to prevent the wind from blowing it everywhere. The people from the Four Seas Academy did not know that cement could not be in contact with the air often. Otherwise, it would absorb the moisture in the air and condense. They were very happy, especially the Japanese. They felt that by transporting the cement back, they could figure out something useful. Xiaobei also wanted to take a look at the ores. It would be even better if they could climb the ore mountain. However, they were stopped by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were not allowed to approach and immediately sent people to transport the ores away, worried that there would be radiation in the ores that was not good for the human body. Xiaobei, who could not climb the mountain, did not make a fuss. He began to fold paper planes for his brother and sister. The planes that he folded kept spinning around his body, indicating that the balance was not good. Xiaobao, what do you think is needed to make a plane? Seeing Xiaobei's persistence, Wang Wan wanted to make a plane. That depends on what it's used for. If it can really fly very far, carry goods, and carry people, it's probably better to dream together with Xiaobei. That requires the technological advancement of the entire society at the same time to be completed. If it's like the glider plane that was first made, it can still be realized after a lot of experiments. But if it involves the engine, then it's not easy to do. There's the problem of fuel and sealing. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to fly from the ground to the sky at once. A hot air balloon was already a pretty good thing now. If he really wanted to make a plane, it would involve too much knowledge in all aspects. Wang Wan also carefully recalled the knowledge she had learned before and said, "In fact, it is very simple to make a glider specifically for carrying people. It is said that in another 100 years, someone will be able to make it in other places. But to be able to glide like an airplane, you have to work hard in all aspects. The Industrial Revolution is really a great revolution." Yes, after the Industrial Revolution, the development of human civilization accelerated in a short period of time. After thousands of years of development, only after the Industrial Revolution started did the development of human civilization reach a flying speed in the first 100 years of the Industrial Revolution. You have learned a lot. Why don't the two of us focus on imitating the Industrial Revolution and avoid detours, develop science and technology, find various good craftsmen, and provide them with the ideas of the Industrial Revolution? I believe that they will definitely be able to develop faster than the original Industrial Revolution. Zhang Xiaobao did not know much himself. He could only hope that Wang Wan could provide more theoretical support. As long as they avoided detours and imitated the things that had appeared in the Industrial Revolution, the speed of development would definitely be much faster than the Industrial Revolution. It was like a quadratic equation. It was not easy to solve, but later on, any junior high school student could easily solve it. Even some elementary school students could do it as long as they had some experience with it. This was the greatness of inheritance. Wang Wan had actually thought of this a long time ago, but sometimes the most important thing was not the theory, but the people's attitude towards new things. If their thinking could not change, the craftsmen might not be willing to learn. Right now, all the craftsmen could not be fully immersed in research because they could not realize the greatness of what they could do. Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt very sad. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobei, and the others are very happy compared to the children of today, but compared to the children of our time, there is no happiness to speak of at all. This is because they know too little, and we know clearly, but we can't prove it to them. Yes, the Earth is round, and there are many planets high in the sky. They don't understand what the universe is. In fact, we don't understand either. Perhaps to the people of the more distant future at that time, we are like the people of today in their eyes, and we are considered to be happy. Then do you think Xiaobei and the others are the same? In a vast universe, the more we study it, the more we feel insignificant, whether it is microscopic or macroscopic. Let's start with our own home. If others can do the steam engine, we could do it too. It's not something too complicated. At most, the craftsmanship can't keep up with the production at the beginning, so we can't mass produce it. Gather the best craftsmen in the country and let them study it and provide them with ideas. I don't believe that if others have hands and feet, can we be worse than them? Zhang Xiaobao finally made up his mind to make a big change this time. Of course, the premise was that they had to get rubber. This was very important. During the Industrial Revolution, rubber played an unimaginable role, and many things needed it. Wang Wan also gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, you take care of the political matters. I will be in charge of organizing what I have learned in the past, and then teach the craftsmen who are active enough. As for the inactive craftsmen, no matter how good their skills are, they can't be allowed to lead something. They can only be used as support." While the two of them were talking, Xiao Bei was still seriously folding her own plane, fantasizing that one day she would be able to fly freely in the sky like her brother and sister had said. She didn't understand what her brother and sister were saying at all. Similarly, she didn't know that her brother and sister were only using someone else's model because of her persistence. They didn't want her and the other children to continue living like this. They wanted to let them know more and understand more. Even if they were still insignificant after understanding more, they would be much better than the people now. Loneliness always came from the heart. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the same idea and worked hard for the same goal, Wang Maozhong still thought that he was no worse than the Zhang family and Wang family in terms of horse breeding skills. He also learned from the Zhang family and Wang family and formed a research team. Today, he came to take a look. 1,000 horses had been sent away. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had guessed, he didn't choose 1,000 good stallions at all. Instead, he sent the worst horses to Fengzhou. You all have to think carefully about how to raise horses better. In this world, except for the birds flying in the sky, only horses are the fastest. They can avoid wild beasts and can also carry people to other places in a very short time. Zhang family and Wang family have good skills in other aspects, but they're definitely not as fast as us. What we need to do is to give the people of Tang faster speed. Thinking about it makes me feel lonely. No one can understand my loneliness. I don't think I can find anyone else who has mastered this aspect of technology. Wang Maozhong suddenly felt like he had never seen anyone before and never seen anyone after. Thinking about the loneliness of the world, he felt lonely and thought that the technology he had mastered was the best. However, he didn't know that the opponent in his heart had never taken him seriously. Now, he was ready to carry out a more systematic plan for Xiao Bei and other children. "Sir, you are indeed lonely. No one knows what you are thinking. For example, if you want every mare to give birth to 2 cubs at the same time, since other horses have done this before, then it must be possible. No one dares to even think about it." The person beside him immediately followed up with flattery. Because of the relationship between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, many people now tried to add as many words as possible to show that they were not bad and that they could understand everything. Wang Maozhong was indeed happy to hear people talking about him. He said to the people next to him, "I'm going to write a plan and send it to the palace for His Majesty and the other officials to see. I want everyone to know that I'm not bad in terms of technology, especially when the horses can be fitted with light wings. Perhaps when the horses reach a certain speed, they can fly. Sir, you are indeed amazing. I will wait for your plan to succeed and then congratulate you." The people next to him were still flattering him. Wang Maozhong said that he was going to write a plan and really went to work. One day later, the plan was written and sent to the capital by pigeons. Not long after his pigeon flew, two pigeons also flew to the sky from Baoxing County. They carried Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ideals and flew to the capital. Li Longji was in a good mood today. The news reported from all over the country said that the spring plowing was very smooth. He estimated that this year would be another year of harvest. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Maozhong helped the places that were hit by the snow in the name of the imperial court. They also sent the gratitude of the local people. While he was in a good mood, Wang Maozhong's pigeon arrived first. As usual, Gao Lishir personally went to take it. It was sealed with wax. Gao Lishir did not care so much and directly opened it. He had the authority to see whether the matter was big or small. If it was a small matter, he would take care of it himself. If it was a big matter, he would look for Li Longji. When he saw the contents of Wang Maozhong's letter, Gao Lishir frowned. There were 3 things in the letter. The first was to find a way to let every mare give birth to 2 cubs at a time. The second was to find a way to ask the craftsman to make a pair of wings for the horses. This way, it would be easier for the horses to run. The third thing was to collect the feathers of domestic animals from all over the country and make a pair of wings for the people. When riding on a horse, it might be able to run faster. Gao Lishir frowned not because he knew that this matter could not be done, but because he was worried that if it was done, it would affect Xiao Bao and Wang Wan's status. If Wang Maozhong really succeeded, then Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's technological advantage would be reduced. After hesitating for a while, Gao Lishir still sent the letter to Li Longji. If it was another official, he might have suppressed them and questioned them to see if they were confident that they would succeed. However, this method would not work on Wang Maozhong. They were all close officials, so he could not stop him. At this time, Li Longji was listening to a song. Ever since he built the pear garden, the development of folk art had also sped up. At the same time, because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hard work, folk art had been enriched by a lot. The two of them had taken out songs that would only appear many years later to try. Therefore, the current pear garden was much more impressive than the normal pear garden. The artistic forms in it were also more comprehensive. The song Li Longji was currently listening to was one of them, Huangmei Opera. The most classic pair of immortals was singing along as they listened to the song. The birds on the tree become a pair, green-watered green mountain with smiling faces. You and I are like. Li Longji was humming along with the song. When he saw Gao Lishir coming over, he nodded to Gao Lishir and told him to wait for a while. When Gao Lishir saw the song Li Longji was listening to, he became happy again. This song was from Huayuan County. Naturally, it was the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge. They were always able to come up with new things that made people feel good. After singing along for a while, Li Longji finally calmed down and gestured to Gao Lishir to talk about something. Your Majesty, Wang Maozhong wrote a letter. It was delivered by pigeon. Your subject has checked it and found that no one has touched it. Gao Lishir opened the letter and handed it to Li Longji. What did he say? Li Longji didn't take the letter. Instead, he asked Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir nodded. Your Majesty, he said. He said 3 things. He also made a plan for the last thing. It's called the emergency plan. In other words, Gao Lishir explained the contents of the letter to Li Longji bit by bit. He didn't include any of his own opinions. He just followed how it should be. Li Longji listened patiently. He pondered as he listened. When Gao Lishir finished, he asked, Lishir, do you think it's feasible? If it's feasible, send some good craftsmen to him. Also, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a lot of poultry feathers. To send them directly from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This can save a lot of trouble. I don't know. I think it's better to listen to what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have to say about this. Gao Lishir wasn't sure if Wang Maozhong's plan would succeed, but he didn't want it to succeed. It would be best if he could stop this plan before it was even tried. Since Wang Maozhong's people went to cause trouble last time, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must have a lot of opinions about Wang Maozhong and wouldn't support him. In fact, he didn't know much about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, he didn't know much about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If Wang Maozhong's plan was feasible, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't stop it. They might even support it. For the two of them, private matters were not worth mentioning. If they wanted to deal with someone, they could do it at any time. When an ant offended a person, it depended on the person's mood. If the person was in a good mood, he would let it go. If the person was in a bad mood, he could kill it with a finger. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hearts, Wang Maozhong was that ant. If the ant suddenly said that he could do something good one day, they would let it go. Li Longji also knew that Gao Lishur didn't like Wang Maozhong. If he really let the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan consider this matter, the result would probably be no. Thinking of this, Li Longji hesitated. Should he let the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan participate? He looked at Gao Lishur and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, we will do as Lishur said. Tell the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about the letter." Li Longji already had a plan in mind. It was a good opportunity to test the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Whether they agreed or not, Wang Maozhong's plan had to go ahead. If it didn't succeed and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opposed, it would mean that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did the right thing. If it succeeded and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still opposed, it would be a different matter. Of course, if the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly agreed, it would mean that Wang Maozhong's plan was feasible. Also, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't bring their own opinions into this matter. Not bad. Go ahead. Just listen to the rapid plan, Li Longji said at last. Gao Lishur didn't want to hear Li Longji praise Wang Maozhong, but he still left and prepared to write a letter. Before he could write, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's pigeons flew over. They also brought a letter. The letter also contained a plan, but it wasn't detailed enough. It only gave a general idea. When Gao Lishur saw the letter, he didn't continue writing. He hurried over to Li Longji with the letter. Li Longji didn't expect Gao Lishur to come back so quickly. He asked, "Is it done?" "Your Majesty, it's not done yet. There's news from Baoxin County. Please take a look," Gao Lishur said as he passed the letter over. Li Longji didn't read it either. "What's it about?" "Your Majesty, Xiaobao and Cuckoo also wrote a plan called Operation Soaring. It's part of the Soaring Plan. They need to recruit the best craftsmen in the country to be selected." Gao Lishur couldn't help but raise his voice when he said this. "Oh, what's soaring? What's soaring?" Li Longji was puzzled. Just a moment ago, Wang Maozhong had sent over a letter describing an urgent plan. Immediately after that, Xiaobao and Cuckoo sent over a plan. It sounded even more impressive than Wang Maozhong's. Replying to Your Majesty, soaring refers to soaring in Great Tang. Soaring is more specific. It said that it's more powerful than a hot air balloon. It allows people to fly freely in the sky. It's very fast and can even adjust their direction. It's all written in the letter. Gao Lishur wasn't worried that Wang Maozhong's plan could be realized. Even if it was, the best craftsman wouldn't be given to him. After all, he didn't have a successful precedent. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had never done badly. This time, Li Longji opened the letter and began to read it. He started from the beginning, then moved from top to bottom, right to left. When he was halfway through, he stood up from his chair with a look of disbelief on his face. His hands were trembling. Can a person really fly into the sky? That's much better than riding on a horse. Li Longji seemed to be asking Gao Lishur, but also speaking to himself. Your Majesty, it's not that this subject is biased towards Xiaobao and Cuckoo, but that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's project have all been successful. There's also the hot air balloon that they sent over a while ago. That thing can fly into the sky. Even if it gives a person a pair of wings, it won't be a big deal. Right now, Gao Lishur want to fly to Baoxin County and give his son a good kiss. The letter had come at just the right time. Wang Maozhong's plan had come at just the right time. Compared to Wang Maozhong's uncertain plan that could only speed things up a little, Xiaobao and Cuckoo's plan was truly formidable. Li Longji truly didn't care about the flight this time. What he cared about was the soaring plan. The letter said that in 5 years, the Great Tang's national strength would double. This was the truly shocking part. If anyone else had said this, Li Longji would have slapped them across the face. Why didn't they take a look at the current state of the Great Tang? Doubling its national strength in 5 years? Dream on. But this plan was proposed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and the first step, the soaring plan, required an order from the imperial court to mobilize the best craftsmen in the country. There was another aspect that required an order from the imperial court, and that was that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were preparing to form a large fleet for a long-distance journey. He hoped that the imperial court could provide official support so that the fleet could represent the entire Great Tang. He hoped that the imperial court could give them more freedom in their actions. He even hoped that the imperial court could pardon some of the officials who might pass by. After all, it was too far away. If he didn't do this, it would be too late to send the letter. Li Longji pondered for a moment and said to Gao Lishur, "It's easy to recruit craftsmen. In a month's time, there will be many outstanding craftsmen competing in the capital. After they are done, they will be sent to Baoxin County for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to choose from." "Yes, Your Majesty. If we don't provide the craftsmen that Wang Maozhong needs and fail, will it be because the craftsmen are not good enough?" Gao Lishur was very happy, but he still brought up the matter of Wang Maozhong. "Transfer the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to Wang Maozhong. This way, he won't say anything. Is a craftsman from a Ministry of Works not good enough?" Li Longji had his own plans for this matter. Gao Lishur continued, "What if Wang Maozhong insists that the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works are not good enough and wants the craftsmen from the inner court of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family? What else does he want? Does he need me to help him personally?" The craftsmen from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family didn't appear out of thin air. Didn't they nurture them bit by bit? Since the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family can nurture them, why can't Wang Maozhong do the same? Does he want to wait for the craftsmen that are already available? Li Longji couldn't possibly care less about this matter. Ever since the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family started nurturing craftsmen, the current trend in Great Tang was to nurture the craftsmen themselves instead of snatching from others. After all, what was given to others was given to others. Chapter 696. Faced with such a question, Gao Lishur didn't know how to answer. If he said that he didn't agree, what should he do? If he said that he agreed, wouldn't that be too much? Seeing that the emperor was waiting for a reply, he could only say, "It depends on the matter. If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, it's fine to let the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court. However, if it's a place that has relations with Great Tang, it's definitely not allowed. And that's right. I've decided to let them use the name of the imperial court to do things outside. I can even give them blank imperial edicts for them to fill in the rewards." After hearing Gao Lishur's words, Li Longji made a decision. "Your Majesty, isn't it inappropriate to give empty imperial edicts? If the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court to do bad things or do things that are only beneficial to them, wouldn't that be?" Gao Lishur advised. "Wouldn't that be what? If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, what can it do to Great Tang?" The Zhang family and Wang family's intentions were clear. Even if they sent people out, they would be doing things for the imperial court. Otherwise, if they didn't use the imperial court's name, who would know? Who could stop them? Having a name is always better than not having one. This is what it means to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Furthermore, the Zhang family and Wang family didn't say that they would go personally. They are still in their respective places, so how can they fake the imperial edicts? Even if what they spread is true, I can't do anything about the rewards and official positions that they give. Those who know Great Tang will naturally obey when they see the fleet that represents the imperial court. What's the use of the name if they don't know Great Tang? Isn't it still the fleet that shows off its prestige? It's better to use the name of Great Tang than to use the names of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji had already thought it through. There were many places outside that didn't know about Great Tang, especially the various islands. They didn't care where Great Tang was. If they went over to trade, they might attack. The Zhang family and Wang family could use their names to defeat the enemy and casually give them an identity. If that was really the case, they might as well use the name of Great Tang. Gao Lisher thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he replied, "In that case, how many sealed edicts does your majesty want to send? That'll depend on their ability. If they really manage to control a place, they'll need at least 20 rewards, as well as the various officials. Send 200 over first, but make it clear that they're not allowed to use them in the Great Tang. If they're discovered, have Xiaobao and Cuckoo called over and flog them." Li Longji was really considerate of others, and his threat was also very light. He really didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would use Kong's imperial edict to cause trouble. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would have done it long ago. "I'll arrange it right away." Gao Lisher wanted to do it happily. On the other hand, Li Longji was no longer in the mood to continue listening to the play. He muttered, "Take up more space. When the time comes, it will all belong to Great Tang. If there's anything good, bring it back." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that Wang Maozhong had been agitated and actually came up with a hasty plan. If they knew, they would definitely curse. With wings, they would provide an upward force, but this was done by relying on resistance. The speed could only be slower, not faster. The two of them were still bringing their younger brother and sister around, looking at the scenery of the fields and introducing them to the construction site. Their days were pretty good. Five days after Zhang Zhong's arrival, they were almost done with the viewing and were preparing to bring back the officials from Luoyang this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families couldn't bear to part with them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother had been preparing good food for the two of them for the past few days. Even though they knew that they couldn't continue staying, they still hoped to see their children more. Xiaobei and the rest didn't follow them back this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that they had wasted a lot of time educating their children, so they wanted to stay in the county to continue teaching them personally. When the two families and the officials left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the group out of the county. As they rode on their horses, they watched the group disappear from sight bit by bit. At the same time, they sighed. Wang Wan looked in the direction where the group had left and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "We'll have to part eventually. In life, the time of parting is different, but perhaps the feelings of parting are the same. It's fine once you get used to it. It's not like we'll never meet again. Many times, it's a life and death parting. Even if you're reluctant to part, time will pass. When the construction here is done next year, we could be together again. Besides, it's fine to leave. Many people have jobs, but they might not be able to return home even once a year. Isn't life still the same?" Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't want to leave. He was the one who cherished his family the most, but sometimes he had no choice but to do it. Wang Wan nodded and said, "That's right. It's not a life and death parting. We can see each other whenever we want. Many soldiers who went to war never came back. That kind of pain really tugged at one's heartstrings. Many people who followed me in Tubo also died. It's enough to stay strong and live on. Cherish the time we can be together. This is what a real person is. Let's go back." Xiaobei and the rest should have fallen behind in their education. "We have to catch them." Zhang Xiaobao sighed and didn't want to continue speaking. He called out and left first. Wang Wan followed behind. As they walked, she said, "What do you think we should do with the many orphans? Even now, I can't really understand the thoughts of orphans. I just feel that they are pitiful. They don't need to be pitied, but they know how to be grateful. They will remember the people who helped them, and they will not forget the people who harmed them. Of course, human nature is very complicated. A portion of orphans will forget their past after they grow up and become capable. Or it could be said that they don't want to deliberately think about it and escape. They only have themselves in their hearts and lost their original companions. who asked this world to have no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Orphans are actually more willing to become strong. A portion of them want to live a peaceful life, a portion of them succeed, and a portion of them want to take revenge on this society. This is also the reason why humans are strong. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to mention orphans. He had a home now, a warm home. He also had a mentality of escape. Wang Wan rushed to Zhang Xiaobao's side and said, "I don't care about whether human nature is good or bad. I just want to achieve my own goal. I have decided that in the future, a portion of the money earned by the clothing industry will be used to help others. If there is one Zhang Xiaobao among 10,000 orphans, my money will not be wasted. Then the world will be in chaos. Do you know how many orphans there are? With so many of me, I don't think anyone will have it easy." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was praising him. He smiled and waved the whip. The horse's speed increased. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned, Xiaobei and the others had already started to learn. They had their own learning tasks every day. Of course, even if they didn't want to learn, no one forced them. However, when they listened to the stories, they couldn't keep up because the stories told them what they were supposed to learn every day. For example, in the story of Alibaba, the incantation to open the door was not "Open Sesame," but the content of the 1,000-word poem. If you didn't know, you could only be anxious, but there was nothing you could do. As long as you didn't say the incantation, the plot of the story wouldn't continue. Luo Xianger didn't go home this time. She stayed in the county and learned with them. She wanted to learn some skills before going back. There were 2 people at home to take care of each other. If anything happened, someone would come to report. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quietly came to the courtyard where the younger brother and sister were learning. They first listened to what they were reading, then they could make up a story according to the content. Xiao Yuan's memory is the best. He has almost reached the level of a retentive memory. The previous stories are not suitable for him to tell. We have to design a special one for him. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and found that Wang Wan's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, was reciting area, which was a dictionary. This was what he and Wang Wan had learned in the past. He was much better than the others in this aspect. Then what story are you going to tell Xiao Yuan? Wang Wan also found that her younger brother was very good. This was a talent that was discovered in advance. It couldn't be wasted. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "Tell him some stories with philosophical ideas or stories with mathematical problems. For example, the tortoise and the hare can be expressed in numerical terms. How fast is the tortoise swimming in the water? How fast is the current? How far is the rabbit on land? What's the frequency of each breath?" Look at Xiao Yuan's calculation ability. If he is still so good in this aspect, we can only let him write a thesis. It's probably impossible. His memory method is not suitable for abstract logic. Xiao Bao, you're right. We should give them mathematics lessons. How should real mathematics lessons be done? We can't ask what 1 + 1 equals, right? Wang Wan was also very attentive to the education of her younger siblings. She hoped to teach all her skills to her younger siblings, but she was afraid that they would become another her. That kind of education method is boring. The 2 of us don't have many people to teach. Let's change the method. Give them money and let them buy what they like. We'll do this in the early stages. First, we'll learn addition and subtraction. When the time comes, we'll let them buy things one by one and learn multiplication and division. Zhang Xiaobao decided to use practical actions to let his younger siblings understand calculation. Wang Wan shook her head. Real mathematics is actually addition. All the rules are based on this. But real education is not the education of addition. Life's failure and success are not as simple as adding positive and negative numbers. Teaching them knowledge is also teaching them survival skills. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to nurture younger siblings who were very good at education. Then you'll design the curriculum. Ask me if you don't know. I'll discuss with Pomegranate and the others about their marriage. We'll be doing it together next year. We have to prepare now. Don't let them feel that they're not being valued. Wang Wan handed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao could do it well. Go, I'll make up a story. Let's see which one is better. I'll teach them finance. I'll teach them the orthodox ones first, then I'll teach them calculation. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to disturb his younger siblings. He turned around and returned to his room to make up a story. Two days later, the letter from Lu Zhou to the capital arrived in Bao, Xian County. Sure enough, it's the Japanese. They've messed up Luzon Island and want to benefit from it. After reading the letter, Zhang Xiaobao was convinced of his original guess. Only the Japanese had such ideas and abilities. It was not that he looked down on the people of other places. The people of the Great Tang did not dare to do so. The people of other places had ideas but did not know what to do. The Japanese were different. They were not lacking in anything. They were also very smart. They worked hard to learn the good things of others and then turn them into their own. It had always been like this. Yes, it's really the Japanese. We met by chance, but the result was different. I'm not looking down on the Japanese. Compared to Silla, the Japanese are much better. At the very least, the Japanese at that time still admitted that they inherited a lot of Chinese writing and culture. At that time, Silla insisted that they were the ones who created it and that what others had was also theirs. Only by facing yourself can you develop. What are you going to do? Send troops to fight. Now, there's no need to really send troops. Even if you scare them, they will immediately come over and admit their mistakes. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had the same attitude when it came to their evaluation of the surrounding countries. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Economic matters have to be solved through economic means. Unless there's really no other way, then it can be solved through administration and military force. Although this is the most direct method, when there's a day when military force can't be used to solve the problem, want to be over? This time, the method the Japanese used was not direct military force, nor was it economic. It was deceit, just like how I deceived Yamamoto and the others. It was just a little different, but in the end, it couldn't be separated from the word deceit. Then we'll use the same method to deal with it. Continue to suspend trade and let the merchants in Zhejiang cooperate with us. Go to other places to look for rubber, build more boats, and surround the island more tightly. Yes, you finally use your deceit this time. You trick people into buying radishes, trick them into buying a lot of thermometers, and even trick them into cement. Do you really think you're the best in the world? Aren't you afraid that they will react? This time, when Zhang Xiaobao used his deceit, Wang Wan did not object because it was not targeted at the people of Tang. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Even if I'm the best in the world, it's too late to react. When that kid attacked the pound sterling, how could the British not know? But there was nothing they could do. When that kid attacked the Thai baht, how could the Thai not know? How did the Star Wars plan come out? How was the former Soviet Union divided? After the deceit was exposed, as long as people are not stupid, they will understand the reason. But in the process of deceit, how many people can understand? How many people who thought they were smart were deceived? How many countries were deceived? As long as it's done well, it's half the battle. I don't believe that there's anyone in Japan who can see through it. Besides, even if there are some people who can see through it, it's useless. No one will listen to them. They can only grieve by themselves. That's right. It's the same on the battlefield. Sometimes, other people's opinions may not be accepted. Power. This is the charm of power. You don't listen to me either. How many times have we lost because people were too confident? But how many times have we won because of that? Tell me, what are you going to do next? Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao. When a deceit was exposed, people would laugh at the person who was deceived for being stupid. But who knew that the person who laughed at others would also be stupid one day? You really want to hear it? You don't want to guess it yourself? You admit defeat? Zhang Xiaobao did not directly talk about the plan. Instead, he began to talk to Wang Wan about winning and losing. Can't you let me win a little? I already told you the plan when we were fighting. You don't want to tell me now. This is not fair. Wang Wan reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao's face. Stop. With this move of yours, I'll give you fairness. There are times when strength truly is useful. Between countries, without strength, there is no fairness. In truth, my method is very simple. I'll go and explain to the people of Luzon how good our great Tang is, but it's useless, because there was a Japanese who had an accident on a boat and drifted to the island. He was rescued by the locals. Later, he contacted the Japanese and was able to carry out the plan. Similarly, people who do favors are more willing to believe the person who is being helped. So, any explanation is useless. Then there is no need to explain. We will smuggle. Every once in a while, we will send people to pretend to be Japanese to smuggle. We will only give this treatment to a small portion of the tribes. We will not care about the rest who are allied with the Japanese. During the smuggling process, we will give more benefits to the other party to make them feel more comfortable. This way, they will not be worried about poverty, but they will be worried about inequality. This will turn their external unity into internal conflicts. When the time comes, we don't need to send troops to fight. They will be in chaos themselves. Anyway, we are very strict now. No one can enter. Without the support of accurate information, what do you think they will do? Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan. You want them to kill each other? Wang Wan finally knew what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. She continued, then, are you going to support the local people and form a group of independent people? When the time comes, you will pull people close to you and attack people far away. You will let them sink into endless war? That's right. Isn't it simple? It is practical and convenient. Many countries have used it. We have also used it a lot in ancient times. As long as we don't make any internal mistakes and deal with the ambitious people of the other party as soon as possible, we will be able to maintain it. The longer it lasts, the more benefits it will bring to us. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to think too much about this method. It was very simple. As long as the military force could be guaranteed, there was no need to directly use military force to solve the problem when it came to real work. Those who should be pulled, those who should be beaten, will be beaten. When the time comes, if they want to get any benefits, they will do it under this situation. What about Japan? Should we send a letter to them and ask them not to send people over? Wang Wan meant whether to use military force to threaten Japan or not. They will not admit it. That is a personal action. The people who were caught said it. The Japanese government doesn't know about this. Our Tang Empire can't fight a landing battle. We should leave a gap and let the Japanese on the island feel hopeful. They will continue to ask for domestic support. When the time comes, we will specially attack their ships and let them talk about this matter first. Chapter 697. Green grass covered the houses, the willows swayed, and the breeze blew gently. Soft chirps returned to the swallows, and Bei Shui and Wan was anxious. The weather was getting warmer. The swallows returned home, and the streams were soft. Following the heavy rain, the people who were plowing in the spring heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the capital had become more prosperous. Some people who wanted to go out for a walk were choosing the tour groups they wanted to join. Those who wanted to participate in this year's spring examinations were busy sending invitations. Similarly, new songs and poems were sung from time to time in the brothels. Some were flattered by others, while others were secretly criticized. Those at home who wanted to save rations brought their children to pick wild vegetables. After the rain, there were more people picking mushrooms. Storytellers were still looking for suitable subjects. The new animals in the zoo attracted many curious people. Flowers were placed in the east and west markets. Carriages and horses came and went. The fragrance of wine and food wafted through the air. It gave people a feeling of prosperity. But today, these things were not the most important. The most important thing was that the outstanding craftsmen who had come to the capital from all over the country would participate in a month-long competition. The craftsmen, who were usually not valued, had finally ushered in the spring of their own industry. The court had arranged a large enough place for the competition. The Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water took out 20,000 strings of cash to buy materials and reward the best craftsmen in each industry. The craftsmen had fought their way up from all over the country. They all thought that their skills were good. Every one of them had at least one small invention or improved some kind of utensil. Their travel expenses were the money they earned from the government or local merchants after their inventions and improvements. It wasn't that the government and merchants didn't want to monopolize the money, but this time, the matter was too big. If they didn't send good craftsmen to the capital for the competition, they would lose a chance to make a name for themselves. This was especially true for the local officials, who grasped the opportunity the most. They hoped that they would be noticed by the court and be promoted. Some of the craftsmen from all over the country had set off last year. They pondered along the way and should be able to improve or create something new. They arrived at the capital one after another and were placed in the place provided by the Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water, waiting for the official start of the competition today. Many merchants with discerning eyes had set their sights on the craftsman competition, hoping to find good craftsmen to recruit into their respective businesses. Unfortunately, after they found out that they had to choose between the clouds and the water first, they could only give up on the best craftsmen and turn their attention to those who were a little less skilled. They couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Not to mention that the wages given during recruitment couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Even if it was the same amount of money, or even a little more, the craftsmen would still choose between the clouds and the water. Everyone knew that between the clouds and the water had plenty of infrastructure and resources for research. In addition, between the clouds and the water was famous enough, so there was no need to worry about being cheated. All the craftsmen who came to the capital, as long as they thought they were skilled enough, would aim to enter between the clouds and the water. The people who saw the craftsmen taking the imperial examination for the first time were curious and also gathered in the east side of the capital. This was the venue for the competition. The imperial court had sent officials to take charge. At this time, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights He Zhejiang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works Wei Shu, and the little eunuch Luo, been sent by Gao Lisher, all led their subordinates to announce the start of today's competition. Because there were many craftsmen involved in various aspects, it couldn't be done at the same time. In order to attract more people, the first day of the competition was just a warm-up. The content was to make ingenious objects that could make people feel novel and fun. Tool tables were set up one by one, and all kinds of materials were placed in fixed places according to their categories. The craftsmen who participated in this project looked around nervously and confidently, and one after another, they ordered their disciples to get all kinds of materials. Some used wood, some used copper and iron, and some even used animal fur and bones. The competition started in the morning and lasted until noon. At that time, everyone would be able to eat. The craftsmen's meals were provided by Savant's restaurant, and the people in and around the capital who didn't live a good life were given a chance to make money. First, the Prosperity House lent them materials to make lunchboxes, buns, and wontons, and allowed them to sell them to the onlookers. After a month, they should be able to make a lot of money. When the time came, they would return the money to the Prosperity House. Of course, it also attracted a lot of complaints from the restaurants that didn't allow them to enter. In the east side of the market, in addition to the place for the people to watch, there were also specially built stands for officials and people from aristocratic families. The privileged always had to be treated differently. Of course, enjoyment was enjoyment, but the money that should be spent was not a copper coin less. The stands were divided into A, B, and C positions. The height was different, and the provided binoculars were also different. There were also differences in the food and drinks. The best seat at the top was empty, reserved for Li Longji. No matter whether he came or not, the seat was indispensable, in case he had a sudden impulse to come to the east side of the market and take a look. The craftsmen were busy, and the little eunuch Luo Bin was walking back and forth, his eyes darting around, afraid that someone would cheat. He had been repeatedly warned by Gao Lisher not to make any mistakes, because the competition not only made the capital more lively, but more importantly, it was to select talents for the Zhang family and Wang family. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, He Zhejiang, didn't seem to be paying attention to the competition. He sat in a good position in the stands, holding a binoculars and looking at the prosperity of the east side of the market. It seemed that he was preparing to write a poem. Listening to the screeching of wood and the clanking of iron, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, also yawned in boredom. He really couldn't understand why an assistant minister like him was sent to host a competition for craftsmen. It felt like a waste of talent. Just as he closed his eyes and was about to take a nap, a group of people came to the bottom of the stage. Each of them had a blade in their hand, and in the middle there were two people. They didn't greet others and went in through a specially sealed staircase. Then he heard footsteps going all the way up to the top. Wei Shu quivered and was no longer sleepy. Just now, he felt that the people with the blades looked familiar. It was actually the Jinwu guards. The people who followed the two people up were the imperial bodyguards. Mother, the emperor, actually came. Needless to say, one of the two people was the emperor and the other was Gao Lisher. And it seems that it wasn't a waste of talent. No, I have to go down and take a look. If I continue to sit on the stage, it will be troublesome if the emperor thinks that I didn't do my best. Before going down, Wei Shu kindly nudged He Zhizhong beside him. Assistant Minister, do you want to go down and take a look? Oh, okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. He Zhizhong replied happily. With such a big movement just now, it was impossible for him not to hear it. The poetic feeling in his heart suddenly sublimated, and he began to do practical things. Just like art, it was higher than life, but it also originated from life. Li Longji sat on the best and highest position and looked down with a telescope. He said to Gao Lisher, "Lisher, the craftsman below will be a big help for Project Soaring. Help us see which one is the best." How could Gao Lisher know who was the best? The competition hadn't been decided yet. Everyone seemed to make different things. He didn't know what kind of rules the judges would use. While he was anxious, he suddenly saw a craftsman below. He seemed to have seen him before. After thinking carefully, he remembered. It was Lu Jiro's distant relative. He heard that he had been with the Zhang family for a long time. He didn't know why he came to participate in the competition this time. Looking at the place written on the competition plate, he actually represented Feng Province. Seeing this person, Gao Lisher had an idea. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the person sitting over there might be the best in this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look." Li Longji followed Gao Lisher's finger and looked over. He asked puzzledly, "Could it be that Lisher can foresee things? This subject doesn't have that ability. This subject has seen this person before. He is a distant relative of Lu Jiro, who recently left her position as the Minister of Works. He has always been with the Zhang family." This subject believes that he has learned a lot of skills. I just don't know why he is representing Feng Province, Gao Lisher explained. Oh, so he is Lu Qing's relative. He is with the Zhang family. Not bad. How is Lu Qing recently? Li Longji felt that since this person was from the Zhang family, he must be very powerful. He suddenly thought of Lu Jiro, who was no longer in office, and asked. Hearing Li Longji's question, Gao Lisher laughed before answering. Haha, Your Majesty, Lu Jiro is busy with moving. She keeps saying that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are ingrates. Why? Did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo not give her enough gifts? Where does she want to move to? Li Longji's curiosity was aroused. She wants to move to Baoxin County first. She wrote a letter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but they didn't agree. They said that the weather was warm, so they didn't send a boat to pick her up. In the end, Lu Jiro couldn't help but stroll around the recuperation area behind Dei Hospital. She would mention it to anyone she knew. Many of the officials who went to check on her body avoided her. Gao Lisher laughed after saying this. Li Longji understood and laughed as well. So there is such a thing. It seems that her body hasn't recovered yet. Fortunately, there is Dei Hospital. Otherwise, when she had a relapse last time, the palace couldn't have taken out good things to save her life. She probably wants to live a few more years, so she insists on going to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. That's right. Many officials are preparing to leave their posts and live with the Zhang and Wang families. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have already written a letter to this subject. They want to build a large villa area in Sanshui County and they're preparing to settle in people who want to join the fun. This subject is also worried. I can't let all the officials live in Sanshui County in the end. Gao Lisher continued to explain the situation. Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "This matter is easy to handle." Everyone thinks that the Zhang family's medical facilities are good and the food is good, so we can't let everyone go. Officials of the 5th rank and above can go after leaving their posts. Those below the 5th rank have to see what they have done. Only those who have made great contributions to the court can go. As for officials of the 5th rank and above, we also have to see how they left their posts. If they did well in their posts, we'll allow them. As for the expenses, when it came to money, Li Longji didn't know who should pay. The entire court would pay, so he was reluctant. If he let the officials pay themselves, they might not be able to afford to live there. Your Majesty, Xiaobao mentioned this point in his letter. He said that money is a small matter, and he wants to gather all the officials who are leaving their posts together. In their free time, they can discuss the important matters of the country together. They're called a think tank, but they can make contributions to the people, so the Zhang and Wang families' investment will not be in vain. Money is a small matter. Only those two families can say such things. Fine, you can take a look at this matter. When Zhang Zhong returns to the capital, we'll talk about it again. Li Longji was in a good mood. He let Gao Lisher take care of it. When the time came, he would give the Zhang family and Wang family policy compensation. In any case, the money must not be taken out. While the two of them were talking, the craftsmen in the competition also finished their work one by one. The outstanding craftsmen from all over the country were indeed better than the average craftsman. There were craftsmen who specialized in making carriages, and now they had developed a small gadget. It was divided into two parts. The first part was placed under the axle, like a small trough. The other part was placed on top of the carriage, like a tank. The tank was filled with oil, and as the wheels turned, a drop of oil would drip from the tank every once in a while. If there was too much oil, the small trough below would catch it, making it much more convenient for the driver. This small gadget was very practical, especially for people who had carriages and horses. If they traveled a little further, the driver couldn't always be busy with oiling the axle while driving the carriage. Even if the quality and speed of the bearings were very poor, this gadget was still very useful. Moreover, not everyone could afford to use bearings. There were also people who made automatic feeding devices for livestock owners. Using the change of buoyancy and gravity, the boxes containing feed and water would be moved. As long as the livestock had almost finished the water and feed, the boxes would be opened and the food inside would be taken out. The invention was good, but the people in the crowd who were feeding the livestock did not appreciate it all. It was not easy to have livestock at home, and they all treated them like treasures. How could they use such a gadget to feed the animals instead of themselves? While feeding them, they could also talk to the animals and see if they were feeling uncomfortable. Another craftsman developed an anti-theft gadget. Under normal circumstances, thieves would enter a house at night through the window or through the door. However, not all houses had windows, so they could only enter through the door. The door had a latch, so they had to use a thin object to enter through the door and pull it open bit by bit. This anti-theft gadget was designed by connecting a rope to the back of the latch and tying a bell to the other end of the rope. When the latch was pulled open to a certain extent, one reason was that it would be difficult for the thief to pull it open, and the other reason was that the bell would ring. This design had 6 links, and the cost of the gadget was not too high. If it was mass-produced, a set would only cost 40 copper coins, and the bell could be chosen by oneself. However, it was given a 0. The idea was good, but it was not very useful. If they really wanted to lock the door, they could just add a card to the back of the latch, or directly tie the bell to the door. Anyway, there were all kinds of strange things. The judges were sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. They were very humorous, and from time to time, the onlookers would laugh out loud. One by one, they came to let the judges evaluate their gadgets. At this time, it was Lu Feidong's turn. This time,
He represented Fengzhou, which was his hometown. Because of Lu Jiro, he had not been able to enter the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family. That was like selling oneself. Moreover, Lu Jiro was the Minister of Works before she left, so it was easy for her to leak secrets. He was not allowed to participate in the real experiment, but a lot of theories were taught to him. He could use the materials to complete his ideas, and if he wanted to ask for help, he could also ask for help. As soon as he came to the front, one of the judges said to him, "Feidong, why did you come here? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home? Young master and young lady have a new plan, and this time they can let you participate. Since you came here to compete, then we will be stricter with you than the others. After all, you have learned so many theories, and you are not at the same level as others. As long as someone has the same score as you, you will lose and your ranking will be delayed." When this person spoke, he did not hide it at all, and his voice was also heard. When the onlookers heard, they felt that it was unfair. How could the craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family participate in the competition? If they could perform, then what about others? The craftsmen who participated in the competition were also disappointed. The judges were from the Zhang family and Wang family. Who would believe that they would say that there would definitely be people who cheated? Unexpectedly, the first person to object was Lu Feidong. This is a craftsman competition, not a level competition. Should we deliberately suppress people just because they have learned more? I don't agree. If it is a battle on the battlefield, should we not allow one side to use better weapons just because they are better trained? When the judges heard this, they also felt that this was not right. They should not avoid family members. They nodded and said, "That's fine. Regardless of the level, we will only look at the object." Only then did Lu Feidong take out his item amidst the noisy discussion. It was a small box with 7 rows of numbers that could be moved up and down. He asked someone to find a carriage and connect one end of the box to the wheels of the carriage. As the carriage moved forward, the support of the wheels would constantly hit a small piece of the box. Every time the second piece was hit, the last row of numbers on the box would change. When the last row returned to 0, the second to last number would jump forward and become 1, and so on. It was a very interesting object. The onlookers had never seen it before and did not know what it was used for. The content of the discussion changed from whether it was fair or not to what this object could be used for. Lu Feidong listened to the onlookers' questions and felt very proud. Wei Wei raised his head and puffed out his chest. He did not explain what his object was used for. He did not even tell the judges. This attracted the attention of Li Longji, who was on the viewing platform. He asked Gao Li Shi, "Do you know what that object is?" This subject does not know. Why don't we order him to tell us? Gao Li Shi was not a deity, so how could he know what this object was used for? However, he did not like Lu Feidong. "Just tell us quickly. There is no need to make people guess." There is no need. It seems that he is not convinced by the Zhang family's craftsmen. Li Longji waved his hand to stop him. The judges were still waiting for Lu Feidong to speak so that they could evaluate the object according to the normal procedures. However, when they saw that Lu Feidong did not speak, their expressions turned ugly. They signaled to each other and gave a score of 6. The previous person who made an alarm clock with the weight of the hourglass gave it 8. 5 points. However, this object was actually given a score of 6. When Lu Feidong saw the score, he was stunned. He then said unhappily, "You are deliberately suppressing me. Why is my object given a score of 6? Do you know what it is used for?" When the onlookers saw this, they felt that there was going to be a commotion. The craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family actually did not get a high score. Could it be that they were worried about each other? Or was it really because their object was not as good as others? The craftsmen also felt hope. As long as this person did not get 10 points, others would have a chance to get first place. Chapter 698. Lu Feidong was stunned by the question. He replied, "Aren't you the judges? I'm asking you why you gave me such a low score. Do you know what the thing I made is used for?" "Yes, we are the judges, but we also represent the highest level of craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Do you think you can get 10 points for making a counting device for a carriage? If you didn't use it directly on the carriage or connect it to other things, we might have given you 9 points. Because it can also measure the speed of flowing water and wind, but you only used it on the carriage. Do you want all the carriages in Tang to have the same size of wheels and the same spacing between the supporting ribs? All the people riding the carriage don't directly ask how much it costs to travel from the east to the west. Instead, they look at how many times the wheels turn, and the price is different every time. Do you think that if you don't say it, no one can tell? We gave you 6 points because your theory is not bad and you came up with it yourself. But this thing of yours has been around for a long time. When a young master and young lady tested the speed of the washing machine and the generator, they got someone to make a more precise device than this. It's just that no one has seen it. You're always at home. Didn't you notice that young lady Xiao Bei always carries a box and jumps around? Sometimes she even shakes the box vigorously. That's called a pedometer. You're not one of the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, we'll give you 0 points. When did the Zhang family and Wang family become so arrogant in their research? The judge said to Lu Feitong in exasperation. Lu Feitong had just raised his head and puffed out his chest. His words were getting louder and louder. He really didn't expect that the design that he thought would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat was not only seen through by others, but it had been around for a long time. He was criticized as worthless. Go down. Remember, you can't be arrogant on the path of scientific research. You have to be cautious, and cautious. Next, the judge advised Lu Feidong again and looked at another person who was about to come over. Lu Feidong didn't say anything. He lowered his head and stood to the side. The other craftsmen also lowered their heads. They didn't know what it was just now, but the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family knew more about it. Looking at their temperament, it was indeed different. Zhizhan also heard it. He sighed and said, "No wonder the Zhang family and the Wang family make the best things." This kind of attitude is not something an ordinary person can have. Just like learning, one has to be cautious and cautious. One can't be arrogant. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu felt the same way. When we go back, we have to have a good talk with the craftsmen. We have to have good ideas, but we can't forget to think about the specific application of the materials. We have to do it step by step to lay down a good foundation. One by one, the craftsmen came forward to be evaluated. When almost all of the craftsmen were done, there was still one craftsman who was still working. Seeing that the time was almost up, he still looked calm and unhurried. The 2 apprentices beside him also didn't show the slightest bit of anxiety. The 3 craftsmen made wooden birds with wings one by one. After a while, they threw them out. After throwing them out, if they were not satisfied, they would either fix them or remake them. Just when there was still a few minutes left and everyone was anxious for them, the craftsman finally put down his tools in satisfaction and took out the last bird he made. Although it was a bird, it didn't look like a bird. The 2 wings looked flat at first, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was a slight curve in the shape of a Weiwei. The body was straight, and there was no hair on the tail. It was also a small wing, and there was a piece of wood on it. At the very front, there was an object made of 2 pieces of wood connected to the body by a wooden shaft. There were also 2 cow tendons. When the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family saw this, they immediately stood up from their chairs and looked at each other nervously. Their eyes were full of suspicion, as if they were questioning, "Did you pass on the technology?" This thing had just been made by the young master and young lady, and it had only been flown by Xiao Bei and the others in the inner courtyard. How did an outsider learn it? This craftsman didn't know. He thought that the judges were waiting anxiously and wanted to quickly look at the thing he made before going to eat. He straightened his clothes and walked while spinning the thing in his hand and winding it. When he got close to the judging table, he held the thing in his hand and closed the buckle. He said to the judging craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family, "This thing I made is called the burning firebird. As long as the tendons are twisted, when the buckle is loosened, it will fly out. The thing in front will rotate, and it will fly further and faster with the burning firebird. Even if there is wind, as long as the wind is not too strong, the deviation will be small. Moreover, if the wind comes from the front, it can make the burning firebird fly a little higher. When the thing in front rotates for a long time, or when the small thing in the back rotates for a long time, the phosphorus placed inside will burn. The burning firebird can carry fireworks. As long as you make thousands of burning firebirds and find a good wind direction, you can send the burning firebird to the enemy camp, either burning the tents or the provisions. What's your name? The judge who spoke to Lu Feidong just now asked. Zhang Tianyu. I represent Su province in the competition. The craftsman holding the work in his hand respectfully answered. How did you think of the thing in front that can rotate? The judge asked again. Bamboo dragonfly. I found that the bamboo dragonfly can fly because it rotates upwards. I first wanted to make a burning firebird that could fly upwards, but after making a few, I found that the strength of the ox tendon couldn't lift the burning firebird at all. Even if it was lighter, it would fall down immediately. Then I thought of the paper duck. When the wind blows, as long as there is a connecting line, the paper duck can fly continuously in the sky. I thought of a way to make the burning firebird like the paper duck when the wind blows, flying higher and higher. In the end, the burning firebird was too heavy, so I could only add something like a bamboo dragonfly in front. Although it can't fly continuously in the sky, it can fly very far. It's a very good thing to use in battle. It's also not troublesome to make. Any carpenter can learn after looking at it a few times. After making a lot of them, even if a few fly off the mark, there's no need to be afraid. Zhang Tianyu explained his thoughts when making the burning firebird. He looked at the judges, hoping to give a high score. At this time, the judges didn't say anything. They looked at each other, and one of them left. After a while, he came back with a big box in his hand. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the box and took out the items one by one. The other judge helped to assemble the burning firebird. There were also two pieces in front that were connected to a shaft. They were made of ox tendon of better quality. The most important thing was that this thing was bigger. It was 4 feet long, and its wings were 6 feet wide. After assembling the burning firebird and placing it on the ground, the judges looked at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was dumbfounded. He had worked so hard to figure out this thing, but he didn't expect that other people already had it. He still had to give a 0. The surrounding people also felt sorry for Zhang Tianyu. At the same time, they were also a little dissatisfied with the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they were so powerful and could do anything, why did they still need to find craftsmen? Zhang Tianyu, right? Full marks. If there's nothing else, you can take the ship from Beijing to Luoyang tomorrow. After that, you can transfer to Wuxin County. Little Master and Little Miss will happily wait for your arrival. The leading judge nodded at Zhang Tianyu and said, What? Full marks? But didn't you guys already make it? Zhang Tianyu asked in disbelief. His 2 disciples also didn't have the calm expression from before. What we made is what we made, and what you made is yours. What we care about is not the quality of the thing you made, but the thought process when making this thing. Craftsmanship can be practiced, but not everyone has the thought process when making this thing. I hope that in the future, we can jointly make better things. Go, find Little Master and Little Miss, and you will see even more good things. The judge sincerely congratulated Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu suspected that he was dreaming. He looked at the judge, then looked at his 2 disciples, and then looked at the people around him who were also happy for him. He was so excited that he couldn't say a word. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. The emperor has decreed that Zhang Tianyu will be registered in the Ministry of Works as a supervisor of military equipment. He will be rewarded 100,000 yuan and 50 bolts of silk. Go to Wuxin County's deputy county magistrate and the registrar to receive it. At this time, Gao Lisher loudly shouted to the people below the stage. He shouted 3 times in a row. When he was sure that the people below heard it, he stopped and turned his head away in embarrassment. The emperor was really too AI. He even wanted Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to pay for the rewards. He was working for the two of them, but he couldn't do this. The judges all curled their lips at the same time. 100 strings of silk and 50 bolts of silk were not a lot. How could the emperor be stingy to this extent? When Little Master and Little Miss found out, they would scold him again. Zhang Tianyu didn't know who paid for the money in the end. When he heard that he was an official and was rewarded by the emperor, he forcefully pinched his thigh. He suddenly knelt on the ground and cried loudly. He cried as if he had been wronged. As he cried, he said, "Who said that I can't be an official? Who said that the things I studied were useless? I want to go back. I want to go back to Shuzhou and see if they will let me return to the sect." After muttering for a long time, he finally remembered to thank the emperor. After thanking him, he worriedly asked the judge, "Will there be a ship to Luoyang tomorrow?" "Yes, there will be one when you get there. The ship association will give you one. When you arrive at Buixin County, you have to clearly report your place of origin. Naturally, someone will go and check. As for the specifics, you will know when you get there." The judge put away Zhang Tianyu's small plane and had someone take the big plane to see Gao Lishur. This was specially sent for Gao Lishur to play with. He wanted to let him see how to fly and keep it as a souvenir. The surrounding commoners cheered for Zhang Tianyu. At the same time, they didn't forget to praise the Zhang family and Wang family. As expected, they weren't biased and acted fairly. The craftsmen also heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to worry about cheating in other competitions. After everyone was happy for a while, it was time to eat. Li Longji also walked down the stairs. As he walked, he said to Gao Lishur, "When we go back, take a look at this plane and make it bigger." I reckon that it won't be a problem for people to fly on it. I also sent a talent to Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. Don't you think that they should accept this kindness? Yes, they should. Gao Lishur naturally followed along. As for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew. He looked at the big plane again. "Your Majesty, this subject guesses that even if this plane is made bigger, it won't be able to fly. How many ox tendons would it take? How long would it be able to fly for? Perhaps there is another way." "Oh, there is always a way. Let's go to Savant's restaurant to eat." Li Longji came out once and didn't want to go back immediately. Thus, he went to Savant's restaurant to eat. The food, there was no worse than the food in the palace. Perhaps there would be new dishes. Those who were looking for a place to eat did so. Those who were willing to sell snacks waited for the competition in the afternoon. When most of the people had left, Lu Feidong lowered his head and walked towards Savant's restaurant alone. He didn't want to go to Savant's restaurant in a fit of pique, but he didn't have any money on him. Since his uncle wasn't in the capital, he could only go to his own restaurant to fill his stomach. As he walked, he muttered, 6 points, just give me 6 points. If they have good skills, they won't teach me. They even said that I'm part of the Zhang family and Wang family. They must be doing this on purpose. Sigh. I didn't expect that the Zhang family and Wang family would actually oppress their own people. What a pity, what a pity. Just as Lu Feidong was muttering to himself, a person beside him, who seemed to be going the same way as him, also sighed and spoke up for him. Lu Feidong heard the voice and turned his head. He didn't know who it was. That person didn't look at him and continued walking with his head down. Seeing that he didn't know who it was, Lu Feidong continued walking. That person started talking again. If it were my family, I wouldn't deliberately oppress my own people. I would teach him the best skills and let him show off in front of everyone. What a pity, what a pity. Many people were deceived by the name of the Zhang family and Wang family. Lu Feidong still didn't reply and walked faster. That person finally raised his head and said as if he had just seen Lu Feidong, "Isn't this Brother Lu? I didn't expect to meet you while walking." "You are?" Lu Feidong was puzzled and asked curiously. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I feel wronged for Brother Lu. You are part of their family. Why would they deliberately give you 6 points just to put on a show for others? That's too much of a bully, too much of a bully. Brother Lu, don't take it to heart. Today it's my treat. There's a shop nearby. The duck there is not bad. It's roasted and cut into pieces. There's some skin, some fat, and some lean. Put some sauce on it and eat it. That taste, TSK, TSK. Let's go and eat it." It's my treat. As the person spoke, he pulled Lu Feidong. Isn't it just roast duck? I'm not going. I'm going back to Savant's restaurant. There's also wine and food there. Why don't I treat you? Lu Feidong didn't plan to go with others. This person had a helpless expression and said, "You still want to go back to Savant's restaurant? Do you want everyone to laugh at you? The waiters there must know about what happened today. Tell me, what will they think of you? Then I have to eat roast duck? Fine. I'm not going back to Savant's restaurant. I'm going to eat roast duck." Lu Feidong suddenly changed his mind and followed this person to the nearby roast duck shop. When the two of them arrived outside the shop, there were already many people waiting in line. "Brother Lu, I'm a student of the Four Seas Academy. My surname is Jiang. My name is Jiang Yang. I just arrived yesterday and ate at this Big Mountain roast duck shop once. The taste was extraordinary. Brother Lu hasn't eaten here before, right?" The person who pulled Lu Feidong over also lined up and talked to Lu Feidong with nothing to do. Shaking his head, Lu Feidong replied, "I haven't eaten here before. How can it be better than Savant's restaurant? It's not the same. Savant's restaurant doesn't sell roast ducks. Each has its own strengths," the person who called himself Jiang Yang commented. Lu Feidong didn't say anything this time. He followed behind the line and moved forward bit by bit. The ducks in the shop were served very quickly. Some people wrapped the ducks in oil paper and walked back to eat, while others waited for others to finish eating before sitting in the shop to eat. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Yang said to him, "Brother Lu, are you afraid that I will harm others?" Lu Feidong's eyes looked at the waiters who were wrapping ducks for others. He suddenly shook his head and felt that something was wrong. He nodded at Jiang Yang and said very honestly, "I don't know you. I only drank a little wine." Since Brother Lu shook his head first, it means that you aren't afraid. Are you worried that the Zhang family and Wang family will find you and think that you are casually interacting with outsiders and leaking secrets? To be honest, I don't think that Brother Lu can learn real skills. Even if they are leaked, it won't be a big deal. Jiang Yang observed very carefully. When he saw Lu Feidong shake his head first, he thought that he was not worried about interacting with strangers. As he spoke, he stared into Lu Feidong's eyes and revealed an expression that said that he didn't believe that Lu Feidong could learn real skills. "Who said that?" "I learned." "Yes, I didn't learn real skills." Lu Feidong was about to refute angrily when he suddenly lowered his head and admitted it. Jiang Yang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "As expected, I was right." Actually, with Brother Lu's ability, even if you're not in the Zhang family and Wang family, it won't be a big deal. Maybe you will become even more powerful in the future. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. There are more than 10 people in front of us. When he said that he wouldn't talk about it, Lu Feidong really stopped talking. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. After asking around, they found that there were no seats on the first floor, but there were seats on the second floor, but the price was expensive. Jiang Yang didn't seem to care about money. He pulled Lu Feidong upstairs. As they walked, the rooms on the side were all taken. Finally, they came to a room with the best location. The waiter flipped the sign that said, "Occupied," and changed it to "empty." He then brought the two of them in and flipped the sign back to "occupied." Jiang Yang looked at the waiter in puzzlement. In the end, he smiled and asked, "How much do you want?" "Sir, you can decide." The waiter seemed to have been seen through. He blinked his eyes like a mouse. He took out a small string of coins, which should be 100 copper coins, and threw it to the waiter. Then, Jiang Yang said to the waiter, "Bring up the best wine and duck signature dish." The waiter left happily. Jiang Yang invited Lu Feidong to sit in front of him and opened the window to look downstairs. He said, "It's better to be high up. It's bright and spacious. What do you think, Brother Lu?" Ran, I said that you treat me. I didn't bring any money. If you don't have money, why don't we go to Savant's restaurant? I don't need to spend money there." Lu Feidong seemed to be a little nervous. He first told Jiang Yang that he didn't have money. "Brother Lu, with your skills, do you really lack money? They don't have a single copper coin on them. They shouldn't do this. I'm not lying to Brother Lu. If Brother Lu wanted to go to another place, there would be many people waiting on you. How could you be like this? What a pity, what a pity. If you just leave it here. You don't have to come back if you don't tell me. As they were talking, the waiter came in with food. A few cold dishes made with duck and warm wine were placed on the table. The waiter turned around and left. Brother Lu, try the wine here. It's different from the wine between the clouds and the water. It has a different taste. Try the duck head. Jiang Yang began to pour wine and pick up food for him. Lu Feidong couldn't do it either. He ate and nodded. When the waiter served him wine, he drank it. When the waiter served him food, he ate it. Jiang Yang looked down from time to time and kept toasting him. However, he was a little absent-minded when he ate. As he ate, Lu Feidong's eyes started to blur. He looked at the people coming and going below in a daze. He also started to talk to Jiang Yang. It's all my uncle's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Zhang family. He said that he wanted me to learn some useful skills, so I went. In the end, they didn't teach me any skills. They just made me memorize the books they wrote. I memorized them, but I didn't know what they meant. When my uncle asked me, I memorized a part of the book for him. He was very happy. In fact, he didn't know that the Zhang family never really taught me anything. Let me count. How many books did I learn? 5? No, it should be 6 books. If not, it should be 7 books. I can only know how many books I memorized from the beginning. Tell me, with someone like me, how could they possibly teach me their true skills? I heard that they had 10 books, but they wouldn't tell me the other 3 books no matter what, insisting that I learn the first 7 books. I don't believe their lies. What do you mean by learning the first 5 books? The other craftsmen of the great Tang can't compare to you. Look at me. I've already learned the first 7 books, but didn't I get 6 points? This time, Lu Feidong started to take the initiative to pour wine for Jiang Yang. As long as Jiang Yang's cup was empty, he would pour it. When it was his turn, he would drink 1 cup after another. When he finished, he would pour the wine again. When Jiang Yang heard Lu Feidong's words, he swallowed his saliva and whispered, Brother Lu, I think you don't need to continue learning from the Zhang family and Wang family. You can go elsewhere to teach people. As long as you say that you learn from the Zhang family and Wang family, people will be willing to believe you even if it's a lie. Brother Lu, I also want to know what they teach. If Brother Lu can still remember it, why don't you recite it for me? Recite it? No, I can't recite it. And what's that horse down there? Why does it have 2 heads? I'll go take a look. You sit here. Lu Feidong looked down and suddenly pointed at a horse that was pulling a carriage. Brother Lu, you drank too much. Don't drink anymore. Why can't you recite it? Did you not memorize it? Jiang Yang poured more wine for Lu Feidong. I didn't drink too much. It's just that my eyes are playing tricks on me. Who said that we memorized it? It's just that there are too many books. I can't recite them all. I studied for many years and only learned 7 books. Those books are so thick. I'm so tired. One of my heads is missing. Come, drink. Lu Feidong shook his head vigorously. He raised his cup and downed the wine. He took off his shirt and was shirtless. He was sweating all over. He put down the empty cup and hummed a tune. Jiang Yang continued to pour wine. Brother Lu, why don't you let me listen to it when you have time? Since there isn't enough time, why don't you recite the 7th book first so that I can broaden my horizons? The 7th book? What's the 7th book again? I've been memorizing it since the 1st book. Let me tell you, the 1st book, the 1st volume, the 1st chapter, the way of smelting. Every smelter should know how to control the heat and understand how to be flexible. First of all, turning iron into steel. Aya, whose family is that little girl? Why is she so fat? She even swayed when she walked. Lu Feidong started to recite from the 1st book. After reciting a few sentences, he pointed at a woman who just got out of the carriage and said, Brother Lu, don't worry about her. We'll carry our own things. Jiang Yang couldn't tell that the woman was fat, let alone swaying. He closed the window beside Lu Feidong and let him continue to carry her. When he sat down, he saw someone downstairs making a gesture to him. He could only sigh regretfully and say, Brother Lu, I'm so happy today that I forgot to do something important. Why don't we drink another day? I'll leave first. Here's the money for the wine and dishes. Jiang Yang took out 2 pieces of silver worth about 3 coins and stood up to leave. Lu Feidong was still behind him. Take care. Look at how swaying you are. You must have drunk too much. Jiang Yang quickly agreed and left in a hurry. As soon as he left, the waiter came in and said to Lu Feidong, "Do you want some hangover soup?" "No. I used to be a blacksmith. This little bit of wine is nothing." "Did you send someone to follow him?" "This is the money he left." Lu Feidong opened the window again, picked up the wine, and took a sip. The waiter looked at the money and said, "It's not even enough. The wine is expensive. Do you want to pay for it or the other one?" "Of course I want to pay for the other one. I don't have money. Is Dashin in the shop? What is he busy with? If not, I'll go find him to drink. This time I'll let him have it." Lu Feidong put away the 2 pieces of silver on the table and asked the waiter. The waiter was going to get the money, but seeing that Lu Feidong had taken it, he gave up and replied, "He's right next door. He's afraid that you won't be able to handle him if he suddenly does something bad. So he brought 2 people with him. If something really happens, he'll come over. Go find him yourself. You know it's from your shop, but you still eat it. Look at the duck head. You dare to sell it without biting it? I'll go find Dashin. You take your time to clean it up. I'm drunk. I won't help you." Lu Feidong picked up the remaining half of the wine jar and went to the room next door, leaving the waiter to work alone. He muttered, "You're bullying me. I'm just a little short of stars." When Lu Feidong came over, Zhang Dashin and the other 2 people had already sat down at the table and started eating. Just now, they had been very worried. It was supposed to be lunchtime, but the waiter outside saw Lu Feidong and another person come in a lineup. The waiter asked with his eyes if he wanted to come up directly. At that time, Lu Feidong shook his head. The waiter immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly came to report. Under surveillance, he led them all the way to the reserved room on the 2nd floor. Otherwise, Jiang Yang would be dreaming if he wanted to get a seat. When Zhang Dashin saw Lu Feidong come in, he congratulated him. "Congratulations, today's meal is on you. Didn't you bring 2 pieces of silver with you? It's just enough." "No, I'll keep it. I have to bring some money with me. This time, he happened to choose your shop. If he changes places, what should I do? I think this person has big plans. Don't lose him." Lu Feidong touched the place where he kept the silver. "How can that be? We've infiltrated most of the people in the capital. Even if we don't own the shop, we should have our people in the shop. It's just a spy battle. The young master and the young lady have already arranged it. In the capital, except for the palace, who else can escape?" Zhang Dashin took half a jar of wine and put it on the table. He usually couldn't bear to drink this wine. Of course, it was different from the wine sold at Savant's restaurant. The craftsmanship was also different. Savant's restaurant, and between the clouds and the water sold sauce-flavored and distilled spirits and fruit wines. This was the full-flavored type. He came to sell roast duck to avoid suspicion. The young master had specially prepared a recipe for him. Half a jar was not a small amount, and he could drink as much as he could. He poured a bowl for himself and took 2 big gulps. Zhang Dashin said to Lu Feidong, "When you go back, you can participate in other design and production projects. Congratulations on passing the organization's test. Drink your wine. Even if this didn't happen, I would still participate when I go back. My uncle is no longer an official in the Ministry of Works, so naturally, there's one less layer of concern. Do you still need me to continue to interact with the other party and teach them the contents of the 7 books?" Lu Feidong laughed. There were no 7 books. There were only 2. One was called Physics, and the other was called Chemistry. As for the other derived books, he had to do his own research. He could only ask others when he didn't understand them. After drinking the rest of the wine in the bowl, Zhang Dashin exhaled comfortably and said, "There is no need. Someone will take over the rest. We don't need to use too many tricks to deal with them. It's just the 4 Seas Academy. When we first established this academy, we thought that this day would come. Give me a bowl of noodle soup. I still have to continue participating in the competition in the afternoon. I can't go hungry. The chef can't handle it." So he ordered a bowl from our other shop. "Oh, I'm hungry." Lu Feidong suddenly felt sorry for Jiang Yang. He wanted to drive a wedge between the Zhang family and the Wang family. Only he could think of such a thing. The unity between the Zhang family and the Wang family was not guaranteed by money or skills. There was a faint but strong connection between them, just like the canned food that was specially made for the inner courtyard. They didn't expect to achieve much outside, just take care of themselves. Jiang Yang, who felt that he had tricked someone, looked around vigilantly as soon as he left the Dashin roast duck restaurant. He stopped an empty carriage that happened to be coming, entered the carriage, and said to the coachman, "Let's go out of the city." The coachman didn't ask for the specific location and drove the carriage in the direction of the Chung gate. But before they could walk out of the gate, Jiang Yang said to the coachman, "Stop the carriage. Get off here." After getting out of the carriage, Jiang Yang threw 3 copper coins to the coachman and slipped into an alley. He went straight through it to another road, stopped another carriage, and ordered, "Go to the west gate." After more than 2 hours, Jiang Yang finally arrived at a field outside the south gate. He had changed his clothes. He didn't look like a scholar, a farmer, or a businessman. In any case, he just gave people the feeling that he was a little awkward. There were few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, a few would pass by, but they just glanced at him casually and didn't pay attention to him anymore. If it weren't for the peddler behind him, who was carrying a pole and hawking all the way, it would be even quieter. Finally, the peddler was stopped by others. Jiang Yang seemed to have no purpose. He walked alone to a small river beside the field. There was a man wearing a bamboo hat fishing by the river. Jiang Yang came to the side and looked at the fish in the basket. He said casually, "It's not easy to catch. How long have you been fishing? You've only caught 3 fish, and they're so small." "That depends on what kind of fish they are. Ordinary fish are worthless even if they're big. Although the fish in the basket are small, they're very good. You should be satisfied with 3. Didn't you bring a fishing rod? Why don't I lend you one?" The fisherman said to Jiang Yang without turning his head. Jiang Yang took out a ball of string and a few hooks from his bosom. He broke off a branch from a nearby tree and casually tied it to a float before throwing it into the water. After a while, he saw the float move. He lifted the branch and caught a small fish. Only then did he say, "Brotherly, you've been waiting for a long time." He said, "I was about to catch a big fish, but someone asked me because he didn't know how to fish. So I can only keep the big fish for now. I wonder where the fish are not easy to catch. Where else? Of course, it's the fish in the Sanongsi temple. There are only farms, and the fish are abandoned. The people below don't know why the radishes by the pond are planted there. They're obviously not good, but they don't sell them." The fisherman pulled back the hook and put the bait again. He then said to Jiang Yang, "Not selling? Is the price too low? Those radishes are not good radishes. Is 1 kilogram of radish seeds cheap for 10 coins? 1 small radish is worth 3 coins, isn't it?" Jiang Yang didn't believe that someone wouldn't be tempted by such a price. He stopped and asked. The fisherman put the hook in again. "It's not about the money. It's that no one is selling them. The people in the Sanongsi temple don't know anything. They only said that all the radish seeds and radishes are under the charge of the Shaoqing. They haven't contacted the Shaoqing Jiangxin yet. Why is that? If it doesn't work, I'll go and take a look. I don't believe that I can't catch any fish." Jiang Yang couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, the people in the capital should have done this long ago. A radish was not worth much. Why did it take so much effort? That's not necessary. Before you came, a person who also liked to fish just left. He said that he would think of a way. The fisherman replied, "Then why did you call me here? I'm about to get some useful technology." Sigh, why is it so awkward to do things the moment you enter the capital? Jiang Yang complained. He didn't have the mood to fish anymore. He threw away the branch in his hand and sat there sulking. After all, the capital is different from other places. If everything is done according to us, would it still be the capital? Not to mention the capital, even in Buixin County, would it be comfortable to do things? The fisherman caught another fish and put it in the basket. After saying this, he put away the tools, picked up the basket, and left without looking back. Jiang Yang picked up a stone and threw it into the water angrily. He scolded, "A bunch of incompetent people. They even delayed my business." The sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, and the wind was so gentle. Walking on the road, it felt like the whole world was alive. Johnson had a good time recently. After coming back that day, he asked people to collect all the failed radish seeds and didn't allow anyone to take away any radish that was still planted in the field. The people in the Sinangsi temple didn't know the reason, but they all knew that the Sinangsi temple was no longer the Sinangsi temple of the past. The person who could really make decisions was not the Shaoqing, nor was it the people of the various departments. Even the people of the Ministry of Revenue couldn't do anything. If they wanted to do something, they had to get the consent of others first. This others was Zhang Zhong. After all the things were sent by him. The Shaoqing was called by the emperor once, and when he came back, he issued an order. It seemed that it had something to do with the people on the other side. If they didn't want to touch the radish, they wouldn't touch it. Anyway, the radish was not a good thing. The people in the Sinangsi temple thought so, but who knew that in the past few days, some people came to them one after another and offered them a very high price. If Jiangxin hadn't issued an order, they could have sold the radish to themselves or to the Sinangsi temple to make more money and reduce the loss. But now that there was an order, they couldn't touch the radish. Even if the price had been raised to 10 copper coins per caddy, they couldn't touch the radish for 3 copper coins. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be caught for secretly selling something. When that time came, it would be difficult to deal with the emperor. It was precisely because he saw that his subordinates were so obedient that Jiangxin's mood was very good. He had already heard of the price that others offered, but it was still too little compared to the price that he wanted to sell the radish for, and the price that the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to sell it for. How could the seeds be sold by caddy? It had to be sold by the grain. As for the radish, the price that was offered was really too low. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that this was a good thing to use as ginseng. Ginseng, not to mention 100-year-old ginseng. How much would an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old ginseng cost? Pharmacies sold it in slices, and one slice cost several copper coins. Although it was impossible for this radish to become ginseng, it was Xiao Bao's great ability that made people believe him. He reckoned that the people who came to buy radishes and seeds from his subordinates this time were people from the Four Seas Academy. To be precise, they were Japanese. He definitely couldn't sell them. He would only sell them when the price was set by Xiao Bao, or when it was higher. Thinking like this, Jiangxin prepared to go to the East Market to watch the craftsman competition in the afternoon. It was very interesting. He had watched it in the morning and saw that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family did things fairly. He also saw a lucky person being recruited by the Zhang family and Wang family before all the competitions were completed. There were also all kinds of strange things. He didn't know what kind of situation would appear in the competition in the afternoon. "Master, don't you have to work in the afternoon?" Jiangxin was followed by a servant sent by his family. Normally speaking, the servant had to wait patiently outside the Sinong temple and wait until everyone else had returned home before the master could appear. He didn't expect that he didn't have to stay so long starting from this morning. The master insisted on coming out for a stroll. Could it be that there was no work in the Sinong temple now? Did the master just become idle? With such doubts, and also afraid that the master wouldn't work, Jiangxin's servant asked Jiangx, "What do you know? I'm working right now. If I do well, the Sinong temple won't lack money for the next 10 years. In at least 5 years. The main thing is to see what kind of new experiments there are." Johnson really wasn't in a hurry now. For the sake of the big money in the future, he would first stop working. Chapter 699. The two of them talked as they walked. However, before they reached the competition venue in Dong City, the two of them were stopped by someone. "Are you Minister Jiang of the Sea Agriculture Temple?" The person asked respectfully. Jiangxin didn't care if other people were respectful or not. He was the Shaoqing, so he couldn't just talk to anyone who blocked his way. He didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. The servant beside him looked at the person blocking his way with dissatisfaction and asked, "What's the matter? What are you doing?" This is an important place in the capital. You have to think carefully about what you want to do. My master doesn't have time to talk to you. I know. I know this is the capital. I don't want to do anything. I just came to give you money. Seeing Jiang Xin go around, the person in front of him didn't dare to stop him again. He just followed him and said with a smile. Jiang Xin's servant didn't know the situation and thought that someone wanted to bribe his master in public. He quickly pushed the person aside and said, "My master doesn't accept any bribes and has nothing to give you. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call someone." Unexpectedly, Jiang Xin stopped and turned around to ask, "How do you want to give me money? How much? What do you want?" Seeing that Jiang Xin didn't continue to walk, the person finally let out a sigh of relief and said, 5,000 strings of coins. As long as Minister Jiang can give me the recently planted radishes and the seeds used to plant them, 5,000 strings of coins will be yours. 5,000 strings of coins? That's a lot. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't have the life to spend it. The seeds and radishes belong to the Sea Agriculture Temple, not me. How can I give them to you? Hearing the price, Jiang Xin was very dissatisfied. It was too little. There were so many seeds and so many radishes. The loss this time was more than 5,000 strings of coins. Others didn't know who came to buy radishes and seeds, but he didn't know. It was a country behind it. It was impossible to give such a small amount of money. Hearing Jiang Xin's refusal, the person didn't seem to give up. He said, "Can't the Sea Agriculture Temple make the decision? You're the minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple. You have the final say in the Sea Agriculture Temple. Is there anyone who is not better than you?" If Jiang Xin hadn't received specific information and orders, she might have sold the worthless items on impulse. However, it was impossible for her to do so now. After staring at the man for a while, Jiang Xin smiled and said, "The Senongsi Temple doesn't belong to me alone. I can't make the decision. Why don't you go and talk to His Majesty? As long as His Majesty gives the order, even if you don't take out a single copper coin, I'll give you everything." "That's right. Don't even think about getting any benefits from my master. My master is not the kind of corrupt official you think he is. If you want something, go find someone else." Jiang Xin's servant didn't know why someone would take the initiative to look for his master, but he had to speak up for him. As for whether or not he was a corrupt official, he knew clearly in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud right now. When the person heard the other party's refusal, he had no choice but to continue increasing the price. "Lord Jiang, let's talk things over. 7,000 strings of cash. I can't go any higher. After all, that radish is bitter and small. It's really not worth this price. I'm buying it to use elsewhere. It's already not bad if I can earn 1,000 strings of cash." "Oh, you're going to lose? Then I advise you not to buy it. I just don't want to see others lose because of me. I won't sell it. For you, I won't sell it." Jiang Xin didn't buy it all. "I was joking just now. In fact, it's not that I can only earn 1,000 strings of cash. If you sell it to me, I can actually earn 4,000 strings of cash. How about this? I'll give you 8 strings of cash first. If I earn more than 3,000 strings of cash, the rest of the money will be yours. What do you think?" The person immediately came up with an idea. He didn't feel that he gave people the impression that he was changing back and forth. He should have practiced it. Jiang Xin's servant looked at the person in disbelief, then looked at his master. Seeing that his master still had that calm expression, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Jiang Xin naturally couldn't agree to such a price. If he really sold it, he would easily die without a burial place. Not to mention the Zhang family and Wang family. The emperor wouldn't spare him. After hearing what the person said, he didn't even want to talk and directly walked to the destination. The person followed closely behind. Master, if there's anything we can discuss, why don't you say a price? As long as I could take it out, I'm willing." "Really?" Jiang Xin stopped again and asked. "Really?" The person nodded. "Okay, the radish seeds are worth 100 strings of cash. The radishes that haven't been dug out are worth 400 strings of cash. Are you willing? If you're willing, give me the money. I'll have someone send the seeds and radishes to you. If you aren't willing, then forget it." Jiang Xin doubled the price set by Zhang Xiaobao. asking for a sky-high price. He was waiting for the other party to sit on the ground and pay back the money. This time, not only was the person surprised, even Jiangxin's servant showed an expression of disbelief. He really wanted to use his hand to touch his master's forehead to see if he was sick. If he was hot, he should quickly go to the palace to find a doctor. If the palace couldn't treat him, he could rush to Dei Hospital. It seemed that it was a slow illness. If it was a fast illness, the palace could control it. Master, you must be joking, right? The person asked Jiangxin with an ugly expression. Then why are you still talking to me? With this price, I still haven't asked what you're doing. You dare to speak to me like this. Jiangxin's expression also darkened. He looked at the person without blinking. The person's expression changed several times. In the end, he didn't dare to look at Jiangxin. After hesitating, he said, Master, do you know how much money that is? Money moves people's hearts. Not to mention that much money, even if it was half, no one would be willing to take it out. Besides, I don't have that kind of money. Master, you may feel that it is a rare opportunity to ask for more money, but many people, such as the Prime Minister and the Minister, may feel that 10 or 20,000 strings of cash is already a lot. Master, you must think carefully. This was a threat, a blatant threat. The meaning was to tell Jiangxin that if he didn't agree, he would take out 20,000 strings of cash and directly bribe his superiors. When the time came, he would get what he wanted. Not only would he not benefit at all, he would also easily lose his position. This time, Jiangxin didn't leave and didn't make a sound. He stood there with his head lowered and looked at his shoes as if there was something strange on them. His servants nervously protected him and glared at the person. The person revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking that his words had touched Jiangxin's heart. Just as he was waiting for Jiangxin to comply, Jiangxin raised his head and sighed. There's no need to find the Prime Minister or Minister. The Emperor is also in front. How about I take you to see the Emperor? You could talk to him. If the Emperor listens to you, I will immediately retire and return to my hometown. It just so happens that I can live a peaceful life. Although I'm still young, I'm already tired of officialdom. Thank you very much. After saying this, Johnson walked forward with large strides. His servants followed closely behind, leaving the person who suddenly appeared stunned. He didn't know what to do. He naturally didn't dare to see the Emperor. Otherwise, no matter what, he wouldn't have a good life. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Looking at the two people walking away, the person gritted his teeth and chased after them. He ran to Jiangxin's side and said again, Darren, the price you gave is really too high. Can you lower it? Go find a minister or the Prime Minister. Don't talk to me. My position is small, and I'm afraid. Jiangxin didn't relent at all. The servant next to him pushed the person with all his strength. If you come looking for trouble again, I'll beat you to death. Is my Darren someone you can casually threaten? You're courting death. This time, it wasn't as simple as being pushed by Jiangxin's servant. There were also people patrolling nearby. When they saw someone arguing, they immediately rushed over. When they saw Jiangxin, they recognized him and didn't recognize the other person. They immediately asked, Who are you? Daring to offend an official of the imperial court? Men, come and arrest him. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't offend him. I just met him and casually said a few words. The person wanted to leave, explaining as he retreated, Arrest this official. He actually dared to bribe this official. When the bribe failed, he even threatened me. He said that the minister and prime minister were bribed. Bring them back and interrogate them severely. At this time, Jiangxin spoke. The patrolling people rushed up and pressed the person to ground. They tied him up firmly with rope and brought him back. I'm innocent, innocent. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. The person didn't dare to struggle, but shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people. Seeing that there were more people, he said, I'm from Japan. The great Tang can't do this. He thought that if he revealed his identity, the surrounding people would want to save face and use a haughty attitude to ask for him to be released. After all, Bullying someone from another country was too shameful for the great Tang, who knew that it would have been better if he didn't shout. After he shouted, the people fell silent and looked at him as if they were looking at a monkey. The status of the great Tang was very high. How could the people look up to people from other places? When people from other places came, the people didn't take the initiative to provoke them because they looked down on them. Now that someone had committed a crime, they just wanted to watch the show. When the patrolling guards escorted the man who claimed to be an outsider out, Jiangxin moved closer to him and whispered, "This official hates being threatened the most. Go in and enjoy yourself. When someone comes to see you, remember to tell him not to speak like you do in front of this official." After saying this, Jiangxin happily left with the servant. The person was dragged to the yamen. As for what kind of treatment he would receive, it was hard to say. After Jiangxin took care of the person, he felt that if someone came to look for him in the future, he would be more proactive in negotiating the price. He shook his head happily and recited a poem from time to time. His servant still didn't understand what was going on. What he did just now was just a servant's duty. After thinking for a while, he plucked up his courage and asked, "Master, can you tell me why those small and bitter radishes are sold at such a high price? Those who know it is a radish, but those who don't know it will think that it is a cheap ginseng. Why is it bitter? Didn't you eat the fish I made for you a few days ago? I added this kind of radish to the fish. It is the recipe of the savant's restaurant." Jiangxin was in a good mood and said a few more words to his servant. The servant nodded. "Yes, it is delicious. So that's the reason. But it can't be sold at the price you said. Do you think I want to sell it at such a high price? It is the emperor's order. Don't ask. You will know later. Hurry up, or you'll miss it." Jiangxin really wanted to talk to his servant, but he couldn't. Not to mention his family. Even the other officials in the Sea Agriculture Temple didn't know why. They had to keep it a secret. Whether they could make money depended on this competition. The first day of the craftsman competition passed in a lively atmosphere. Some people were happy, while others suffered in prison. At noon the next day, the craftsmen in the competition and the onlookers continued to eat and rest. Jiangxin didn't come out today. He stayed in the Sea Agriculture Temple and held a meeting with the officials. The first point was to emphasize that in the current situation, they couldn't relax the research and development of agricultural products. The second point was about grasping the vegetable basket and a rice bag together. The third point was to increase the output of agricultural products in a reasonable and scientific way. They should go deep into the grassroots and improve their consciousness. They should continue to perfect the theoretical basis and deepen their understanding in the middle school stage of the Kaiyuan age. The first 3 points were nonsense and didn't have any practical effect. The fourth point was the most important one, which was to follow the special construction of the Kaiyuan age. According to the emperor's ideology and theory, a caddy of radish should be sold at the price. They couldn't relax even a single seed. The officials of the Xinong temple understood, and thereupon they began a heated discussion about the historical role of the bitter, astringent, and small new radish in the current situation. Each and every one of them had a deep understanding of the impact the radish, this crop, had on the entire society, understood the emperor's thinking spirit, and continued to carry forward on this foundation. They firmly stood on the side of the emperor's ideology and theory, the assistant minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple as the foundation, and the steady development of the Sea Agriculture Temple. They didn't embezzle, didn't accept bribes, didn't fear the enemy's threats, and could distinguish sugar-coated fireworks. They should be on guard against the impact of foreign capital on the country's agriculture. When they had nothing to do, they should hide at home and not let others find them. Even if others found them and offered them a lot of money, they would never compromise for their family and their lives. Oh no, for the Tang Empire, for the prosperity of the world. In a harmonious atmosphere, Jiangxin finished the meeting. Then, everyone went to the top of the third floor of the savant's restaurant to eat together. They ate very frugally. As long as they hadn't reached level 1, they would eat 4 dishes and 1 soup, according to the number of people. They didn't eat expensive venison, nor did they eat beef or mutton. They only ate cheap fish, the kind in the sea, abalone, and shark fins. The soup was turtle soup. They didn't drink highly distilled wine, so as not to affect their work. They only drank low-alcohol wine. During the meal, the people in the Sea Agriculture Temple learned the importance of hard work and simplicity. They were very happy, and their awareness was also improved. They took the wood ear and went home. No one mentioned the radish again. Everything was decided by the assistant minister. 3 days later, the craftsman's competition was still going on. The Japanese who stopped Jiangsen on the street that day was released in a trance. He met Yamamoto, who was supposed to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Boxin County. Yamamoto, can't you save us some trouble? This time, we spent 2,000 strings of cash to save you. We didn't get the money for nothing, Yamamoto said to the person who was released in disappointment. Hey, what else could Yamamoto say? In fact, he didn't do anything, but he was arrested. The most important thing was that he didn't fulfill the instructions of others. Go back to Boxin County immediately and watch the others. Don't let them act rashly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are not easy to deal with. Yamamoto was really unwilling to enter the capital. A few days ago, he heard that the progress here was very bad, so he came by boat. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived in the capital, the first news he received was that Yamamoto was arrested. After asking for the reason, he fiercely scolded Yamamoto in his heart. How could it be good to go against an official? What's more, he was not a small official. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble, and he even threatened him. Now, the threat was not successful, and he even spent a lot of money. Hey, Yamamoto still answered very respectfully. He really couldn't say anything. As for grievances and misunderstandings, it was useless. Everyone looked at the result, and the process was the matter of the person who did it. Yamamoto found a boat and left. Yamamoto planned to personally take away all the radishes here and plant them into ginseng. The price of ginseng and radishes were not the same. Moreover, even if they were not sold back to Tang, they were very useful in China. Therefore, on the second day after Yamamoto was released, Yamamoto, who thought that he had learned a lot of economic warfare skills, began his plan. For a time, a rumor spread in various restaurants and tea houses in the capital. That was after spending a lot of money. The radishes cultivated by the Senongsi were bitter and small, and if eaten too much, they would be poisoned. The speed of the rumor was very fast. It didn't take long for the whole capital to know. Of course, the common people didn't dare to say that they had kicked someone off the stage, but the voices of the discussion were very loud. It was so loud that Li Longji, who was watching today's craftsman competition, heard it. Sitting on the stage, Li Longji listened to the report of the people below and frowned again and again. He looked at Gao Lisher and ordered, "Get He Zhizhang and Wei Shu here." Soon, the two assistant ministers came up together. They were familiar with each other and often met each other. Before coming here today, they even saw each other in the court. They didn't know why they were called here when they had just separated, but they knew that it definitely had nothing to do with missing each other. Li Longji finally had some private time, and suddenly such a thing happened. He was in a bad mood and asked He Zhizhang first. "Minister He, have you heard the recent rumor? It said that the Senongsi spent a lot of money to cultivate radishes that are bitter, astringent, and small." He Zhizhang thought that the emperor asked him to come here to ask about the Ministry of Rights or the craftsman competition. He didn't expect that it would suddenly involve the Senongsi temple that the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were fighting over. How could he know? He could not answer, so he could only think for a while and say, "Your Majesty, this official thinks that the Senongsi temple has indeed wasted a lot of opportunities. The Zhang family and Wang family gave them so much help, but they actually planted a lot of radishes without any evidence, so the radishes grew small and bitter. Then what should we do?" Li Longji asked again. Obviously, he was not satisfied with what He Zhizhang said just now. "Some people should be held accountable," He Zhizhang replied. "Then what?" Li Longji asked again. Then let the people of the Sinangsi temple carry out a deep self-examination and correct their behavior, He Zhizhong replied again. Li Longji was so angry that he laughed. In that case, why did I ask you to come here? If I let you do it, what would you do? This official is guilty, but this official doesn't know. He Zhizhong finally didn't dare to say casually. Seeing that He Zhizhong had lowered his head, Li Longji asked Wei Shu again, Assistant Minister Wei, do you have a solution? Recently, you have been fighting with the Ministry of Revenue for the Sinangsi Temple. Why don't we hand the Sinangsi Temple over to the Ministry of Works today, and you can accept this matter? Wei Shu didn't dare to say anything like He Zhizhong. If he was the first to be asked, he would also come up with a plan. However, he couldn't do that now. The emperor was angry. If he said something like that again, he would be the unlucky one. After thinking for a while, Wei Shu said, Your Majesty, this official thinks that someone must be spreading rumors. Why don't we arrest the person who spread the rumors? Arrest all of them. Just now, Strawman told me about this matter. Don't tell me that you want to arrest him. I also told the two of you. Who is going to arrest me? Li Longji asked. Your Majesty, this official doesn't mean that. This official wants to find the source and find the person who spread this rumor first. Wei Shu was shocked and quickly added on. This official thinks that you can't do that. If you send troops to arrest him, the person who spread the rumor must have already gone into hiding. When the people see the imperial army going to arrest him, they will be more convinced that this matter is true. He Zhizhong felt that he had found a reason to redeem himself and quickly refuted Wei Shu. Li Longji looked at the two of them left and right and said, These are my assistant ministers. Now, I will ask the two of you, do you have a way to settle this matter immediately? The two of them didn't say anything. They obediently knelt down and waited. The two of them also understood that if they didn't say anything, the more they said, the more mistakes they would make. In any case, the emperor couldn't do anything to them because of this matter. This matter wasn't their business. The two of them were in charge of the craftsman competition, so they should find someone else. Have someone send a glass of wine with ice. Li Longji was angry in his heart, but he also knew that this matter had nothing to do with the two people in front of him. If there was a person who had something to do with this matter, then it was Jiang Xin. How did he deal with this matter? Why did he have someone bring the wine and ice over? Gao Lisher looked at the person who delivered the wine. It was the old man from the savant's restaurant, Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He first prepared a portion and drank a few mouthfuls. He felt that it was nothing and nodded his head in relief. He also prepared a portion for Li Longji. The steps of this test were too simple, but Li Longji dared to drink it. After taking a sip of wine, he sighed and said, If everyone can make me feel relieved like the Zhang family and Wang family, then I won't need to be so worried. This official deserves to die. He Zhizhong and Wei Shu said at the same time. Just as the air was about to condense, a new piece of news suddenly came. The Zhang family and Wang family suddenly put up notices in front of all the shops in the capital. They were buying the Sinong Temple's new breed of radish at a high price. Even the seeds were included. It seemed like a very ordinary matter, but it immediately changed the minds of the people. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking that the Sinong Temple was wasting money. Now, they were immediately praising the Sinong Temple. The reason was very simple. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't make a move easily. Once they did, it meant that the radish was good. When he heard this news, Li Longji was stunned. He didn't know who took the lead. He ordered Gao Lisher, Go and ask around. Who is the Zhang family's buyer? Gao Lisher received the order and was about to go ask around. Before he could do anything, someone reported, Song Jinggong from Sanshui County is here to deliver delicious food. Announce. As soon as Li Longji heard the name of the person who came, he knew what was going on. Song Jinggong was in charge of everything here. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't have the time to care about the details here. Since he was here, he must be the one who put up the notice. After he finished speaking, he asked Song Jinggong to come up. Li Longji sighed and said, Everyone says that I am biased towards the Zhang family and Wang family. They say that I am unfair. But at the crucial moment, they really do things well. When I asked you guys for a solution, you guys only know how to ask for forgiveness. They just casually dealt with it. If I am not biased towards them, do you think that I will be fair? Your Majesty, please calm down. The Zhang family and Wang family are just good at using people. They're a little more cautious. Actually, the officials here are not bad. How could Gao Lishur miss such a good opportunity? As soon as he heard what the emperor said, he immediately tried to persuade him. It would have been better if he didn't try to persuade him. But once he did, Li Longji got even angrier. With so many people, the two assistant ministers couldn't think of a solution. There were also the other officials. He didn't believe that they wouldn't come up with a solution after hearing the news. They wouldn't even come to see him. Hide. They could really hide. They could hide from him now, but when the time came, would they be able to hide from the enemy as well? Song Jinggong didn't know what was going on with the higher-ups. He had indeed just rushed over. He also had some matters to attend to at Sanshui County, so he delegated the tasks to others and asked them to help him out. He just came here to check on the situation of the competition. But as soon as he arrived in the capital, he heard such rumors. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do anything. But the person in charge of Savant's restaurant was already writing a notice. The better people in the other shops also immediately sent people to spread the word about the competition. Everyone was working hard. He immediately gave an order to post the notice and used the reputation of the Zhang family and Wang family to salvage the situation. Bringing along a few snacks from Sanshui County, he came to the viewing platform. Although he was only a high scholar, no one dared to treat him as an ordinary high scholar. What kind of high scholar would be able to hold down the fort for the Zhang family and Wang family? He wasn't in charge of anything else but the two Zhuangzi counties in Sanshui County. He was in charge of a hospital and a medical school, as well as 2 docks, as well as matters in the capital. If these were considered normal, then there was nothing abnormal in this world. Song Jinggong went up to the highest point of the viewing platform under the friendly gazes of others. When he saw the emperor, he bowed and said, "This commoner pays his respects to your majesty. This commoner has come from Sanshui County and brought some food along with me. Your majesty, please have a taste." "Yes, dispense with the formalities. Why don't I bestow you an official position?" Li Longji was very happy when he saw Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong was in charge of a lot of things, and he even represented the Zhang family and Wang family's words and actions here. Song Jinggong didn't know what was wrong with the emperor. Why was the emperor talking about giving him an official position the moment they met? Last time, the emperor also said that he would give him an official position, but in the end, the official position was too small, and he didn't want it. Then what official position was he going to give him today? No, what official was he going to give him? He had to ask the young master if he wanted to be an official. If the young master agreed, then he would be an official. If he didn't agree, then he definitely couldn't be an official. When he thought of this, Song Jinggong said, "In reply to your majesty, this commoner will have to ask the young master and young madam about this matter." Li Longji wasn't angry. Everyone liked loyal people. Song Jinggong was loyal to the Zhang family and Wang family, and the Zhang family and Wang family were loyal to him. That was enough. He gestured for Gao Lishur to take the food and asked Song Jinggong, "Was it you who ordered the notice that was just posted?" It was this commoner who gave the order, but it wasn't this commoner's idea. The Savant's restaurant had already started posting notices, and all the shops of the Zhang family and Wang family had already started advertising. This commoner just happened to be in time. Song Jinggong wasn't lying. The situation was as it was, and he couldn't steal other people's credit. Li Longji liked to hear such words, so he asked, "Then what do you think of this matter this time?" In reply to your majesty, it's not a big deal. It's just a battle of public opinion. It's simple, it won't cause any waves. Needless to say, even if this commoner came, any random person from the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family would be able to handle it very well. It's too easy. What we do is to spread public opinion. Fighting this kind of war is really interesting. Who knows who the opponent is? As Song Jinggong spoke, he was about to laugh out loud. If the Zhang family and Wang family were good in other aspects, then this kind of propaganda was the best. There was actually someone who was playing this game with the Zhang family and Wang family. It was too funny. He didn't laugh out loud, but Li Longji laughed heartily. Haha, good, that's right. Assistant Minister He and Assistant Minister Jiang heard it. This is called a battle of public opinion. The next time you encounter such a situation, do you know what to do? Your Majesty, I understand. He Zhizhong thought about it and figured out the key point. He spoke first and then continued, I will speak in the name of the Ministry of Rights first, and then find other people to help. In this way, the other side's rumors will be dispelled. Wei Shu also didn't want to fall behind, so he said, I also understand. This matter is just nonsense from the person who spread the rumors. I will find all the restaurants in the capital to let people taste the radish. Nonsense? No, this matter is true. The Sanongsi Temple's research failed and lost a lot of money. This is true, but what I want to say is not true or false, but that there is a problem. Don't always shirk the responsibility, but how to solve the problem. This is what I want. Li Longji admitted to the matter of the Sanongsi Temple, but he didn't intend to hold anyone accountable. He said this to the two people who were still kneeling in front of him. He then looked at Song Jinggong and asked, what if the Zhang family and Wang family did something wrong? Your Majesty, if something happens to our family, then the person who is responsible for this matter will take responsibility. However, taking responsibility doesn't necessarily mean that they will be punished. If they can figure out the reason and solve the problem, then they won't be punished. If they can't solve the problem, then they need to report it. The higher-ups will evaluate the degree of loss and their own ability. Whether or not they can't do it in the end, they won't chase them out. They will just let them continue to study. The higher-ups will take over their responsibility and solve the problem. For example, if this commoner doesn't command well, the main family will come to question me. This commoner needs to give an explanation. What should be done is done, and there's no need to hide it. It is impossible to lie. This commoner has good luck and hasn't made any big mistakes, so the main family doesn't care. This commoner will report the small mistakes I make every time to the main family. The main family will send a letter to this commoner and tell this commoner how to solve such a problem in the future. The main family said that the person who is responsible needs to be summed up after the incident. The main thing is how to solve the problem. The person who can solve the problem is the real talent. Therefore, this commoner is used to taking the initiative to solve problems instead of shirking the responsibility. The main family that Song Jinggong was talking about was actually Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After hearing Song Jinggong's words, Li Longji thought for a while and then asked, if the person sent out has a problem, who will take more responsibility? We can't just let it go, right? The person who will take the most responsibility is not the person sent out, but the people in the organization department and the supervision department. The person is chosen by the organization department, and the supervision department is responsible for supervision. If the person is chosen well, then there won't be a problem. If the person is supervised well, then there won't be a problem. Song Jinggong thought for a while and replied. This time, Li Longji had nothing to say. The appointment of an official, such as assistant minister, had to be approved by him. If he didn't agree, then no one could expect to be appointed. According to Song Jinggong's words, if the investigation was carried out, he would also take a lot of responsibility. The two of you can get up. Go ask Zhang Shuo, the people from the Ministry of Personnel, and the censorate. Li Longji said to He Zhizhong and He Zhizhong. He wouldn't admit that he was wrong. Since there were other people who could take responsibility, then he would find trouble with them. Especially the censorate. They were from the supervision department, so why didn't they look after them? There was also the Ministry of Personnel. They were in charge of officials. Even Zhang Shuo couldn't escape. He Zhizhong and He Zhizhong were very grateful to Song Jinggong. It was because of his arrival that the two of them could stand up and didn't have to worry about being punished. In fact, it had nothing to do with them. If they really wanted to take responsibility, Song Jinggong didn't say that the real person in charge wasn't the two places he mentioned, but the intelligence department. What did the intelligence department care about when there was a public opinion attack? The hope was that they would know in advance when others were scheming and make corresponding countermeasures. Once something happened, it would be the fault of the intelligence department. However, he couldn't say such things. The Zhang Shuo and Wang families didn't have an intelligence department on the surface, so they were just doing business. He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang were fine now, so Li Longji was relieved. He ate the few snacks that Song Jinggong had sent over, and they tasted pretty good. He told Song Jinggong to go back and ask if he could be an official. However, some people felt uncomfortable. Yamamoto had just created public opinion, and before he could make use of this public opinion, it was suddenly gone. Who would he reason with? At this moment, he realized that the capital was too complicated and it was not easy to do something. After thinking about it, he could only think of a way to find Jiangxin. Jiangxin was even happier now. This morning, she was almost unable to raise her head after being criticized by others. What she didn't expect was that the situation would change so quickly. In the afternoon, the situation changed, and no one said anything bad about the Xinongxi anymore. She was bored in the office. When she was thinking about going out for a walk, someone came to report that there was someone outside who wanted to see her. The first person Jiangxin thought of was the person who was going to buy carrots. She didn't know what method the other party used to go directly to the Xinongxi. This was not a place that just anyone could enter. No, I have to mention to His Majesty that the Xinongxi is an important place. Not just anyone can enter through connections. Jiangxin muttered and said to the person who reported, "Let him in. Everyone else, do your own thing and don't worry about anything else." Even if she didn't say it, others didn't want to get involved. Everyone understood that the things that happened in this situation couldn't be handled by ordinary people. It couldn't be better if someone took the lead. Yamamoto walked in quickly. He came in quickly and walked very slowly. He wanted to take a good look at the Xinongxi. Of course, it was not because he wanted to find more secrets from this corridor. He just wanted to see more. It was because he had spent too much money. Just to come in, he had spent 500 strings of coins. If he didn't take a good look, it would be a waste of money. How much could a tour cost? When he came to Luzhou, it only cost him 200 strings of coins, including the place to eat and sleep. He had not even seen the owner of the Xinongxi, but he had already spent 500 strings of coins. He didn't know how much he would have to pay after seeing the owner. He walked around one place after another. The Xinongxi also had a lot of land here. In order to make it convenient to check, the cloister was built everywhere, so that he could jump down to the ground to have a look at any time. Yamamoto felt much better after walking around like this. If he could walk around for a day, he would feel that the 500 strings of coins were worth it. However, before he could go further, Jiangxin personally led people to welcome him, which made him feel very regretful. He still wanted to see if there was any secret species. As soon as Yamamoto saw Jiangxin, he said very warmly and respectfully, "Lord Jiang, why did you come out in person? Just wait for me to see you. I don't want to, but the Xinongxi is under my management. Since someone can come in directly, no matter how bold I am, I have to come and welcome him. Besides, a few days ago, someone said that he would find some minister of the ministry or the prime minister to take me down. I'm really scared. What should I do when I can't make my own decisions in my own place? I can only welcome him." Just like what the Zhang family and the Wang family said, raising cats is like raising dogs. When you raise cats, they also think that they are raising you. There is no hierarchy, but raising dogs is different. If the dog thinks that it can't beat people, it can only submit and listen to people. I feel like a dog now. I have to know how to submit to people. If others can enter my place as they please, it means that they are more capable than me. Chapter 700. Hearing Jiangxin's words, Yamamoto knew that the other party was definitely not showing weakness, but another kind of strong performance. He suddenly regretted it. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have spent money to come in. He had spent some money, but did not achieve his goal. So he said with a smile, Mr. Jiang is too polite. It's not like what you said. In fact, it's really not easy to enter here. Yes, it's not easy to enter that you came in. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I'm busy now. If you have something to say it quickly. If you want to chat, I don't have time to accompany you. Jiangxin did not give him any face at all, as if the weak complaint just now had not come out of his mouth. The surrounding officials, whether they came out to watch the fun or just happened to pass by, were very sensible to avoid it. No one dared to come near to cause trouble at this time. Yamamoto did not expect the other party to be so tough. He had learned a lot from Yamamoto, but he never expected that this guy named Jiangxin would be so stubborn. Even if he came to find him, he had no intention of compromising at all. Thinking of this, Yamamoto decided to change his approach. Since his peace could not make the other party calm down, he could only change his attitude to be neither servile nor overbearing. Threats would not work. That would be like Yamamoto, who was unlucky to be dealt with. So Yamamoto put away the smile on his face and said to Jiangxin, I know you have been having a hard time recently. There are problems with the radish seeds, so I came to help you. I'm willing to pay a high price to buy your radishes and seeds, higher than others. The others he was talking about were the Zhang family and the Wang family. He thought that such an attitude could move the other party, because such an attitude was very useful in China. However, the result disappointed him. This was the Tang Empire. The officials of the Tang Empire usually did not express hostility and kindness so obviously, unlike the Japanese, who were either respectful or bullied. No one in the Tang Empire dared to say that they knew the human nature of the people of the Tang Empire, let alone him. Johnson was like this now. When Yamamoto changed his attitude, he also changed his attitude. His eyes became blank, as if he did not know what the other party was talking about. After a while, he imitated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's way of speaking and said to Yamamoto, I didn't know you were coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. You must be the Japanese with the person who offended me last time, right? Well, the Tang Empire likes to make friends with other countries very much. In the spirit of internationalism, I am willing to talk with you on the same level. What did you just say? I said your radishes are not good, so we are willing to take them. Yamamoto really wanted to ask them if they were idiots. Did they understand what he said just now? What? Were the radishes not grown well? Jiangxin was still at a loss. It's the radish from your Senongsi temple. Did the experiment this year fail? Are you guys in a hurry? Yamamoto had to be more direct. He was really afraid that the other party was really stupid and did not know what he was talking about. After thinking for a while, Jiangxin said, We haven't learned from the relevant departments about what you asked. If necessary, we will try our best to learn it within 24 hours. As for your second question, we, the Senongsi Temple, have always adhered to the principle that we should be patient and careful in the process of farming. We can't do things in a hurry. Therefore, there is nothing urgent, as you said. After Jiangxin finished speaking, he was in a very good mood. Xiao Bao and Kuka were really good. They could say such profound words. Well, he would learn to say it in the future. Yamamoto was dumbfounded. What a mess. Was he talking about this question? After thinking for a while, Yamamoto had to admit that what he had just asked could be combined with what the other party said. But this was not good. He had to ask clearly. His purpose was to create a certain pressure on the other party by asking questions. Now it seemed that there was no pressure. So Yamamoto said again, Many people who have eaten the radish you planted say that your radish is bitter and astringent, and they are small. Also, the process of your planting this time is not so smooth. Shouldn't the radish be sold at a cheaper price? As for the first thing you said, we have no information from the relevant departments at present, so we're not very clear. As for the situation during the planting, the Yamamoto has been diligently doing it according to the Emperor's request and has achieved certain results. We believe that the Yamamoto will go further on the road of planting in the future. As for the third thing you said, we have not received any information about the business coming to talk about business. As for the sales, we adhere to the policy of sincere trading, not cheating, and firmly protect the interests of all parties. Any behavior that intends to break the existing price pattern will be despised by us. Johnson thought for a while and knew what to say. The people next to him were confused. They did not know where Xiaoqing learned it. What he said was as good as not saying anything. But if he said that Xiaoqing did not say anything, this could become an excuse to attack or defend at any time. Brilliant, really brilliant. Since Xiaoqing went to see the emperor last time, he had been different when he came back. According to the words of many people now, his theoretical thinking had strengthened. Yamamoto put his hand on his leg. After hearing Johnson's words, he pinched himself hard twice to wake himself up as much as possible. Then he shook his head, racked his brains for a moment, and said, "Is Mr. Jiang still thinking about what the Yamamoto temple did to you last time? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We have taught him a lesson when we went back. He will not dare to do it again. How much is Mr. Jiang willing to sell this radish? As for what happened last time, I can understand the difficulties of the other party. At the same time, I also hope that the other party can understand the inconvenience of our side. Japan and the Tang Empire have always been friendly neighbors that coexist peacefully. We can sit down and talk about any problem. As for my loss, I think it is caused by a difference in international philosophy. In the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences, I will not continue to hold the other party responsible, but I reserve the right to further ask the other party to make reasonable ideological and material compensation. The radish trading problem is the problem of the entire Senong Sea, and it is not up to me to decide alone. If the other party wants to buy radishes or seeds, they can come up with a feasible purchase plan. The officials of the Senong Sea will discuss it very seriously to give the other party a reasonable answer, so as to avoid unnecessary losses on either side." Jiangxin was a little addicted to talking about it. If it were someone other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who heard it, they would definitely be dumbfounded. But this was the correct diplomatic language. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very proficient in it. If they heard it, they would definitely understand that the price paid was not enough. So the Senongsi was playing Tai Chi, of course. If someone foolishly tried to show his trump card, he would definitely hear such words. Listening to the diplomatic language was not about the content, but an ambiguous attitude. If you wanted the other party to express their attitude as much as possible, you had to use strength to speak. The most terrible thing was that if you clearly showed your strength, as long as you did not occupy it by force, the other party would still not express their attitude clearly. It was very disgusting. This was the characteristic of China. Even when fighting a war, if you asked him what he meant, he could still give you such diplomatic language. The person who said it might be heartless, but the person who heard it would definitely be depressed to death. Yamamoto wanted to die now. He could not breathe and suffocate to death. He suddenly thought of the matter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had interfered when he was creating public opinion. He asked again, "How much did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan give you?" The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan I'm talking about are not these two random families, but between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County. How much did they give you? I want to hear it. If possible, we are willing to pay a higher price. I'm sorry, we haven't received any information in this regard. If there is definite information, we are willing to let more people know and guarantee fair and reasonable trade. If you have a definite price, you can give it to us. After we discuss it, we will discuss whether to trade with you. Jiangxin did not want to change the way he said it today. The officials next to him wanted to beat him up when they heard it, let alone Yamamoto. Yamamoto thought about it and finally thought of the problem. The Senongsi must have found out that radishes could be turned into ginseng through some means, but they definitely did not have that kind of technology. Otherwise, they would have started to grow ginseng instead of still wanting to sell radishes and raising the price. Who leaked the secret? Was it Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or his own people? If it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it meant that they were not monolithic and could still find a way to break through. This was good news for him. In the future, he could come up with more technologies. If it was his own side, who was it? Although he was doing things in the name of the Four Seas Academy, the people who really knew the news were all people from Japan. Could it be that someone was attached to the Tang Empire and sold him out? Thinking of this, Yamamoto sweated. Just like everyone else, what he was most afraid of was not encountering a strong opponent, but that someone on his side would betray him. That was the most helpless and infuriating thing. A member of the Zhang Xiaobao in Wangwan, a person from his own country, Yamamoto kept thinking about what went wrong. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the other side. You're finished. You won't hear anything from me. I won't say anything. I'm a member of the inner court of the Zhang Xiaobao in Wangwan. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Just you wait. Once my main family finds out, none of you will live. Go ahead and beat me. Come on, beat me with all your strength. My family is living well in the Zhang Xiaobao in Wangwan. You want me to betray my main family? No way. Do you really think I'm Japanese? Just give me 2 whips and lock me up for 3 days, and I'll tell you everything. Do you think that no one will know if you catch me? Wait for the revenge of the young master and young lady. I'll see which one of you has the ability to resist the young lady's cavalry charge. Aya, beat me again. The voice sounded miserable, but no matter how miserable it was, it always gave people a feeling of fear. This feeling didn't come from the voice, but from the words that the voice said. Yes, the young lady's cavalry charge. These few words made a scene appear in Yamamoto's mind. The wails of the Tibetans, the screams of the cavalry as they were burned, and the desperate gazes of many Tibetans when they weren't being slaughtered. 3 days? Japan? Could it be that Yamamoto had told him about this matter? Yamamoto obtained this information from a voice, and his expression immediately changed. He didn't blame Yamamoto. It seemed that the other party's torture was extraordinary. No wonder when he saw Yamamoto, Yamamoto agreed, no matter what he said. Could it be that it was because he had betrayed them? Jiangxin had been learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teachings in the letters and saying diplomatic words, but her eyes didn't leave Yamamoto. When she saw Yamamoto's expression change, she shook her head with emotion and mourned for Yamamoto. Of all people, why did he have to run a Buishin County? Did he really not take Xiaobao and Cuckoo seriously? That was proven with the blood of countless people. Well, since that was the case, let's continue. Jiangxin didn't say anything. When she heard the screams coming from the other side, she gave a look to a person beside her. The person beside her was considered smart and immediately understood what Xiaoqing meant. He said to Jiangxin and Yamamoto, "Why don't we talk somewhere else? It's really too chaotic here. In fact, it's mainly because a person from the hospital has a problem here and can't be treated. She's just spouting nonsense." After hearing this person's words, how could Yamamoto believe it? This was called trying to hide something only made it more conspicuous. However, he still had to follow the other party's words and walk to another place, accompanied by others. Johnson looked at the person beside her in surprise and took a few steps back. She whispered to the person, "You're not bad. How did you know what I wanted to say? I used to stay with the young master and young lady, so I've long been used to it. This time, I took the imperial examination and was assigned here. How could I not understand the meaning in your words and the meaning in your eyes?" The person also whispered back. Johnson was speechless. Could it be that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, and even the villagers, were so powerful? They could understand with just one look. What kind of environment did they live in? Good. You have a bright future. Work hard. When the time comes, I'll find a way to promote you. Forget it. I don't think you need me. Since you're from the Zhangjia Zhuangzi, you can look for your young master and young lady for promotion in the future. Johnson was still thinking that this person was not bad and could be promoted to do things with her in the future. Halfway through her words, she realized that the other party did not need her. The main family's ability was there for all to see. No matter how much she promoted, it would not be as good as a word from the other party. Who didn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family didn't want to be an official? It was said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had wanted to enter the capital, but because the two of them disagreed, they insisted on going to a place that was slightly worse. Furthermore, it cannot be too far from Luoyang. In the end, they could only be arranged to go to Buishin County because it was the county closest to Luoyang. The remaining places were either important or bustling places. They did not live in vain. If they wanted to be an official, they could choose themselves. As an assistant minister, she did not dare to say such a thing. Her son's official position was still waiting to be arranged. Whether it would be in the county or in the capital, it would depend on how much effort she put in. Furthermore, even if it was in the capital, the position would not be decided by her. The Zhang family of Sanshui County, who had just taken the imperial examinations last year, could understand Jiangshan's thoughts. Indeed, if she really relied on her literary skills, she would not be able to pass the examinations. Even if it was arithmetic, she would not be able to pass the examinations. After all, the tests were very complicated. The reason she could pass the examinations was all because of the prestige of the main family. Although she no longer belonged to the main family, her household registration had been separated. But whether it was herself or the other villagers who passed the examinations, she did not admit that she was free. Without the main family, there would be no self. No matter where she went, as long as the main family gave her an order, she would have to do it. The main family not only gave her an official position, but also taught her many ways to do things. Otherwise, how could she follow Shaoqing at all times in the agriculture temple? Sigh. The Japanese, of all places, why did they have to go to the county where the young master and the young lady lived first? In the end, they failed repeatedly, but they still did not give up. Now that they fell into the trap, perhaps they would understand in the future. Yamamoto was still wondering whether the mountain temple had betrayed them. How could he know what others were thinking? His ears kept echoing that person's screams. While feeling sad, he had to admire the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They were really unusual. Fortunately, he did not think of kidnapping one of the other side's people. Otherwise, not only would he not get any benefits, but it would also be easy to be exposed. He did not believe that the people of the agriculture temple were so united that no one would say anything about what they saw today. Once the Zhang family and the Wang family knew about it, the consequences would be, it was their fault for not selling the radishes and seeds to him at a low price. As he was thinking, Yamamoto was led to another place. There were many connected houses here. Yamamoto, inadvertently, or perhaps he deliberately looked at them, found that in the cracks of the wooden boards of the next house, someone was planting radishes on them while digging soil. Yamamoto immediately knew that the agriculture temple had gotten the news, but the news was not confirmed, so they had to figure it out by themselves. Using soil? Dream on. The Zhang family used sand. How could soil work? Besides, there were other things. Without seeing the result in person, he knew that they would definitely fail. Thinking like this, Yamamoto felt a little better. As long as the agriculture temple did not figure it out by themselves, he still had hope. As soon as he saw the house arranged for him, he said to Jiangxin, "Mr. Jiang, now I want to raise the price to buy the radishes. The price is very high." Jiangxin immediately asked, "How much?" "Higher than the price of the Zhang family and the Wang family," Yamamoto replied, but was unwilling to say his price. At this time, suddenly someone shouted outside, "Mr. Jiang, my master said that he is willing to buy the seeds and radishes at a high price. A seed is 35 copper coins, and a radish is 170 copper coins." Chapter 701. While the people with the heaven seed were busy with the spring plowing, a large group of people came out of Pengzhou Pass. The horses that pulled the carriages were slightly weaker than the military horses. The people in the group all puffed out their chests and raised their heads. The people sitting in the carriages pulled up the curtains and talked to each other. From time to time, there would be carefree laughter coming out from the group. If someone who had just arrived at Pengzhou Pass saw this, they would be very curious. Looking at the clothes of the people in the group, they knew that they were from Great Tang. After entering the territory of Tubo, only a small portion of people had weapons on them. The others did not seem to be vigilant at all. The most appropriate description was that the people of Great Tang came out to travel. Perhaps they could even find wild beasts to hunt. This was because there were women singing and music coming out from the carriages. If one listened carefully, there was a desolate Huqin and a whimpering Hujia. After leaving Pingzhou, the group continued to move forward. When it was almost nighttime, they set up camp near the carriages. Bonfires were lit, and everyone gathered around the bonfires to eat, drink, sing, and dance. The commotion was not small. Suddenly, some Great Tang riders were attracted by the noise. They used the light of the bonfires to look at the flag in the group that was deliberately raised. They turned their horses around and did not stop at all. On the flag, there was a rice seedling that was pulling the carriage forward. It looked very interesting and funny. But it was this flag that, as long as someone raised it, they would be able to safely move along the road to the desert on the east side of the Roshue River. Even if many Tubo soldiers wanted to bully the people of their own country, they would not dare to have any ideas about this group. It was easy to kill this group of merchants, but they would not be able to face the anger of the people behind the flag. The merchants around the bonfires did not care about the Tubo riders that passed by. They sang and danced as they wished without any fear. Listening to Huqin's voice and watching the dancers' skirts fluttering in the wind, there were two people sitting next to each other, eating meat and drinking wine while talking about their own topics. Little Worm, help me analyze why there are people buying eggs in large quantities recently, causing the price of eggs to increase by 20%. Luckily, there are people selling meat at a low price. Otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary people to eat good food. One person drank half of the wine in his bowl and casually wiped his mouth with his sleeve as he asked the other person, "I don't know. The price of salt did not change, but the price of grain increased slightly. The price of oil also increased by less than 5%. I think there is no problem. It is still the same in this season. Zhonggang, you should drink less. If you drink too much, it will be troublesome." Little Worm's alcohol tolerance was not high, so he only took a sip. Could it be an economic war? Someone else has come over with designs on Jianan Circuit, and they're secretly setting up a trap. Now that you've entered the game, you've become smarter. Think about it carefully. Zhonggang asked again. He imitated the way Little Worm drank and took a sip. This time, he finished half of the remaining wine in the bowl. A modest smile appeared on Xiao Chong's face as he said, "I've told you many times, don't mention top-level games anymore. I'm far from it. That day, you were right beside me when I played against the young master of the Zhang family. You also saw how badly I lost. I really couldn't even last 2 hours. Every quarter of an hour represented 5 days, and I couldn't even last 1.5 months. I lost the same 1,000 strings of coins and only had a little more than 100 strings of coins left. I saw it, but that's because you haven't competed at such a fast speed before, so you're not used to it. If you were to compete with the young master of the Zhang family again, you'd definitely be able to last for 2 hours or even up to 3. You're much better than before." Zhonggang consoled and encouraged Little Worm, but his thoughts couldn't help but wander back to the time when Little Worm and the young master of the Zhang family were playing games. The two of them were in separate rooms, unable to see each other, and each of them played 1,000 strings of coins. The terrain Little Worm had chosen was none other than Pingzhou, a place he was most familiar with. In the first half of an hour, Little Worm's arrangements were very smooth, and the other party didn't seem to have made a move. However, after another quarter of an hour, Little Worm began to sweat incessantly, and it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the other party. From then on, Little Worm was no longer as smooth as before. He struggled with all his might, retreating step by step in the face of the other party's storm-like attacks. Only in the middle did he manage to organize 2 counterattacks, but each time, he lost more and more money at a faster pace. 75 minutes. He only managed to last for 7 minutes. He didn't reach the 6 hours the young master of the Zhang family had said, nor did he reach the 2 hours official buy and the others had said. However, what made him happy was that in the end, Little Worm was still allowed to enter the ranks of the top-level games. There was only one reason for this, and that was that in the end, Little Worm clearly could have deceived the common people once more to raise money for himself. But he didn't. It was because of this that the young master of the Zhang family had Little Worm's name recorded in the top-level games. He still remembered what the young master of the Zhang family had said to Little Worm that day. "You're not bad. You remember what happened today. Businessmen also have integrity, and you should do the same in the future. When the time comes, there will be another kind of rule, and that is, if you really can't do it, you can tell the common people about it. The common people will support you. Only people with roots are invincible." From that moment on, he no longer doubted that the young master of the Zhang family had led the army to victory in the economic war started by the Tibetans in Jiangnan province. He no longer doubted that the young lady Cuckoo had personally led the army to cause a storm of blood in Tubo. He really wanted to tell everyone he knew that the most powerful person in Great Tang wasn't the top 10 on the top-level games, but rather the young master of the Zhang family who had never shown his name on the games. Unfortunately, he had been given a gag order, so he could only discuss this with Little Worm in secret and not tell anyone else. In fact, even if he told this to others, they wouldn't believe him, unless they saw the young master of the Zhang family defeating the top 10 rankers with their own eyes. The crackling of the bonfire woke Zhong Gang up from his reminiscing. When he looked at Little Worm again, he said, "Are you really going to explore other places in the coming days? You don't care about the business here anymore?" "Yes, I'm going to explore more. Every place is different, so I'll learn as I go. I'll leave the business to you. I'll take a portion of the money and leave. I could do business anywhere." For the sake of his dreams, Little Worm was prepared to explore the outside world and learn more skills. When the time came, if anyone dared to lay their hands on Great Tang, he would learn from the young master of the Zhang family and deal with them. "I'll go with you too. Where are you going?" Zhong Gang couldn't bear to leave the Little Worm he had played with since he was young, so he wanted to leave as well. "Go to the capital. I still want to meet the young master of the Zhang family and Demon Fiend Cuckoo." Cuckoo's revenge against the Tibetans was truly satisfying. It was as if they had never suffered a loss before. As long as others made the first move, they would definitely retaliate, and their methods would be even more ruthless. Little Worm had already chosen a place for himself. The capital was bustling, so he might be able to see more and learn more there. Zhong Gang asked doubtfully, "Then why didn't the young master of the Zhang family retaliate? Why did he only fight a defensive battle?" "That's right. Why didn't he retaliate? This doesn't seem like their personalities." "Retaliate? Eggs going up in price, meat going down in price, grains and other aspects are all stable." "I know. Zhong Gang, I know. The young master of the Zhang family is going to make a move." "Yes, that must be it." Little Worm heard Zhong Gang's words and was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly thought of a certain situation and said to Zhong Gang in shock, Chapter 702. Zhong Gang was even more confused after hearing Xiao Chong's explanation. "Xiao Chong, where did this come from? Why can't I tell?" "I can't tell either. If you want to know, you have to investigate all the caravans in Pingzhou, or find out about the grain stores, oil stores, salt stalls, as well as the places where livestock are killed and eggs are laid." Last year, when the Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, they started letting the people in the surrounding prefectures raise chickens according to their conditions. Now is the time for laying eggs. Last month, there were even people who sold pancakes complaining that the eggs were too small when they were just hatched. If they put in 2 eggs, they would earn less, but if they put in 1, people wouldn't be willing to buy them. Now should be the time when the chickens lay the most eggs. So why did they raise the price? The price of eggs and meat is definitely not coincidental. It's because the young master of the Zhang family doesn't want his actions to cause too much damage to the local area. Can't you see that the price of salt is still at its original position? The price of oil and grain is still the same as before. Xiao Chong now had the same sentiments as number one back then. As long as they encountered something special, it was like a thick fog had appeared in front of them. When they finally managed to blow away a piece of land, they couldn't even find their way back. The unknown was the scariest. Zhong Gang finished the wine in his bowl, half understanding. He reached for the wine jar. That's not right. How can there be no damage? People who raise chickens make money, but those who kill livestock and sell meat lose money. Are you stupid? If the price of meat can be lowered, then the price of livestock will be lower. How much meat sellers made before? They're still making the same amount now. Xiao Chong explained to Zhong Gang. That's still not right. Won't those who sell livestock lose money? Zhong Gang's brain started working again. Xiao Chong nodded. That's right. The price of livestock will be lowered. Who sold the livestock? Where did the livestock come from? Tubo. The two of them got the same answer. Then what about the eggs? Zhong Gang asked again. Before Xiao Chong could answer, he said, could it be that they were sold to Tubo? Probably. But why would Tubo need so many eggs? How are they sold? Xiao Chong, who thought he could guess the methods of the young master of the Zhang family, was shocked again. The two of them looked at each other and stopped talking about this matter. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. It was tiring. Xiao Chong drank his wine with a load on his mind. He no longer sipped his wine like before. Instead, he drank a big mouthful of wine and ate a big mouthful of meat. The other merchants in the group did not have as many thoughts as the two of them. As long as they reached the desert, they could find what the Chamber of Commerce needed there, especially herbs and plant seeds. Things that could grow desert cistanch were very suitable for growing in the sand. Some rivers had too much sand, so it was just right to plant such things. At the same time, they could also use salt and other things to trade with the local people for local specialties, such as furs, the bones of wild beasts that could be used to make medicine, and even live venomous snakes. Bringing these back to the Great Tang would be another source of income. Today, there were more people living on the east side of Ruoshui than before. Last year, because of the lack of food, the people of Tubo did not have a good life. There are also cases of people starving to death. Those who did not have animals found a big problem during the spring plowing this year. They could not farm like before. There was a lack of farming tools and seeds. After surviving the winter, there was no food left. If they continued to stay on the west bank of the Ruoshui River, they would not be able to find a way to survive. Thus, many people wanted to bring their families from Pengzhou to the Great Tang and become a citizen of the Great Tang. However, both the Great Tang and Tubo did not allow them to do so. The Great Tang was afraid that this portion of the people would not be easy to manage and would cause chaos. Tubo's reason was simple. If all the people left, Tubo would only have this piece of land left. Thus, they might as well give it to others. As long as a portion of the people could live a comfortable life in the Great Tang, the rest of the Tubo people would naturally follow behind. The pass of Pengzhou was tightly shut. The Tubo cavalry threatened and threatened, not allowing the people to move forward. The people had no choice but to kneel outside the pass of Pengzhou. The pleas of the adults and the cries of the children caused the ears of the people at the pass to buzz. The officials of Pengzhou could not think of a solution, and the provincial governor Jiannan was not prepared to find trouble. He could only watch as the Tubo people ate the food they brought with them bit by bit. He also prepared his troops to prevent the people from charging through the pass. At this crucial moment, the inner court of the Zhang family, who had stayed behind in Izhou, took action. It was a small matter, and they did not even need to ask the main family. They directly brought out the food, utensils, and salt and placed them down from the city walls. They told the Tubo people to cook their own porridge and not to rob. The flag of the logistics camp of Izhou, which had already been disbanded, was still very intimidating. The Tubo people obediently started to eat aozhou. They also ate the wild vegetables that appeared in spring together. After eating for 3 days, they calmed down and were no longer as chaotic as when they first arrived. Only then did the inner court of the Zhang family discuss this matter with them. The Zhang family and Wang family would provide the food, and the Tubo people would take the white fold seeds and plant them on the east side of the Rochue River. Before the white fold seeds could be harvested, the food and other daily necessities would be the responsibility of the Zhang family and Wang family. After the white fold seeds were harvested, a portion of the daily necessities would be deducted according to the amount. The rest would be exchanged with the Zhang family and Wang family for survival supplies. In the future, they would plant every year and exchange like this every year. The Tubo people were about to run out of food. They did not even ask about the specific details of the exchange and agreed. They brought a lot of food, seeds, and tools to rebuild the village on the east side of the Rochue River. They were prepared to use their own hands to create a happy life. They were not afraid of people coming into the village to bully the people like in the past. They were planting white fold seeds for the devilish cuckoo. Whoever dared to come over could try. As expected, the Tubo soldiers who occasionally came over were very envious. However, they did not dare to make a move. When they saw the meat and bones that the Zhang family and Wang family gave to the people from Pengzhou, they could only stare helplessly. None of them had the courage to snatch it and try it themselves. While the Tubo people were planting cotton, they also did some chores. They weaved last year's hay into curtains, put hemp in water, and then used it to make ropes. They also hunted and prepared these things. When the Tang Empire's caravan came over, they would use them to exchange. The people did not know which side they belonged to. If they said they belonged to the Tang Empire would not admit it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, the Tang Empire would not accept it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, they would not be controlled by the Tubo Empire. This kind of final question was too profound. The people did not understand and did not think too much about it. As long as they could live a good life, it was fine. This was the second time the caravan came over this year. The last time, because the Tubo people had just settled down, they did not exchange too many things. This time, the merchants felt that the goods in the hands of the Tubo people would be much more than last time. At this time, they gathered around the bonfire to discuss what kind of price to give. Some people said that they could give a slightly higher price than last time. After all, the things they exchanged were very valuable. The straw curtains and hemp ropes were bought by the Zhang family and Wang family in Yizhou. They gave a high price. The medicinal herbs were bought by the local medicine shops. They were not cheap either, not to mention the fur. Therefore, they gave a little more money to make the Tubo people work harder. Some people said that they should lower the price a little more. They said that the goods were not easy to sell and that they could make more money. At the beginning, those who had different opinions were still discussing calmly. But as they talked and drank too much, they began to quarrel loudly. Some people even prepared a fight. At this time, Xiao Chong, who had been unwilling to guess the specific actions of the Zhang family's young master but could not let it go, was unhappy. He shouted loudly, "What are you shouting about? Do you really think that this place is yours? Even if I give it to you, which one of you can hold on? When you do things, don't you think about what the Zhang family and Wang family want?" The merchants who were still arguing quieted down after being shouted at by Xiao Chong. They knew that Xiao Chong had personally met the two young masters of the Zhang family and Wang family and could talk to them. Just now, they had been thinking too much about money. Now that they were reminded, they realized that this road belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. To be more precise, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had used their blood to pave this road. The money earned from this road had to be taken out every year to specially give to the families of the great Tang warriors buried here. It was not something that merchants like them could control. Xiao Chong, then tell us, what kind of price should we give? A merchant did not want to appear weak and asked loudly. Then you have to first understand what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are planning. Why did they leave the Tubo people here? Why did they only let them plant by DZ and not grain? Xiao Chong raised two questions. The merchants also wanted to know why. They all looked at Xiao Chong, waiting for him to continue. However, Xiao Chong did not dare to say anything. He felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were planning to directly incorporate the east side of the Rochue River into the Great Tang one day. As long as the local people were used to the current life, they could do so in the future. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiao Chong thought for a moment and said, "Because this road is very profitable. If we scare the Tubo people away, who will plant by Deezy in the future? My idea is to tell them how much they can sell their things for and also tell them the price we are willing to pay. If they feel that we are not offering enough, they can sell it themselves. If they feel that it is a waste of time and it is not easy to enter Pengzhou, then they can sell it to us. Don't always set your eyes on the small amount of money. Money in the desert is the real money. The fish and prawns in the lakes, they taste good, and there are many medicinal herbs. There is also desert sistanch. We will make less money. If we really do something wrong and make Xiao Bao and Cuckoo angry, think carefully about the consequences." "Do you really plan to let them personally come from the capital to solve this?" Xiao Chang's words were effective. Many of the merchants shrank their heads, feeling a chill run down their necks. Just as the merchants decided to follow Xiao Chang's words, 2 fast horses came from the direction of Pengzhou. There was a person on each horse. When they reached the front of the group, they flipped over and landed. One of them said to the crowd, "The Chamber of Commerce has decided that when we meet Tubo people, we will let them personally come to Pengzhou to sell their goods. We will also tell them the approximate price." The merchants were a little unhappy. If they really followed this, wouldn't they be making less money? Could it be that after joining the Chamber of Commerce, they could not do additional business? As for your losses, the person who came seemed to have guessed what the merchants were thinking. He continued, "Your losses in this area will be reported to the young master and young lady. The young master will think of a way to compensate you. When the Zhang family and Wang family do business, they will not let their partners suffer losses." The merchants were happy now. They all said harmless things. The person who came did not want to stay outside for long. He got back on his horse and prepared to leave. At this time, Xiao Chong suddenly said, "Can you help me pass on a message? Just tell them if I can help." There are more words below, but they don't count the number of words in the main text. It feels good to change places. This is actually the village I lived in when I was young. I haven't come back for 20 years. This morning, I walked around and felt a special feeling. The original river, the original trees, the original fields, and the original roads are all gone. After walking around in a big circle, I finally found some vague memories of the past. I climbed up the mountain behind a school. This place hasn't changed much. The pine trees from 20 years ago are still alive. It's just that someone has put a label on them. There are a lot of weeds growing on the mountain path. It's probably because there are fewer people. But when I was young, it got dark early. When I was leaving school, I always felt like there was something following me. The tombs on that part of the road are still there. When I was young, I could see the trenches left behind by the war between Japan and Russia. The things called thorny plums that grew on the side of the road are actually not eaten by people. I plucked a few from the side of one of the tombs. I didn't wash them, just wiped them and ate them. They don't taste good. They're not as sweet as the fruits I ate as a snack when I was young. A lot of the mountains have been dug up to build buildings. There are no traces of my old home on the hillside, but there are still a lot of mountains that have not been touched. They've probably been contracted out. When spring comes next year, I can go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables again. Yes, I can also pick mushrooms because the people who tend to sheep are gone. Chapter 703. While Jian Nandao was at ease with the merchants doing business, Yamamoto in the capital was facing the biggest problem in his life. Yes, at least that was what he thought. When he was trying his best to lower the price of the radish seeds and radishes, he accidentally received a piece of news. That was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in Baoxin County, sent people to the Sinology Temple to buy all the radish seeds and radishes. Not a single one was allowed to be left behind. The price given was frightening. A seed was 30 copper coins, and a radish, regardless of its size, was 150 copper coins. How could this be considered buying radishes? How many seeds and radishes did the Sinology Temple have? Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could really take out such a large sum of money? Yamamoto didn't believe it. He felt that if everything was sold at the price given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it would be impossible to get at least 500,000 strings of coins. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could take out so much money immediately? Unless they were willing to sell between the clouds and the water. Therefore, Yamamoto waited. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family couldn't take out the money, he could continue to talk to the Sinology Temple's Shaoqing Jiangxin, hoping to buy more radishes and seeds at a lower price. But today, when he spent money to come here again, he heard other people talking in a low voice. As soon as he heard a sentence, he felt that it was very difficult. Did you hear? Shaoqing is going to sell the seeds and radishes to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. If they can't sell them, they will destroy them, so as to avoid someone who can't hold back and steals them to sell to other people, and at a very low price. Yamamoto had just entered the Sinology Temple's territory when he heard the words of the two people under the tree next to him. Shocked, Yamamoto didn't care whether he would be discovered eavesdropping or not. He quietly went around to the other side of the tree and stood under it, motionless, for fear that others would see him. I've heard. I don't know if they're crazy, spending a lot of money to buy useless radishes. Even if they can use them to make fish, they don't need so many. This was another person's voice. It was more nasal and could be distinguished immediately. When Yamamoto heard this, he really wanted to tell the two of them that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't crazy. The two of them were shrewd. If this radish could be planted in a ginseng, how much would a ginseng cost? If they really took away all the radishes and seeds, their family wouldn't have to do anything else but sell ginseng. The two people who were talking couldn't hear Yamamoto's thoughts, so they continued to talk. The first one said to the other, in fact, they can't take out so much cash now. Instead, they have an agreement with Shaoqing that they will send the radishes to him first. They will use between the clouds and the water as collateral. If they can't pay back the money, between the clouds and the water will be given to the Senongsi Temple, and it will be settled by this time next year. Really? They actually put between the clouds and the water as collateral? No wonder Shaoqing didn't let people without official positions go to see the radishes today. It turns out that they have the idea of between the clouds and the water. Do you think that if between the clouds and the water is given to the Senongsi Temple, we can eat good food every day in the future? The other person said longingly. The more Yamamoto listened behind the tree, the colder his heart became because he knew that it was impossible that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't pay back the money. If that was the case, wouldn't he have no hope at all? Wouldn't the skills he learned secretly be useless? No, he had to think of something. Thinking like this, Yamamoto quietly moved to the side to find Jiangxin. The two people seemed to not know that he had come, and they were still talking about the secrets of the Senongsi Temple under the tree. When Yamamoto spent a lot of effort to find Jiangxin, Jiangxin was having lunch or dinner. At this time, it was impossible to judge specifically. Anyway, it was not a normal time to eat. You're here. Jiangxin put down his chopsticks and looked at Yamamoto. He greeted him casually as if he was very familiar with him. Yamamoto felt like vomiting blood. If he was so familiar with him, he wouldn't have to spend so much money to come here. Seeing that he had greeted him, he smiled and replied, I'm here. After that, he quickly entered his identity and found a place to sit down. He watched Jiangxin eat there. It was not too late to talk about it after he finished eating. It was still early to be dark. Jiangxin had just received a letter from Zhang Xiaobao this morning. In the letter, he was asked to act in a play, just like the play in the Pear Garden. However, the requirements were very high. He had to act until he left the script and entered real life. If he couldn't do it, he could change to another person. Jiangxin did not think that she was any worse than others. To be able to become a high-ranking official, which one of them did not have some talent? Thus, she decided that she would act out the role herself. She did not even eat breakfast and rehearsed over and over again. Under the situation where many people found fault with her, she finally passed. It was now 4:45 p.m. today. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's understanding of the time, it was 4 p.m. in the afternoon and 16 p.m. internationally. Eating at this time was indeed not lunch, but it had nothing to do with dinner. Otherwise, he would be hungry in the middle of the night. Yamamoto spent money and waited while he rehearsed. Finally, it was time. He had to thank him for being smart enough. Otherwise, it would have taken a few days for a stupid person to rehearse. After repeating twice in his heart, Jiangxin calmed down. He looked at Yamamoto and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast, right?" "I haven't eaten either. I'm eating now. Let's eat together." With a smile on his face, Yamamoto turned his head to look at the window and found that it would be dark in another 2 hours. He pinched his thigh hard to make sure that he wasn't thinking. He said, "Not yet. I just woke up and came over after washing up in a hurry. I didn't have time to eat breakfast." "Okay, let's eat together." When he said this, Yamamoto felt that he had improved. He could actually tell the truth to others. He really didn't eat breakfast or lunch. It wasn't that he didn't have time to eat, but he really couldn't eat. He had something on his mind, so he felt uncomfortable when he saw food. He didn't even drink 2 mouthfuls of water. Jiangxin gestured, and someone immediately brought another set of tableware. Yamamoto also sat opposite Jiangxin and picked up his chopsticks to look at the dishes on the table. "Good stuff. It's actually, what is this?" Yamamoto wanted to praise, but found that there were many things that he didn't know, so he had to ask. "Come, let me introduce it to you. This is a salted radish. You don't look like it because it doesn't look like a radish when it's cut. Instead, it's cut like an eggplant. In fact, it's a radish. Look carefully, because there's an extra layer of sesame oil on it. The texture is covered. This is a pickled radish. Like the salted radish, it's also cut like an eggplant. The person who cut it is pretty good. I'll praise him later. This is a boiled radish. Although it looks thin, in fact, it's because it's specially cut with a small knife before cooking. The advantage is that it's cooked quickly. Just look at one plate and you'll know. It doesn't change its appearance. It's steamed radish and dipped in sauce. This is stir-fried radish with radish skin. This is stewed radish with radish skin. And this is... Jiangxin tirelessly introduced it to Yamamoto. Some of the radishes were hard to recognize because the person who cooked them was skilled, while the other part was easy to recognize. Yamamoto finally knew what the table was. It turned out to be a full radish banquet. The most annoying thing for Yamamoto now was radishes. Seeing the table full of radishes with various cooking methods, as well as the stir-fried radish with radish skin that he had never heard of before, he was in a daze and asked, "Why are they all radishes? Does Xiaoqing like to eat them?" "There's also a kind called carrot now. It's actually not bad. It tastes better when it's fried." Yamamoto had never eaten fried carrots before, so he blurted it out. Jiangxin didn't care. She drank a mouthful of radish soup and said to Yamamoto, "Radishes are good. Haven't you heard that radishes are small ginseng? It's very nutritious." When he heard the word ginseng, Yamamoto trembled. He was now afraid of the words radish and ginseng because there was a connection between them. He couldn't let others know. Seeing that Jiangxin didn't seem to know the relationship between them, Yamamoto heaved a sigh of relief. He also picked up a piece of steamed radish and put it in his mouth to slowly chew. It was a little bitter and a little spicy, but it was mostly sweet. The radish was steamed very smoothly. He didn't know how it was steamed, but it was the kind with the skin. A round piece was cut from the middle. When he ate the skin, he realized that the skin was crisp. He didn't know how it was steamed. Jiangxin seemed to have the same idea about why the radish skin was crisp. She took another bite and said, "How is it? Isn't it good?" "The skin is actually crisp. This is the ability of Savant's restaurant. It's too early and there's no time to cook, so I got Savant's restaurant to send a table of radishes. Don't underestimate a table of radishes." "The price isn't low. If I count it, I'll get someone to send me money later. I'm so poor. I can't even afford a radish. Others don't know and always think that I'm glorious as a Xiaoqing. In fact, I'm selling in my heart. Who doesn't know that the food at Savant's restaurant is delicious but I can't afford it. I can only occasionally choose the cheap ones to try. If they're slightly more expensive, I don't dare to buy them. Tell me, what's the point of living like this?" After Jiangxin finished speaking, she stopped eating. She shook her head and sighed, looking very miserable. However, Jiangxin didn't agree with her at all. She thought to herself, "I still want to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every day, but is the good food there for ordinary people?" However, Jiangxin's words made Yamamoto's heart move. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of fragrant radish soup, he said, "Could it be that Xiaoqing wants to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every meal? Actually, this isn't difficult." "Not difficult? How is it not difficult? Do you think that Savant's restaurant won't take my money just because I'm a Xiaoqing?" Jiangxin raised her head and asked in puzzlement. "Xiaoqing, don't you know that the Sinangxi temple still has that kind of bitter radish? As long as Xiaoqing is willing to sell it to me at a cheap price, I'll save the money for Xiaoqing to eat at Savant's restaurant." Yamamoto mustered up his courage and said he felt that this was his last chance. If he left like last time, he probably wouldn't be able to buy radishes in the future. Jiangxin's face sank. "Could it be that you want to bribe me? I'm wholeheartedly serving the country. So how can I accept your money? The Sinangxi temple is open to business." "Oh no, it's open to let the people live better lives. How can I be the kind of person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? There are other officials who want to see me set an example." Yamamoto was shocked at first, but when he heard Jiangxin's words, he finally understood. He said, "Sir, you're right. I was rude. It's not a bribe. It's to let the Sinangxi temple have more money to do things for the people." "Sir, how about 5 copper coins per seed? You'll still have 5 copper coins left." Yamamoto instinctively understood why Jiangxin said this. There were other people around, and it wouldn't be good if they used this matter to impeach him. He didn't offer a high price, and it couldn't be compared to what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan offered. However, he had other thoughts in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money was given to the Sinangxi temple, but his money was given to Yamamoto personally. 30 copper coins per seed seemed to be a lot, but how much could you earn? I'm offering 5 questions. If you sell 1 seed, you can keep 5 copper coins for yourself. This is the difference, not to mention the radishes. At this time, the 2 people standing at the side turned their heads and didn't say anything. They just looked at Jiangxin and Yamamoto, as if they wanted to hear more from the 2 of them. Jiangxin's eyes swayed left and right. He coughed and said, "You said that the radish seeds are delicious when steamed. Even if it's 5 copper coins per seed, you're willing to buy it?" "Yes." Yamamoto was very cooperative. "That's fine. I'll sell you 1,000 seeds first. Yang, I'll leave this matter to you." Jiangxin agreed. The person he was talking about was standing on his left. When he was listening just now, his ears moved a few times. Yang was obviously unwilling to sell. He said to Jiangxin, "Sir, the radish seeds and radishes were all bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The price was not low. If you sell them to others at a low price, it will be difficult if they know. There are also people in the Sinangxi temple. They are all waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money at this time next year so that they can use it to do big things." The meaning of Yang's words was very clear. That is, if you get benefits, what about others? This others is me. You can't let me do things for free, right? This, Brother Yamamoto, what do you think should be done? Jiangxin couldn't continue to ask, so he asked Yamamoto. Yamamoto couldn't wait to strangle this person called Yang to death. You, a small official, also want to join the fun. He secretly regretted. If he had known, he would have chosen a time when there was no one around to tell Jiangxin. Looking at Jiangxin and the 2 people standing next to him, Yamamoto gritted his teeth and said, "I estimate that 5 copper coins per seed can be bought. If it's steamed, there will be 10 copper coins left. However, 1,000 seeds is too little. How about 1,000,000 seeds? Give me the money first and then get the seeds. I like this." Yamamoto raised the price to 15 copper coins. The money needed to buy 1,000,000 seeds was 15,000 strings of coins. It was not a small amount. He was also prepared to only do one business. He He would go back and turn 1 million seeds into ginseng as soon as possible. He would not accept radishes. Unexpectedly, when he said the price, Yang Yang disagreed and said, there were few people in the Senongsi in the past. After all, there were not many things to do. But now there are many. I estimate that there are 500 people registered. It's not easy on weekdays. They have to do things in the wind and rain. It's difficult. Another official, who is also from the Senongsi, echoed at this time, that's right. There are too many people now. Sometimes even the people who cook complain. Looking at the big cart of vegetables bought, it's not enough to cook a meal. Money, it's all because of money. Yamamoto's face showed a difficult expression at this time. He wanted to agree, but he felt that if he added more money, he would be under too much pressure. He didn't want to take it, but he was afraid that the two people would leak the matter. At that time, he wouldn't be able to buy anything at this price. Just as he was hesitating whether to add a little more, Jiangxin put down his chopsticks and said to him, Brother Yamamoto, how about this? You can save 20 copper coins. But this year's radishes are not growing well. 5,000 died. How about steaming them for Brother Yamamoto? This was the combination. Giving away 5,000 radishes for free, but the price was still high. What should be earned should be earned. Yamamoto calculated that if 25 copper coins were to buy a radish seed, the extra cost would be 10,000 strings of coins. According to the money given by the Zhang family and Wang family, 150 copper coins for a radish. If he wanted to make a profit, it would be worth at least 100,000 radishes, which was 15,000 strings of coins. But this money couldn't be calculated like that. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, 20,000 dead radishes. I want to steam them to eat. Okay, 20,000. Jiangxin also agreed, and then looked at Yamamoto without saying anything. Yamamoto understood that the other party was waiting to see the money, so he immediately said goodbye and left. Yamamoto had made a lot of arrangements in the capital. He took out 25,000 strings of coins without hesitation. This time, he didn't even have silk, only copper coins. Carts of them were sent to the Senongsi the next day. This time, the person who received him was not Jiangxin, nor was it the two people he saw yesterday, but another small official of the Senongsi temple. As soon as he saw Yamamoto, he greeted him with a smile and instructed him to count the money. In fact, there was no need to check them one by one, as long as they weighed them. After weighing them, they were slightly heavier than normal. Normally, the rope used to string the copper coins also had weight. It was light, but it couldn't withstand too much. Young Master Yamamoto, please follow me. The official who received Yamamoto happily led Yamamoto to the back. After turning 2 places, they came to a big courtyard. To be able to occupy a courtyard in the capital, the Senongsi temple's ability could be seen. As soon as the 2 people arrived, the person who received them shouted to the house next to them, "Someone bring up the radish seeds and radishes that young Master Yamamoto wanted." "Are they all done?" The other side immediately replied, "Don't worry, I've already finished for young Master Yamamoto. A piece of my hair was burned off. I'm suffering." Hearing the words coming from the house, Yamamoto, who should have been happy, felt that something was wrong. Looking at the next row of houses that were smoking, he became more and more uneasy. Not long after, the first few pots of radishes were carried out. It was just the first few pots. There was no difference. There was still the smell of radishes, the kind that was steamed. The smell of radish seeds also came, which was a little pungent. Pots of radishes were carried to the courtyard like this. Some of them were still steaming. The person who delivered the radishes said politely to Yamamoto, "I don't think this courtyard can hold all of them. Some of them have to be transported away first. There are people elsewhere who will help to steam them. Young Master Yamamoto, don't worry. They're almost done steaming. It won't take too long." The sky collapsed, the earth sank, and the day turned into night. Yamamoto's eyes were full of little stars, the kind that twinkled. When he opened his mouth, his smile disappeared. "Young Master Yamamoto, young Master Yamamoto, Do you feel that we have done too well and feel bad? It's okay. The higher-ups said that young Master Yamamoto likes to eat radishes. They are very nutritious, just like ginseng. It's just that it's not the right time to eat them yet. It's okay. When we steam them, we leave a gap in the middle of each radish. When the time comes, we can dry them in the sun. It can guarantee that they won't spoil for a long time. It's just like making red ginseng. It's very useful. Young Master Yamamoto can't finish them all at once, but you can keep them and eat them slowly. With so many radishes, even if young Master Yamamoto finds 100 people to eat them, it will take a few days. The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto praised himself. The person who carried the radishes also showed an expression of "we have done a good job." Yamamoto stood in front of the cooked radishes, motionless. He didn't even blink. If it weren't for the violent rise and fall of his chest and the 2 streams of blood coming out of his nose, it would be easy to think that he was a wooden man. Why did you steam them? I want raw radishes, not cooked ones. I will steam them slowly when I go back. Yamamoto began to mumble incoherently. Young master, you can't steam them slowly. After a period of time, the radishes can't be eaten. Biting them in the mouth is like chewing white rice. Young Master Yamamoto, do you want to find a carriage yourself? Or do we send a carriage to transport them to the place? The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto asked kindly. Where is Jiang and Shaoqing? I want to see him. Yamamoto didn't intend to accept so many cooked radishes and radish seeds. He wanted to plant them into ginseng. How could he plant them when they were cooked? In reply to young Master Yamamoto, His Excellency went to meet the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. The people sent by the 2 families said that they wanted to take away all the radishes and radish seeds. They should be arranging people to count them. Fortunately, young Master Yamamoto said it in time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take out so many radishes and radish seeds. We are also not sure. We are afraid that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family will know. Young Master Yamamoto, shouldn't you ask people to transport these 2 things away quickly? Otherwise, if other people see them, it will be hard to explain. The people of the Zhang family and Wang family can walk freely in the Senangsi temple. The person in charge seemed a little anxious and urged. Yamamoto wanted to turn himself into a radish, then climb into the pot and steam himself. Yamamoto wiped the nosebleed with his hand and said to the person in charge, "This is not what I want. I can't transport away. I want raw radishes. What's the use of cooked radishes?" Young Master Yamamoto, don't you want to eat steamed radishes? Do you have other uses? Oh, why didn't young Master Yamamoto say so earlier? It's too late now. Most of the money has probably been deposited into the account. It can't be returned to young master. The raw radishes and radish seeds are all under the care of the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. What should we do? What should we do? The person in charge rubbed his hands and said anxiously. He also walked around Yamamoto. At this moment, Jiangxin finally showed up. He looked very nervous. He came in from outside the yard. As soon as he saw Yamamoto, he said, "Brother Yamamoto, hurry up and transport these things away." The people of the Zhang family and Wang family said that they want to have a look at the Senangsi temple and see where the money of the 2 families is spent. I don't want so many cooked radishes. I want raw radishes. My money. Yamamoto saw the person in charge and put forward his request. Chapter 704. Yamamoto watched as the others hurriedly loaded the radishes and radish seeds that he didn't want onto the cart, and then transported them out, forcibly claiming that he had bought them. Not long after they were transported away, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family members strolled into the courtyard. Yamamoto recognized the person when he saw him. It was Erniu. He was the most valued person by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't expect that the 2 of them would send him here. The journey was not short. It seemed that they really valued the radishes. Now, He couldn't say anything and had to hide behind others to avoid being recognized. There were a few people following Ernyu. Yamamoto had never seen them before. He guessed that they hadn't followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Baoxing County. He tried his best to hide behind a person who had helped to carry the radishes out. This person was tall and strong, while Yamamoto was slightly shorter. He could hide behind this person, and as expected, he could hide behind him. Ernyu was like an inspection leader. With his hands behind his back, he casually glanced around and said to Jiang Tsin, "Jiang Shaoqing, why are you doing nothing here? You have to know that this place is also something that my master spent a lot of effort to get." Jiang Tsin didn't have the air of Shaoqing at this time. He lowered his head and bent his waist, almost lying on the ground. When he heard Ernyu's question, he nervously rubbed a hand by his side on his clothes and replied, "I just used it. I specialize in the smell of radishes. If you don't believe me, smell it. There is still the smell of radishes here." Yamamoto listened to Jiang Tsin's words behind others. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Tsin for being extraordinary. He could even say such things. Ernyu really sniffed and nodded. "Well, there's indeed the smell of radishes. I don't know what kind of radishes they are. I'll try them too." Jiang Tsin's body trembled. Even Yamamoto secretly broke out in a sweat for Jiang Tsin, not knowing how Jiang Tsin would respond. At this time, the person who had just received Yamamoto suddenly said, "Jiang Shaoqing, there are radishes in the room. Why don't you take them out and try them?" As he spoke, he winked. Jiang Tsin was looking around anxiously. When he heard someone say that, he blinked and nodded in agreement. Soon, the person entered a room next door and came out with a plate of radishes. He walked past Yamamoto. Yamamoto glanced at it and was relieved. This plate was not the radishes he wanted to buy, but the one he had eaten with Jiang Tsin yesterday. He didn't know why he had such radishes, but Ernyu wouldn't continue to ask him. This radishes tastes his taste. Now, S's tastes. This was the end of the inspection. Ernyu led the people to another place. When they were out of sight, Jiang Tsin exhaled as though he had collapsed. He wiped his sweat and asked, "Where did the radishes come from? I wanted to eat them, so I got someone to steam them. I didn't expect the Zhang family and the Wang family to come." The person in charge of receiving them didn't look relaxed. Yamamoto, who also heaved a sigh of relief, remembered that the radishes and seeds he bought were all ripe. He said to Jiang Tsin, "What should I do about my radishes? As for that radish, we can only eat it first." Jiang Tsin's humble attitude changed as she replied, "But I don't want to eat steamed radishes." Yamamoto had to fight for himself. "Oh, didn't you prepare to steam them back then? Then you can't blame me for this. Do you want to get your money back? I can't take out the money I received. As for the rest, wait until the other accounts are sorted out. It's not good to take it out directly now." Jiang Tsin had gotten the money, so it wasn't easy to get him to take it out. His words were dignified, and there was no apologetic expression on his face. Yamamoto regretted it. He really wanted to grab Jiang Tsin and bite him a few times to vent his anger, but he knew he couldn't do that. The most important thing now wasn't losing 25,000 strings of cash, but how to get more seeds and radishes, not the ripe ones. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Jiang Tsin's words, he said with a smile, "How can we get the money back? That's what the Sinangsi deserves. What I mean is, can we get some radishes and seeds? Raw ones, not steamed ones." "Oh, this is difficult. Now that the Zhang family and the Wang family have come, and the price is not low. What's more, they are still sending people to check. What should we do?" Jiang Tsin looked embarrassed. If he didn't say that, Yamamoto would really think there was no hope. But when he heard him mention money, he had a little fantasy in his heart and said, "I wonder if Jiang Shaoqing can think of another way. It's easy to talk about money. You can do the same as the Zhang family and the Wang family. And you don't have to worry about the money from the last transaction. The steamed radishes are also good." Yamamoto had always wanted to buy it at a lower price than the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he didn't expect that things would go wrong like this. In order to grow the ginseng, he had to bear the pain and pay a high price. Compared to the price of the ginseng, this money was still affordable. He didn't expect that when he specifically mentioned the 20,000 strings of cash, Jiang Tsin didn't appreciate it and put on a helpless look. I don't think it's possible. It's difficult, really difficult. Unless... Jiang Shaoqing, unless what? Yamamoto saw a chance and asked. Unless the price is higher, I can think of a way to get some from the people of the Zhang family, but not a lot. As for the seeds, 50 coins for one, and the radishes are 200 coins. In total, I can sell 1 million seeds and 100,000 radishes to Brother Yamamoto. Do you want them? Jiang Xin took the initiative and began to act according to the script, with an attitude of, it doesn't matter if you don't want to. Yamamoto's nose was bleeding again. This time, it was not because he was scared, but because he was angry. There were so many seeds and radishes, but he said it was not a lot. If it was 50 coins, it would be 50,000 strings of cash for the seeds, plus 20,000 strings of cash for the radishes, a total of 70,000 strings of cash. Together with the gifts and the money for the steamed seeds and radishes, it was almost 100,000 strings of cash. Yamamoto pondered for a while. Just when Jiang Xin showed an impatient expression, he finally said, "Can you give on credit first and give it to the Senongsi Temple at this time next year? It's really difficult to raise money now." It was not that Yamamoto couldn't give it, but he didn't want to give it immediately. The capital was the capital of the Tang Empire. How could the Japanese not put more money here for emergencies? But once the other 70,000 strings of cash were taken out, the capital's money would be easily insufficient at a critical time. Therefore, Yamamoto also wanted to learn from his Zhang family and the Wang family. First, he took the radishes back, sold the ginseng, and then returned the money. Jiangxin shook his head and smiled. "Yamamoto, I have to wait, but the Zhang family and the Wang family may not. I can't go over and tell them to quietly give out the radishes and seeds and give them the money at this time next year, right?" The people around the Senongsi Temple also nodded. Indeed, they couldn't do this. Even if they said it, the other party would not agree. Yamamoto didn't believe that they really needed so much money, but he couldn't think of a better way. He hesitated and said, "Then can you buy less? It's good that you don't buy. You don't have to spend money." Jiangxin replied, "Okay, I'll buy it. When I find someone to raise the money, you must leave the seeds and radishes." Yamamoto compromised and didn't delay any longer. He hurriedly left to get the money. This time, the money that the country put in the capital of the Tang Empire was basically gone. Yamamoto, who came back with the money, finally got his wish and shipped the radishes and seeds away. As for the steamed radishes, he would dry them and eat them as vegetables. They were very expensive, so he couldn't bear to throw them away. After buying the radishes and seeds, he still had to buy a thermometer and prepare other things. Yamamoto didn't stay in the capital for long. He hired a boat and got someone to load the things. He rushed to the Four Seas Academy. He estimated that he would still lose a lot of radishes when he arrived. The journey was not short. Jiang Sun, who had received 100,000 strings of cash, began to hold a celebratory banquet in the Senongsi Temple. 100,000 strings of cash was enough to use for many years. Although he didn't sell all the seeds and radishes, it was still not bad. The news quickly spread to Li Longji, who had found time to watch the craftsman competition today. Li Longji, who was in a good mood, was even happier this time. He said to Zhang Shuo, who had also come this time, "Minister Zhang, what do you think? Divine and supernatural abilities. In the next few years, there's no need to pay the Senongsi Temple any more money. This official can't do that." Zhang Shuo replied. It sounded good, but Gao Lishur, who was standing at the side, frowned. If that was the case, wouldn't he be praising Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? What did he mean by divine and supernatural abilities? Could it be that he was more powerful than the emperor? God, thinking of this, Gao Lishur didn't say anything. Instead, he observed Li Longji. He wanted to see what the emperor was going to say and what kind of expression he would have. He wanted to think of a way to help Xiao Bao and Cuckoo get away with it. Li Longji still had the same smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "Yes, does he look like the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? Perhaps he's not inferior to Zia." Good. Hearing Li Longji's words, Gao Lishur was relieved. The emperor didn't see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as threats. Instead, he protected them and warned Zhang Shuo. The corners of Zhang Shuo's mouth twitched as he flattered. It's precisely because of a wise emperor that they can have such talents. Then Minister Zhang, when the two of them managed to make Buxin County prosperous, what position should we give them? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Shuo really wanted to say that he should bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the capital, but he also knew that the emperor didn't intend to do so. If he really said it, it would easily cause the emperor to be unhappy. After pondering for a while, he said, "Why don't we see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan think? If they still want Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to stay in the county, then we'll do as they want. If they want to enter the capital, then it's not impossible." That was indeed the case. When the time came, it would depend on where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to go. But when it came from Zhang Shuo's mouth, the purpose was different. It was as if he was telling Li Longji that his words didn't count, and neither did Li Longji. The one who had the most say was the other party. Li Longji closed his eyes and let out a soft snort. He didn't say anything else. Gao Lishur stood at the side with his head lowered. He appeared very respectful, but in his heart, he was cursing Zhang Shuo. He knew why Zhang Shuo was targeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. It wasn't because of power. Recently, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had begun to interfere in the upcoming ceremony. They arranged for more than 10 people to enter the ceremony. They were all low-ranking officials, and they didn't have any relationship with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They weren't people from Jianjia Academy, and they weren't for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in Zhuangzi. Among them, there weren't any students from Zhuangzi's restaurant or Zhuangzi that were rescued by Zhuangzi's restaurant every year. Among the more than 10 officials, the highest rank was secondary class, rank 6. Once they were able to participate in the ceremony, they would be directly promoted to rank 5. This was a line, and many people couldn't even think of entering rank 5 in their lifetime. Zhang Shuo seemed to want to arrange more of his own people. Although the name list hadn't been fixed, there were already signs of it. Now, there were many officials who wanted to get in touch with Zhang Shuo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family wanted to occupy more than 10 positions, so Zhang Shuo couldn't allocate many positions. Gao Lishur thought so, but he didn't say it out loud. Even when he was alone with Li Longji, he didn't say it out loud. This was because there was still no final conclusion. Besides, all the civil and military officials were under Zhang Shuo's control. Who wouldn't listen to him? After Zhang Shuo finished speaking, Li Longji didn't say anything. He also didn't care about the craftsman competition below. He seemed to be tired and was preparing to take a good rest in the stands. After an hour, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go back." A group of people escorted Li Longji back to the palace. Gao Lishur helped Li Longji settle down and let him sleep. He immediately wrote a letter, truthfully writing down what Zhang Shuo had said in the stands today. He had someone send it to Baoxin County as quickly as possible. In Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still busy building models, both sighed at the same time when they received Gao Lishur's letter. Wang Wan shook her head. "I originally thought that he was a pretty good head of the secretariat and wanted to help him. I didn't expect that as soon as someone touched his authority, he would start to attack. Fine, if he wants to die, then we don't have to worry about him. Withdraw all the people we have to arrange, and let him put his own people in. This is truly a disaster brought on by the heavens. There are ways to go against it, but there is no escape from the evils brought on by oneself. The people we chose were all people who didn't get along with him. If he agreed, everyone would be happy and maintain the balance. If he didn't agree, then we just had to wait. There will always be a chance for revenge." Zhang Xiaobao wasn't familiar with history. He had only heard about Zhang Shuo's matter from Wang Wan. At that time, he also wanted to help Zhang Shuo. After all, Zhang Shuo still had the ability. However, the most difficult thing to understand in this world was the human heart. Even though he had studied many kinds of psychology, there were times when it was still useless. Hearing Wang Wan's regretful words, he said, "In the end, he didn't die, right? Who knows? Since we can get Feng Chan to come a year earlier, the ending might be different. Maybe he really is fine this time. Let's just wait and see. It's not that we don't want to just be bystanders, but we want to be participants. I guess there will be things to do in the future." Wang Wan didn't have to help Zhang Xiaobao, but she and Zhang Xiaobao now like to change the fate of others. Of course, in the process, they also had to move according to fate. She felt that it was a very interesting thing, just like what someone once said. Fighting with the heavens, endless joy. Fighting with the earth, endless joy. Fighting with people, endless joy. Although in the end, he still couldn't win against the heavens, and also couldn't win against people, and lost the most promising family member. After all, he had fought. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he couldn't change others this time, so he didn't think too much about it. Looking at the gradually increasing number of scholars and gentry in front of him, he said, "The effect is not bad. The effect is pretty good. Ever since we started using the excuse of learning from officials, many people who aren't officials have come to join the fun. They all want to have a chance to interact with Li Longji. If one day, Li Longji suddenly becomes interested and casually asks a random person while wandering around, they can tell him about what they saw here. Even if Li Longji and the others can't see it, they can go back and publicize it vigorously, thus attracting more people's attention. It seems that humans have never stopped pursuing benefits. Of course, not to mention humans, even animals have to fight for territory." Yamamoto went to the Four Seas Academy. 100,000 strings of cash. I want to see what he will do after he fails. That's a lot of money. Wang Wan suddenly thought of Yamamoto again. Now, she felt that Yamamoto was also a very interesting person. He believed everything and was too gullible. There was also a little respect. This respect was not because he was Japanese, but because he worked hard for his country. This kind of spirit was precious. I think he might commit suicide. Otherwise, where can he get so much money to compensate? 100,000 strings of cash all of a sudden. If it were any official, they wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone a person who thinks for his country. Zhang Xiaobao was not so kind as to help anyone. Whether Yamamoto lived or died in the end had nothing to do with him. Now 100,000 strings of cash, and the money to buy a thermometer. I guess some of them will die. Crocodiles are easy to catch, but what about whales? The current Japan is not the Japan of the future. You can kill them however you want. Sending a ship is likely to be knocked over by a whale. If you make the wrong choice and encounter a killer whale, it's troublesome. Do you think there are killer whales here? I don't know. There should be. After all, it's different from our time. Many creatures are still there. Do we have any at that time? Zhang Xiaobao was not sure. He didn't pay attention to it. Who cares? Without killer whales, they won't be able to get anything good. Our family's boat won't help them. We don't even dare to touch it easily. Don't you think they killed too many whales at that time? There are also sharks. Wang Wan guessed that if it really didn't work, Yamamoto would hire her ship to help catch whales. Although this possibility was very small, because there was a material needed in the recipe, she still said in advance, "If I were them, I would kill them too. How can I get more money if I don't kill them? There are a lot of good things on whales and sharks. Their country doesn't have too many resources. This is why they always like to invade. There are many earthquakes and few resources. If they don't find ways to occupy other people's land, what will they do if one day the island is gone?" "I understand," Zhang Xiaobao said very rationally. While the two of them were talking, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also busy. They had nothing to do, so they wanted to teach Xiao Bei and the others. In the end, Xiao Bei and the others didn't like to listen to the two old men's boring stories at all. They couldn't stay idle, so they came here to be tour guides for others. Some things were right, and some were wrong. The two of them were very happy. Old Man Chang also performed a dance with a legend. His body was not bad, and he could even pick up a few weapons to play with. This made the people who came over feel very satisfied. While they were talking and playing, A servant in Old Man Pie's house rushed over and whispered a few words in Old Man Pie's ear. After hearing the servant's words, Old Man Pie stared and scolded. Bullshit! What do you mean by not enough water? Did they use all the water in that river? Why can't they do something for the country and the people? What's wrong? Did something go wrong with luring the Rue River here? Old Man Yao asked when he heard Old Man Pie scolding him. The people we sent came back and said that they didn't use enough water in Xian Kai County, so they couldn't bring it here. That's the Rue River, not a small river. Not enough. Even if they flushed Xian Kai County back and forth a few times, the Rue River wouldn't be much less. It seems like they made the wrong decision to discuss it first. Old Man Pie gasped for breath and was very angry. When Old Man Yao heard that it was really this matter, he smacked his lips and said, "There's nothing we can do. Otherwise, we wouldn't have informed them and just want to lure them. I don't believe they would dare to stop us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wang were worried about Grandpa Bai's health. When they saw him like this, they hurriedly ran over to ask and comfort Old Man Pie. After knowing the situation, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Wang curled her lips and said, "We were talking nicely, but they actually didn't agree. When the time comes, won't they also get benefits? Besides, the Rue River isn't a river in Xian Kai County. It's just a river that flows through it. I can't lead the troops, otherwise I would have attacked them." Wang Wang smiled after she finished speaking. She said that she wanted to lead the troops, but even if she had troops, she couldn't use such an excuse to attack others. She sighed and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think they want some extra benefits? It's possible. Their officials want to get benefits for themselves. Another possibility is that they're specifically targeting us. Some are afraid of us, some respect us, some like us, and some look down on us. We're not afraid of them wanting benefits, but we're afraid that they won't agree just to suppress us." Zhang Xiaobao analyzed, but his face didn't show any signs of annoyance. It was as if the situation was very simple and could be easily solved. Old Man Zhang, holding his broadsword, came up and said, "Yes, let's beat them up. Let's see if they can draw a river here." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and flattered. "Grandpa Zhang, you're still young. You don't have to do such a small thing yourself, right? Well, that's fine. I'll leave it to you juniors." Old Man Chong played with his knife a few more times and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan back and said, "Go back and make some arrangements. When the time comes, I'll ask them to beg for peace and let us lure the river. It'll be bad if we can't deal with them." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.